Hi and welcome to the EGX Digital 2020 panel on mental health portrayals within games with queer narratives. My name is Sachin. I'm a mental health doctor or psychiatrist, and I'll be moderating the panel today. And I am part of a group called Gaming the Mind, which is just a group of mental health professionals who look into how games and mental health interact. And as a quick content warning, today we are discussing mental health issues, which can be a sensitive topic, and there may be non-graphic referential mentions of things such as self-harm, trauma, suicide. So if that does not sit well with you, then just please be aware of that. I have an awesome set of panelists, and in this time of social distancing, being able to do this online has really allowed me to stretch far and wide for experts on these issues. First, we have, her name is Laura McGee, and she's the founder of game studio Dreamfeel. She's an award-winning artist, designer, and game maker, and has most recently released a game called If Found, which is, quote, a coming-of-age story about connection, isolation, and discovering yourself. And next, her name is Dee Marie Lakia, and she is a digital illustrator and writer who creates the long-form webcomic Phoenix Flare. And she's also developed games such as the visual novel Us Lovely Corpses, which is, quote, a short, surreal horror romance visual novel about helping a friend. And although she's not with us at the moment through the magic of editing, I will later be joined by Dr. Yael Perry, who is a clinical psychologist from Perth, Australia. And she works with young people, and recently she led a study regarding the attitudes of young trans people towards digital mental health support. So we're going to get some ideas of what her study found about the trans people and how they feel about video games to do with mental health. I wanted to start with you, Dee Marie. Your game, Us Lovely Corpses, is about a girl called Marisol who is cursed by this monstrous set of roses who have teeth and they talk to you. And the player is a witch who comes to help her. And the game is fairly upfront that the roses are this sort of stand-in or metaphor or allegory for mental illness. And that what you're actually doing within the game, and it's fairly upfront with you about it, is that you're helping someone with a mood disorder. So, what I was wondering was, first of all, what made you want to address a topic of mental health within a video game?
Right. So, to answer that question, I have to go back to the origin of Us Lovely Corpses, which kind of requires me starting on a bit of a downer note. So I got diagnosed with dysthymia back when I was in college, and I remember having this pretty bad night when I was in a bad place, thinking to myself, am I never going to get better? Like, is it always just going to feel like this? So eventually I just started brainstorming for ideas for stories. It's something I do a lot when I want to, distract my mind from other things. But this time I found myself really wanting to do something with those feelings, like the sadness, but also the anger and frustration. And so what I came up with was a story about a girl who became Alejandra, the main character, or Alex, helping this boy who became Marisol, this boy who had this disease that made roses grow in his body. And so, like you said, the roses, if you play the game, they're not quite just roses. And so basically, I didn't start out specifically wanting to make a story about mental health, but that's just how it came naturally in trying to voice my feelings.
And so part of deciding to make this game seems to be because of what you'd gone through and thus wanting to channel that into something. But then this game is something that will be experienced by others. And so what is your expectation as to who would end up playing the game and what they're meant to get out of it?
I mean, ultimately, I would like all kinds of people to play the game. It might be weird to say this, but I kind of hope people who don't normally play visual novels would try it out just to see what they would get from it. But I also really would like people who specifically empathize with the characters to play it. Specifically people who like empathize with Marisol. I really like them to play As Lovely Corpses and like really think about like the kind of stuff that happens in it and how they can kind of bring that into processing their own feelings and maybe the feelings of people around them, especially people that might go through something like Marisol.
I wanted to talk about the game nature of it because I know that you originally planned it, and you do make webcomics, that you originally planned Us Lovely Corpses as a comic, but then it developed into this visual novel idea. Why a visual novel?
So firstly, it was a pretty short comic when I envisioned it, like 10 pages. But as I developed the idea, I realized I wanted to get into some more complicated territory, and I needed a lot of space to explore that. So I kind of sat on the idea for a long time and processed it. And sometime in the times when I was, sitting on that idea, I started playing visual novels. And like a lot of people in the United States, I used to think visual novels were mainly all just dating sims. But this was around 2015, 16, when I think more smaller indie visual novels started becoming popular. Ones I played were like Pure Tears Were My Light by Nami, who's made several games like the Lonely Wolf Treat series. I played We Know the Devil, which is made by the team who would become Worst Girl Games. So, these were very short games about romance, but not really in the way digital dating sims were. And like, they ended up being very personal stories sometimes. And that made me realize that this was such an untapped medium for storytelling, at least in the United States. I found like visual novels to be a really great medium for shorter, more personal, more weird stories, especially because of the interactivity element, which I think brought a lot to Us Lovely Corpses specifically because, so the idea of Us Lovely Corpses is that you have to cut each rose to get to Body Soul, but I didn't want the player to just, cut, just rush to the end. So I added puzzles that required information that you can only get from listening to the roses, but you don't know which rose will say this important thing, so you have to pay attention. So in paying attention, you learn about Marisol and, hopefully come to care about her, even though you don't meet her until the very end of the game. At the same time, you also have the yellow roses, which I kind of joked about with my boyfriend are like the locked Twitter accounts of roses. You're specifically told you shouldn't listen to those, and if you do, you get a game over. So you have to be careful and pay attention, figuring out where to give Marisol her space. And I thought that was a really good way to use the medium.
And in terms of paying attention to the roses, and they all have different colors, so they all represent this sort of different aspects of, the emotions or the feelings that she's going to convey to you.
Right.
Through those, you also get some hints about what she's gone through in her past, and there's some evidence that her parents maybe aren't accepting of how she dresses, saying that that her shorts make her look like a woman who likes other women. And there's some indication she may have internalized some of this, and she has low self-esteem and poor body image. What was your intent with showing this rocky relationship with her identity? And did you intend for that to play into how she's currently feeling?
I guess I intended that to be just, yet another facet of her personality that come to make Marisol her. Like you said, she has self-hatred, self-esteem issues. And then you add in those comments from her mom. Just the idea that, one's family may reject you. It's such an incredibly distressing feelings. One of many factors that just makes her how she is. And it's just a fear that many people in real life must live with. So it's one, very real thing I wanted to include in this fake little video game. And,
staying on her queer identity, you intended, as you said, for Marisol to originally be a boy character, and then she developed into a girl, and clearly, playing it is so much better than hearing me talk about it, so don't worry about spoilers, but, clearly, she seems to have a thing for the player character, and the player character is clearly a bit flirty back towards her. Is there any significance to giving this game a queer theme in the end?
Um, I would say so in the end. Marisol, a big part of her struggle is how lonely she feels, really. She's a very isolated person. She often doesn't leave her house, locks herself in her room or her attic. Even around other people, she feels isolated because she thinks that they're disgusted by her or they pity her. And unfortunately, those feelings of isolation and alienation are just something a lot of queer people have to deal with. Especially if someone like Marisol, who's, being so young, she's like 19 in the game and she still lives with her parents. She doesn't really know how open she can be yet. And so that feeling of loneliness, it just connects to the themes of, the queer identity and mental health. It just fits together so naturally that it just evolved naturally as I was writing it.
And just to pick up on, the fact that this all does accumulate in a mood disorder. At least, that's what the game indicates from evidence you see. And the doctors have told her that she has a particular diagnosis. And actually, that's interesting, is that you included a particular diagnosis. You included the fact that she's been recommended to start medication. It's very grounded in that way, when a lot of games deal with mental illness in a very symbolic manner, like fighting demons or monsters. Like, what made you want to address it so explicitly, to say this is the disorder she has?
So I would honestly say it's kind of rooted in insecurity as a writer. So, ULC was my most ambitious project at the time, and, being released to a larger audience. So, part of me started thinking, will people understand what I'm getting at? But also, I think that even if I had been more confident, I would have wanted to be explicit about it in some way. Just because, again, it's a very real thing people deal with. I intended the moment where you find the paper about Marisol's diagnosis to be, I guess, kind of confrontational to the player, just a way to say to them, I know we're in this weird magical world, but we're dealing with some really serious stuff here,
That said, and you have that grounded element, you also have, as we mentioned all along, this fantastical element of the roses and the witchcraft. And there's some indication that your character still is a witch through all this, even if the roses aren't quite what they seem. And the witch is meant to cure the illness by cutting away at the roses. Do you think it's useful sometimes to conceptualize illness in a way that sort of isn't what the doctor says, but it's more a more mystical element to it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I just find metaphor one of the best ways to express myself, in my writing, but also just in real life, It can be hard to see something from someone else's point of view and to empathize with them. But metaphors and stuff like that can really help someone understand something that they would otherwise have trouble trying to conceive of, I think. And this is kind of shallow, but it's also just fun to write about, stuff that doesn't really exist in real life. So that kind of stuff just kind of ends up popping up in my work naturally.
I appreciate that you included both elements, but I certainly have been sort of moving away from, all representations must be the Western model of illness, and actually things like witchcraft and, alternate ways of looking at these things can be helpful for a lot of people to conceptualize things in different ways. Laura, if I could move on to talking about If Found, which is set in the 90s, and it's about a young trans woman called Cassio, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, who is heading back home to the Irish Isle of Achill after being away at university. And it's a coming-of-age tale about how Cassio is finding where she belongs because her biological family, who aren't quite understanding where she's at, pushing her away. And so she finds newfound family. What was the inspiration to tell a story such as this?
So the story that we ended up with, kind of like Dee Marie said, wasn't, we didn't set out to make the story at the start. It's kind of a journey to see where you get. The original inspiration was working with Leah, the lead artist, and we wanted to create a story told through a diary, kind of to make the most of her art. And I thought it was a kind of really interesting medium to explore. And then we kind of discovered what if you could erase things from the diary? And then taking those two elements, what was the story that this told? And so then we very quickly developed like the character of Cassio. And originally it was like following her struggles, kind of like relating to other people. She's kind of off an age where it's like the expectation is this kind of like very normative, like, okay, you gotta like find a partner and do all this kind of stuff, and she I was going to follow her like relationships with people and it not working out. But as we kind of developed the story more of my own like personal experiences kind of like started seeping into it, and Cassio's kind of trans identity went from like a headcanon, so like I had a headcanon of my own characters, to like kind of front and center. And then there is like, the family, and then the friend family and stuff, like the fan family she finds. So it was very much like a process of kind of discovering the story and not being able to write it as anything else.
Yeah, and I think you also mentioned that she, as you said, in headcanon she was a trans character, but that was not originally the case. Does conceiving of her in that way, and I know obviously that then becomes a sort of crux of the plot because she gets pushed away because of that, but is that sort of important for her emotional journey?
I think, so like it was kind of finding out who the character was, and I think, like her experiences as a trans woman, like kind of influence a lot of things. It references, she's coming back to Ackle. Like people don't know who she is. Strangers. She has an accepting from her friends, but her family are very much rejecting who she is. So she's dealing with a lot of different things, and none of it is stuff that she kind of like willingly brought on herself. It was stuff that like the world kind of brought to her.
Just it's a similar question to what I asked before to Dee Marie, but If Found is very compelling. It's got this very energetic eraser mechanic which gives it this kinetic novel energy. But why make it a kinetic novel? Why wouldn't it have worked, for example? Or it could have, but as a comic, for example?
I was thinking about the last question. Just like it's kind of like she's like a shell of a person too. I think it's interesting how like the kind of how the experience kind of shapes her. And I wonder like if that's like related in any way to like how like trans and LGBT people and people are marginalized in different ways. They're kind of like slightly more radical because they kind of like are forced to be. But why is it a video game? I guess, like I love stories like of all kinds, and I really want to tell stories. But again, kind of like echoing Dee Marie, there's just so much like untold potential in video games, and they're like, there's a very narrow picture of what they should be, and they don't need to be that at all. It's just this combination of like digital technology plus storytelling, and that's why I'm trying to tell stories in it. And so then how that shaped what the game became, I think the act of like taking part of it wouldn't be possible, but also, even from like a production point of view, the fact that, as like an individual or a very small team, like you can create art and put it out there online and like have people like share it and play it. I think that's really cool, and that's not as easily possible with other like media. So like I love seeing like stuff like Bitsy and everything. So like that's one big draw for like video games. But why this novel in particular? I mean, it's interesting that you say novel, in fact, because the game was a lot more like had like kind of free-form movement, and I wonder if it would have been called a visual novel if we had done that. But the one reason why we decided to kind of focus on a kind of a tighter control was A, like kind of the power it gave us over like the pacing of it, and B, probably we wouldn't have like finished it in time. But like the power it gave us over the control of pacing, but C, it also just makes us like so much more accessible, you know, like random, like, you know, strangers, my parents, you know, who are in their like, you know, late 60s, like finished their first video game by playing through it. And that's like really cool. I love that people can play it and have those experiences. And I think that's like one thing that was like rad about the visual novel aspect. I think the novel aspect's cool too, because there's like the characters and it's like about the emotional and the journey and stuff, which, you know, we decided to put the story kind of ahead of like just twists on gameplay or whatever.
Yeah.
But we could then also, the interactivity allowed us like the freedom to like, you know, have these little expressive moments, you know, kind of like DeMarie like mentioned, like these little like touches that are expressive and tell something, you know, whether it's like the overall scope of the erasing or whether it's like a little kind of cut or transition or like a little interaction. There's just so much more like little tools that you can play around with.
And I mean, you know, the word novel, I guess, you know, gets into a whole definitional thing, but I do remember after I finished playing, I told my friend of Irish origin to play it, and he said, "Oh, this is the future of novels." I think it's just how it sticks to that sort.
I think it's cool. I don't think anything replaces anything, but I think, you know, we're so like, even the novel, like, you know, I don't know what it was, like the 16th century or something. It was like this whole new way to like structure a story. And I think in terms of writing, we're so stuck in the past, and like visual novels, you know, they're always like beautiful mediums, and like video games in general that are totally ignored because people are like, it's just for dating sims for like teenagers or something. And it's like, yo, you're like missing everything.
So, we should maybe just like ask about this eraser mechanic, which is such a big part of the game, and I already know the answer from looking at previous interviews because I think it represents a multitude of things. But I was interested in perhaps if there is any sort of emotional quality to it, because it has this cleansing, cathartic feel to it. If slightly disrespectful because you're rubbing out her diary and.
I mean, I think that's like one of the things that drew us to it originally was like that it's painful. Like Leah actually like did a really cool sketch like earlier in the week of like a really nice drawing of like Shance, like Annie, one of like the main characters, and she was like, oh, for like social media I could do this thing where I record myself like erasing it with an actual rubber, and then she just couldn't do it because it was so painful to like, you know, she wants to keep the piece of art that she drew. And I think that's like what drew us to it, is that it is a really painful thing. And I think like the meaning of it like changes throughout the game a little bit, and I think people's relationship to it changes. I think at the start it is really difficult. Then you get kind of used to it and you forget about it. And then it kind of like, oh, like I don't know if I'm allowed to curse. I've been doing this the whole time. Am I allowed to curse?
I'm sure it's fine.
Okay. Don't draw attention to it. So like for me, like I was drawn to it being a powerful emotion, and like as you kind of like alluded to, I don't like being like too definitional about it because like different people see what it means like really differently, and I think that's cool. I think, you know, good writing and stuff is kind of fuzzy and can be like reinterpreted in different times and in different places and by different people, and I think that's awesome. So like while I'm writing about like, you know, this tiny like Achill Island, this like small enough island on the coast of Ireland, like other people are reading their own experiences into it, which is awesome. So hopefully it's the same with their writing. I
think just to bring that mental health element to your game, which, you know, wasn't explicit or anything like this, but and in fact Cassio is quite comfortable in her own identity, but you know, she's clearly going through a lot of stuff because of how society acts towards her, including her family. And a previous interviewer who spoke to you identified within the game possible dissociative experiences. And I thought so too, where like things get very static, and very, especially within tense moments with the mother, for example, where she may be losing touch with reality. Do you feel like Casio is going through like some sort of dissociative symptoms, and what's feeding into that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for sure. There was always like that was like always a big part of the story, like with the black hole kind of always kind of like ended up there. What is feeding into it? It's kind of just like, you know, she kind of has like the weight of the world going on, and she's trying to deal with a lot, and she's trying to please everyone, and then she's like, I can't please anyone, and then she just kind of like maybe, you know, she's like, you know, physically sick to some extent. Obviously that like builds into it, but like often with people, it's like, you know, you can even be like physically well, but it's like mentally your health is just like totally destroyed. I think like, you know, being LGBT or trans or marginalized in different ways, I think, you know, like often trans people are belittled because you're like, oh, you just have like depression, or you're just X, Y, Z. And I think there's definitely, you know, there's like comorbidity there because of the stuff that trans people go through. But if like no one, you know, if people are just trying it normally, and, you know, like that stuff doesn't build up, and that's, yeah, those issues don't arise. It's kind of like an external thing. But I think, yeah, towards the end of the game, it all kind of gets a lot. And yeah, she is like almost certainly kind of like dissociating from reality. It's kind of the point where there's like the kind of more fantastic element of the game and the grounded part of the game. Like you literally burn the diary and then you burn the walls down kind of, and it all kind of mushes, and then you have like no idea what's happening. Things just lead to another. Yeah.
And that's another parallel I like to draw between your two games, is this sort of fantasy overlay to a very real issue that's going on. I think if we just bring you both in to speak about these issues more broadly, I was wondering, so now if we just talk broadly about the intersectional representation of mental health issues within queer games, or queer characters within games that address mental health issues, how do you feel about games such as yours, or games of that nature, as a mode for self-exploration and self-acceptance?
I think, you know, all art can be a good way to help you understand your feelings about yourself and the world around you. I think that video games are particularly good method or medium for this, because, you know, you're put into a role, or, you know, you make your role in some games. So it, you know, puts you in that headspace, I suppose. And, you know, you have to make choices, all that.
I think like, yeah, totally. I think expression just in general, even just, you know, putting words down on page, like it excises it from your brain sometimes. And those are the kind of games I love to see, like games made by individuals where they're talking about their own experiences. And I think those are always kind of the most true, because when you're talking about your own experiences, you're not drawing on like stereotypes or tropes of what you've seen in like movies. And I think, yeah, there's a lot of cool people, you know, like Dee Marie and everyone like making games like this. And it's just, yeah, I think it's really cool to see.
You mentioned games made by individuals, and certainly both your games are very much led by your creative visions. And are we seeing a trend of more personal, true to life games because of the reduced barrier to developing publication?
I think like there's always been this kind of stuff. I think there's like a broader base of people who can realize they can make games. I think like since the 2000s and with the internet, like individuals been able to make games, and there's always been cool kind of things. But, you know, I guess a lot of the earlier stuff was often inspired by, if it was still within like indie game culture, it was inspired by other games. Whereas now, like, there's more and more people, and people who like might not have grown up thinking of themselves as gamers, or people like who did but don't fit into Call of Duty kind of mindset or whatever now. So there's like a broader base, and yeah, I think that leads towards like more like interesting stories, more people like this sharing their own experiences.
Right. And, I really agree with what Laura says. Like, I mentioned myself, like, the games that inspired me to make this my game. And I guess I would go on to add that maybe social media has a bit of a hand in this, that, it allows us to, communicate with each other like that we've never been able to before. And in doing so, that brings us to a lot of topics and subjects we never would like see. And, it allows us to think like, oh, I can do this too, going back to what Laura said.
I mean, that's what I kind of like, is that there's there's almost like a punk aspect to it. It's like when you have like these like super polished games, they're like, how the heck could any individual make that? But then when you see a game where it's like, oh hey, this like, it's like it's, I can see the like drawing, and I can see, it's like, where the seams and stuff are a little bit more obvious, with it fine, it's there's loads of sketches and loads of everything everywhere, and I hope that seems more accessible to people, and that like that's kind of like an idea like planted in their brain that they can go do that.
Yeah, it felt like a zine to me almost.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
We're working on some tools at the moment, which I'm excited to hopefully release in a month or so, for like making kind of like weird like drawing games and stuff. So that'll be rad.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll be looking out for that.
Just jumping off super polished, I want to get onto super polished representation. There's been some discourse, or basically because Tell Me Why has come out from Don't Nod, about quote unquote safe representation. Tell Me Why has a long FAQ that came out before the game came out about how they're going to safely tell a story about a trans man and his twin sister. And this gets on to, safe versus accurate, and, avoiding upsetting people versus telling true to life stories. Safe meaning like avoiding upsetting content or scenes of abusive conduct based on identity, or dead naming, or addressing traumas, or showing imperfections, versus showing what people go through. And I struggle to sort of understand what the right path is, and I'm sure it's very difficult. What are your feelings on this issue, about what you're allowed to represent and what you should do artistically, etc.?
I personally have a lot of feelings about the topic, and it's a complicated topic. I guess I feel like the bottom line is that I don't think that there's a right or correct way to portray marginalized identities. In recent times, I think artists have strived to represent identities that, in the past have been erased or demonized, but, trying that comes with a lot of pressure to do it right. And, in the end, we have to realize that you have the option to approach it however you choose, but, with the caveat that you have to realize that that means people can respond however they choose, and that includes criticism.
Yeah, it's tricky. It is like, on one hand, because I'm someone who made like sad trans game, so like I might feed it into that as well, but it was also important that it had a happy ending and it had hope. It's like, what is the point of using this trope or like these kind of issues? So like, it is really important to me with Casio, for example, not to like dead name and stuff. Like I've like, it's like I don't even know what it would be, and it's like, what would that add to the story to have it in there, So I think there's elements, like if you're going to make something that's safe or not safe, like at the same time, you do want to see representation that's not just the sad stories. You want the game that is like the marginalized person just winning a football tournament or something. Like why do these? Why does it always have to be the really sad ones? If you're going to make like a game like by and like for like Black people, like why does it have to be like a sad story or whatever? And in some ways, like maybe like the wider audience want to see the sad story because that's the only picture we have of it. And so I did hope to like invert that a little bit with like If found, I don't know, like if I started out with it being a trans story, if it would have ended up like this. So when it became a trans story, it became really important, not to make it sad. So I empathize with the Don't Tell Me Why devs, in that they've done a lot of things right and having like a trans male like voice actor, which is awesome and everything. And at the same time, you are touching on delicate subjects and people are open to criticize it, and you can't sugarcoat everything. So if your game is set out to be a more mature game, like you do have to recognize that there are difficulties, and you can't just, paper over them. So it's a double-edged sword, I think it's like legit, but at the same time, if you have a younger audience or, if your game isn't about trauma and stuff, then it's like, I think it's okay. I think for me, the most important thing is just that, it's okay to not necessarily deal with it. It depends what your game is about. But to me, I think the most important thing is just who is like behind the camera, who is like telling the story. And I think, I think having representation there, because I think through that you get genuine stories, and those genuine like nice touches, whether it's about difficult subjects or about like, just like normal life, stuff that we don't see otherwise when the stories are all told by like one set of people. Because there's so much like gas isn't funny, like amazing, hilarious, like trans stories you could tell, that are like so particularly being trans, in the same way like of any culture. But yeah, we don't really get the chance to tell those stories. So I definitely want to do better in that in the future. And I think it's tricky.
Could I just add really quickly? I think it's kind of unhelpful to think of things in terms of a binary of safe or accurate, or maybe safe and like uncomplicated stories. Like to use If Found as an example, Cassio, she's never dead named. Nobody ever really calls her anything really bad. I think she's like misgendered a couple of times, but nothing too bad, and like she doesn't die at the end of the story and has a pretty happy ending. But I wouldn't call If Found like a safe or defanged or sugar-coated game. Like it's very raw at times. So I think like you can't really separate it as safe or unsafe.
Yeah, I think there is that sort of boundary as well between what is happening to the character and what is happening to the player, and so If Found doesn't attack the person playing it in any way, although Cassio goes through a whole lot of stuff, not necessarily based on her identity, some of it yes, but none of it's directed at the person playing it, so there's this sort of safe boundary there that's meant to...
I wouldn't say If Found is perfect. Other people can say that. But it's like I think like as long as you are approaching subjects like and thinking about these questions, you're engaging with it, I think that's important. It's always about like good faith versus like bad faith, I think.
Right.
Well, time really does fly. So what I'm going to do is, before we move on to Dr. Yale Perry, I just want to give both our panelists a chance to let you know where you can find them online and support them and what they've got going on. So go ahead.
You can find me at DMarie Lasea at Twitter and the same at itch.io. I don't have anything particularly like coming up pretty soon, although I am kind of hoping to work on my next visual novel in the next coming months. There's a demo also on my itch.io page, so feel free to play that.
Cool. You can find all the Dreamfeel stuff if you just search Dreamfeel. It's a weird enough name, so Dreamfeel, and we're on itch. There's like a few like older games there which are cool, and then currently we have If Found on Steam, and yeah, I really love to hear what people think, so like shoot us a message or something if you played it. And upcoming we have that tool that I mentioned. I think it's the first place I've mentioned it anywhere, and that's gonna be really cool, like for flat games and stuff. And yeah, there's like some stuff in the pipeline which will hopefully be rad.
Awesome. I want to thank you both for your time again today and just talking about these really interesting but sensitive topics. So thank you so much to Dee Marie and Laura. And now we're going to head over to Dr. Yale. Hi, and through the magic of editing, we're back with Dr. Yael Perry, who is a clinical psychologist over in Perth, Australia. And so glad that you're with us today to give us a bit more of a psychological perspective on the issues of mental health games with regards to the trans population. But Dr.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, of course. And could I just ask you, first of all, to describe what it is you do involved with young people of gender diverse backgrounds and with regards to digital game interventions?
Sure. So as you said, I am a clinical psychologist. That's my training. But really, I work primarily as a researcher. So I work at the Telethon Kids Institute in the youth mental health team here. And essentially my background is in youth mental health and in prevention of mental health difficulties in young people. But I have a particular interest in using digital technology to increase engagement and access and uptake of mental health interventions for young people. And in particular, I'm interested in using digital technology with marginalised groups of young people. So I do a lot of work with LGBTIQA+ youth, and in particular, trans and gender diverse young people. So I'm really interested to see how we can use digital technology to help engage young people in their mental health.
Now, one thing that really caught my eye about the study that you've recently published in your team is that it's about the attitudes of young trans and gender diverse people towards mental health video games. And it starts with this baseline that, you know, they, like all young people, play a lot of video games, as in most of them play video games, and that they face barriers to receiving mental health support. And so there's this opportunity here of using games to help them. And what your study does is look at not like, is it effective, but what might they want out of it if it were to be used? Could you just start
Exactly.
Could you just start by telling me, within the trans community, do they face different mental health challenges to the general population?
Yeah, so they don't face different mental health difficulties to the general youth population. The main difference is that they face those difficulties at much higher rates. So the kinds of common mental health difficulties that you see in young people, like depression and anxiety, are very common in trans and gender diverse young people, but we're seeing them at extremely high rates. So about 3 out of 4 trans and gender diverse young people have ever been diagnosed with depression. About 3 out of 4 have ever been diagnosed with anxiety, and 1 in 2 will have attempted suicide, which is a pretty terrifying statistic. And those rates are substantially higher than what you would see in the sort of general youth population. We also see a range of other mental health difficulties, things like PTSD and eating disorders, substance use disorders. So these are all present in the general youth population, but again, they're all elevated in trans and gender diverse young people.
And would this be related to social stresses that they're experiencing with regards to their identity?
Absolutely. So we know that the causes of many of these mental health difficulties are directly related to external pressures. So things like societal stigma, discrimination, harassment, even the sort of systemic barriers that they come up against in their day-to-day life. So in schools, not having appropriate uniforms and toilet facilities, difficulties with being misgendered or not being able to use their correct pronouns. Day to day, they're constantly confronted with these difficulties. A major source of mental health stress for them is a lack of support from families. So we know that parental support is a really big predictor of good mental health in trans young people, but about 2/3 of them don't have parental support. So all of these external pressures related to their gender identity, but not because they are trans or gender diverse,
Right.
are leading to mental health difficulties in this population.
Now, video games could be an avenue of mental health support. As your study said, the evidence isn't really there yet to support its use within, mainstream treatment. But what your study did was take focus groups of young trans and gender diverse people and ask them about their experiences of using digital technology and also what they'd expect. I want to focus on although it's a great study to read and it's very readable for anyone who wants to check it out, because it looks at what they've experienced already. But the part I want to focus on is they were talking about what they would find useful in mental health games. And we make a distinction because you were also talking about serious games, which are basically games designed to be therapeutic and not designed as entertainment. But, within the answers, they were talking about entertainment games as well. So what sort of things did you find out from speaking to these young people about what they'd find useful in games?
Yeah, so it was really interesting because I guess one of the key themes that came out of the focus groups that we conducted was first and foremost, they want the game to be engaging. So that's non-specific to trans and gender diverse young people. It's like anyone who plays a game wants the game to be interesting, fun, engaging, and really the sort of key functionalities of the game were really important to them. Can we access the game? Is it cost effective or free, ideally, for young people? Is there capacity to socialise with other people, other chat functions and networks connected to the game? The sorts of things that we know young people like about games in general. They really just highlighted that it had to have good quality playability and that the narrative and the characters were really, really important so that they wanted to keep playing the game. And I guess having relatable characters and an engaging storyline were really highlighted as important aspects of the game. I guess the next layer beyond that was that in terms of mental health content, they did see value in having mental health content within games, but in terms of the way that the games were pitched or marketed or designed, they thought that the mental health content should be more discreet and that the skills should be gained through playing the game, but rather than kind of slapping them in the face with them. So again, they wanted to feel like they were playing the game and then gaining skills while doing it without feeling like it was kind of a didactic, we're teaching you how to pick up on this mental health strategy. I guess in terms of their gender identity, it was really clear. And I guess, this sort of confirmed our hypothesis that they really wanted to be able to play the game as their expressed gender. We know that trans and gender diverse people in general and young people, they like the online environment because it allows them to explore their gender identity and to sort of try out how it feels in a safe space, often before they come out in real life. And so being able to explore that identity in the context of a game was seen as a really beneficial aspect of gameplay for this group. And then I guess more broadly, they were really interested in LGBTQA+ representation across games. So they just really liked the idea of having it didn't necessarily have to be gender diverse, but having a range of sexual and gender identities involved in gameplay, and not in a kind of stereotypical way or a tokenistic way, but just making sure that there was representation within the games that they played.
And what I'd been speaking to with the two previous panelists, Laura and Dee Marie, was also about safe representation. And they were getting into sort of the subtleties of what should be portrayed safely and what should be portrayed, in an artistic truth. But your study did look at what these young people wanted to avoid or would find less helpful in these video games. What sort of findings did you have there?
Yeah. So I guess part of it was, the flip side of what they would find useful. So obviously anything to do with game functionality was kind of lower down the list in terms of what they would consider useful. If it was clunky or difficult to use or not engaging, anything like that, no matter how representative it was or how much it kind of allowed them to explore identity, if they didn't enjoy playing the game, then they weren't interested in it. Certainly this idea of representation and was really key in terms of what they found might not be useful. So even if it was a really fun and popular game, if there was a lack of representation, if it wasn't LGBTQ inclusive, if they weren't able to express their gender identity appropriately, then no matter how much they wanted to play the game, and this was true of commercial games as well, they didn't feel like they could because they felt excluded or they felt like they couldn't relate to the story or the characters or the game more broadly. So that was a really key one. And then I guess there were more pockets of ideas where people commented on expressions of violence that they found quite confronting within games, and any kind of inappropriate content that was quite triggering for mental health difficulties. Especially without content warning. So a number of young people said that, if you're dealing with mental health concerns, what we really need from you is to have some kind of content warning before playing the game so that at least we can be prepared. But if that came out of the blue, they found that really concerning. And that was a key aspect that they didn't want to see within the kinds of games that they played.
It's really good to see that, young people of any background being so discerning about the content that they want to experience.
Absolutely.
Now, I just want to finish off because, again, your study doesn't really comment or isn't about whether games are useful in this avenue of preventative or treatment with regards to mental health. But what's your opinion on even theoretically, would this be a good thing? And do you see it being a good thing?
Look, I'm probably a little biased, but I'm really excited about this field. I know it's very much just a kind of new emerging field, but I think that there's immense potential in using games and digital games to help this group of young people. They've clearly shown that it's something they're interested and engaged in already in terms of gaming. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity to work with young people to co-design or co-adapt existing evidence-based games. We're already starting to do that. We've co-designed or co-adapted an existing digital intervention, the Sparks intervention. We have specifically made it appropriate for trans and gender diverse young people, and we will be evaluating that as well. But I guess one of the key challenges for us moving forward is that we really see the value of evidence-based interventions, and we really see the value of, making sure that the voices of trans young people are heard and expressed within the games. But most of our funding comes through research dollars, and it's very difficult to compete with sort of the bigger tech giants who develop games with sort of much more functionality that look better, that can be more versatile and engaging for young people. And it's what young people are used to playing because they have much bigger budgets. So what we're trying to do is make sure that the needs of the young people that we've spoken to are addressed, and that the evidence base is there and supports the delivery of the mental health intervention that we're providing. But we also need to incorporate the importance of having a really sort of playable game. And so that's one of the challenges that we're up against in the future.
Yeah. And I think with the length of time it takes to test these things as well and research them, it's always going to be falling behind the technological wave, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really hard to keep up, and even just with the needs and desires and preferences of young people, because they change rapidly too. But we're up for the challenge.
Excellent. Well, Dr. Yael Perry, I'm so sad that we don't have more time because this is such an interesting subject. But thank you so much for your time, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
through the magic of editing. And that was Dr. Yale. And I just want to say thank you again to Laura and Dee Marie. So thank you and goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Game begin.
What on earth is a global digital event, I hear you ask? Well, allow me to enlighten you. This event is a gathering of hot gaming content that you would have been able to see at PAX West in Seattle, PAX Australia in Melbourne, or EGX in London in September, before COVID changed the world in what, let's be honest, is a storyline from a video game. In fact, it's bound to spawn many post-viral games in the near future. We'll be hunting through the city streets, crafting masks from animal hides, and all while still on furlough. Instead, you can sit at home and take in all the delights of a truly global event, enjoying the food from your kitchen at a reasonable price, and have a seat guaranteed, all day. Amazing! At this event, you'll be able to poke around over 200 booths on the show floor, and have a deep dive into some great curated content you might not have seen before. And it's all in one place, like a show. Just have a click around and discover stuff, then click further and discover more stuff. The show floor, or Expo Hall if you're speaking American, is just part of the event we're presenting. On top of the Expo Hall, we also offer you some of the highlights of any PAX or EGX show. Tons of brilliant panels. You'll be able to visit the site, paxegx.com, and navigate your way via the show floor to the massive schedule. It's like a Glastonbury festival of gaming, with massive headline acts and loads of interesting things to watch in the meantime. There will always be something great in there just for you. The Daily Wrap from Virgin Media, presented at 5:30 UK time each day. This will be brought to you by a mix of the brilliant teams at Outside Xbox and Outside Extra, Eurogamer, and Rock Paper Shotgun. They'll highlight the hotspots from the show day that's just happened and look forward to what's coming up next, all using boss-level broadband for gamers. Meet up on Discord. We all know that hanging out with your friends is a really important part of going to an event. Meeting people you already know, making new friends, and hanging out. The Left Field Collection is a must-see for attendees looking for the new, unique, and challenging works going on in games. This is a platform for titles and projects that like to do things a little differently, and promises to always have something interesting to check out. With over 100 indie titles at this year's show, there's going to be tons to discover. There are loads of other features, including speedrunning, cosplay, some interesting limited edition retail opportunities, and board games, with loads of videos from our partners at Dicebreaker. Exclusive event merch! What with this being the first time we've done a standalone digital event, this merch will be very limited edition. Show off to your friends with a fetching new hat at a distance of 2 meters or greater, or grab something special for a loved one or hated enemy. The shop's live now, and you can find it on this site or by searching for the EGX store. And if it's PAX merch you're after, you can search for that too. That's a taste of what to look out for while you're strolling around the digital show floor. There's loads of hot gaming content to come over the next few days. Some of it's live now, and some will be going live later, so be sure to check out all the booths to find out more. Oh, and don't worry if you miss a panel. Everything is going to be uploaded soon after to the EGX YouTube channel. But, you know, always better to see it first, right? In the meantime, here are some of the things to keep an eye on.
Hey, I'm Josh. I'm one of the co-founders here at Midwinter Entertainment, and we are excited to be at EGX Digital and PAX Online to talk about our game Scavengers. We're having a technical playtest this weekend. We hope you'll check it out. If you want to sign up, you can go to playscavengers.com. So just to give you a little bit of history about the studio, we started Midwinter at the end of 2016. And then in 2017, we started working on Scavengers, which is our first game. And for Scavengers, we were really drawn to, we want to build amazing multiplayer experiences. We really love the idea of bringing together PvE and PvP into a unified session-based multiplayer experience. And as we've continued to build out the team from just the original founding four, our desire is to build a tight-knit team where everybody has a voice in what we're building together, and where we can have ideas and try them out in the game right there, that day. And that's kind of how we've been rolling ever since we set up the studio. So to give you a little bit of an overview of Scavengers, this is a free-to-play sandbox shooter that brings together a number of teams into a vast open environment. So in each session, we have 3-person teams, 20 of them, so 60 players total, that are dropping into a big open environment where they're having to contend with this hostile living world. So you're not just dealing with the threat of other players, but in our game, you're engaging in a series of missions and objectives that bring you into conflict with AI combatants. So you're dealing with these mutated life forms and wildlife that are on the planet's surface, as well as hostile tribal outlanders that are protecting different locations. And all the while you're trying to complete objectives and score points, you're coming into conflict with other players. It's a game that's based around a number of different characters. Each one of those characters has a distinct play style. They have their own unique class weapon and class ability that they can deploy in the battlefield. And it's really up to you, how you put those into play and use those to come out on top as you're dealing with all of the various different threats that you'll face within the world. So we're going to talk a little bit about scavengers here today, but before we get started, I want to introduce the rest of our panel. So joining us from Midwinter, we have Mary, Kyle, Carlos, Audrey, Luke, Jeremy, Ben, Amanda, and Chase.
Welcome. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey. We're all here.
Yes, we are.
Well, now that we're all here, before we get into some community questions, which I know everybody's excited about, let's first watch the trailer. You guys want to watch the trailer again?
Let's do it.
Every single time. Honestly.
I'd like to see it.
Yes. All right. We'll roll the thing.
When the asteroid struck, it remade our world. Your mission today shall not be easy. You won't go alone to the surface. In fact, I'm sending many teams. Collect the data I need. Take it if you must. Protect it if you can. The storms that plague this world are dangerously cold. Warmth will be essential to your survival.
Another day in paradise.
I've located several sites that warrant investigation. You'll need food to keep your stamina up. Arm yourself and scavenge whatever supplies you may find.
That's what I'm talking about.
Looks like we've got competition.
Let's do that again sometime.
I really don't get tired of seeing that. Do you guys?
Not at
I get
all.
hyped.
Yep.
I get little
I've watched
the
it
hairs.
3 times.
You watched it too many times. Well, okay, before we get into these community questions, I just want to first give a shout out to our awesome community. Take this opportunity to say thank you so much for following us for this whole journey that we've been on. Thank you for play testing, giving a bunch of feedback. It's been great to have you along for the ride throughout the development of this whole game. So thank you very much to our community. Everybody, thank you. We'll do a mini applause.
Thank you so much.
Woo. Okay, so let's get into some of the community questions because we have a bunch of them. And I'll start us off with a pretty easy one, I think, for Josh. Josh, are you ready?
Ready.
Okay. So you might have heard this question before, but what is the biggest difference in going from working at 343 to starting your own studio?
Wow, biggest difference. I mean, there's so many differences. I think, one of the reasons that we founded Midwinter was to get back to smaller scale game development, where everybody that's on the team, you talk to everybody every day. You have people who are building things all across the game where they're not super specialized in one particular area. And collaboration happens all the time. So I don't know, the biggest difference is got to be just size. Like and that's very intentional. When I left 343, my team there was probably 450, 500 people. And the team at Midwinter, we've grown a lot since we first started the studio. But we're about 40 people, as a core team. And that makes a huge difference. So I know everybody and I talk to everybody on the team every day, and I love that.
Yeah, I do like that too. I love the connection we all have. It's so nice, right? Everybody?
It's true.
They all agree with me.
Oh,
Lovely.
Nice.
I was just silenced for a minute. What?
Just awkward silence.
That might happen again in this show. Jeremy, you have a question.
Yeah, so we saw some awesome Scourge monstrosities in the trailer. If for some weird reason you were trapped on the planet and somehow turned into a Scourge monstrosity, which would you want to turn into?
I'll go with the Wretch because I like the jumping and the jumping and the spinning. That's my thing. That's my jam. I like to jump and
Jumping and spitting.
When we worked in the office, it was just Josh.
That's all he did. He just
over.
jumped and spit in the office.
You can't.
Sounds
We
very
have to
messy.
social distance now.
I'm kind of glad we're not in the office because then we have him doing that all the time.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's a good answer. Who else had questions?
So we have a community question. This question I also find hard to answer. Is Scavengers a battle royale game?
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean that. So the reason I'm inhaling, I've had these conversations and actually had a major debate with Angel 18 months ago as we were building the first playable for Scavengers. And I think number one, it comes down to what is a battle royale? For me, a battle royale is a game mode that involves a large number of players, let's say 50 to 100 players, in a big open environment where those players are competing to eliminate everybody else and be the last person standing. I mean, that's sort of literally where battle royale came from as an original, inspiration from the Japanese movie. And then you can add in, there's other known mechanics like the circle mechanic of constricting circles, forcing all the people together to get to that elimination moment at the end, finding, randomized weapons and things in the environment. So I think, if you look at it strictly through the lens of at least what I've defined a battle royale to be, no, it's not a battle royale because it's not an elimination focused game. But it does have a lot of aspects that it shares in common with battle royales.
I definitely feel the same, and mainly because you don't have to be the last team standing. You can still get off and make progress and be the winning team and not have killed anybody in the match.
Yeah.
It's hard to do, but it is possible.
I did it last week.
Yeah.
It felt really good, but it was pretty touch and go.
In quarantine, Josh, have you picked up any awesome new skills or things that you're doing to entertain yourself while stuck mostly at home?
Sorry, the first part is that have I picked up any new skills while being?
Yeah, or what's everyone's got their quarantine hobby that they just started doing. What's yours?
Yeah, mine is to look at whatever Jeremy's making for a cocktail and try to emulate that because he's always posting the most delicious cocktail recipes in Slack. So yeah, I would say I've done way too much personal cocktail management over the quarantine period.
That's funny. I too have picked up drinking.
Common pursuit right now.
Hey, if it's in fancy cocktails, it's an art. It's artistry.
It's true.
It's
true.
You should do per character cocktails and put those out on their social media.
Ooh, that's
yes.
good.
I mean,
That's
that
we can make a book.
Fantastic.
Jeremy, you're our mixologist. You need to come up with a cocktail.
More work for you, but
Yeah,
you
you don't have
it. No, that's
you don't have
fine.
anything else to do.
If somebody make a Jira ticket for me, that'd be great. Appreciate it.
Done.
So another community question: who is your favorite character to play and why?
Well, I think it's a good thing. Is that I was going to say my favorite character has changed a number of times. For quite a while, I was playing Tarek, the sniper, and I love having the ability to to play that long range style. But my current favorite is Cruz, because I love the ability to use his speed boost, Tailwind, and the fact that lets me move quickly, but also Tailwind leaves like a trail of energy behind Cruz as he runs, and his teammates can kind of slipstream into that and gain a movement boost as well. And I like that. I like being able to kind of like lead my team towards a particular location and have everybody kind of benefit from that speed boost. And then he's also got a sweet SMG that lets me tear people apart, probably because it's not quite balanced right now. So at least, yeah, his more powerful variant is it's pretty high damage output at the moment.
I think as a fellow cruise main, one of my favorite things is being able to kind of like be a resource gatherer as well. Like you can break off and go find some ammo, get your team some scrap, find some food, steal another team's vehicle if you've got the skills to do so. So I think that he adds like this other cool support aspect that normally like a fast-paced character isn't usually built around, which I think is awesome.
I think Jeremy's stolen my car at least 12 times already.
Probably my favorite thing. It's fun.
He's so sneaky. I snuck a kill out from somebody who'd been downed from another team. I finished the guy and stole the resources and ran away.
I like to find somebody's vehicle and then take it down till it's like one shot, and then try to draw them out, and then take it out just as they get on board, because it's like the ultimate grief move.
Insidious. That's all.
Why my vehicle keeps exploding every game?
Yes, Kyle.
Okay, moving on. Let's go to the next question.
So here's a community question. What's the craziest moment you have slid into while playing the game?
That I've slid into? I don't know. I love sliding. So slide is one of our kind of core traversal mechanics in the game. Allows you to gain speed while you're going down slopes. Allows you to conserve energy because you're not draining stamina while you're sliding. So I slide pretty much anywhere that I can. And I've had some pretty crazy moments where I've slid into. I've had times where I've slid into like a pack of wolves, and that has not ended well for me because I've gone flying off of a ledge down into an area. I've also slid into like a two-way team fight and managed to clean up some of the weaker players, which feels pretty cool. But I don't know if there's like specific moments, just that I love sliding.
You just talk about how cool it is to get kills as you're sliding.
Yeah.
Just like as you're just like going down the hill.
Doing a bow shot down the hill, you get that Legolas feeling going on. Oh, it's so fun.
It's so good for flanking in PvP too, because nobody expects someone just sliding down the hill behind them.
No, yeah, totally. Like there's times where people try to run away to try and heal up when they're low, and you can chase them down and slide down behind them, firing away at them, and it feels really sweet when you pull that off.
I think a lot of my crazy moments come with the bears because, they introduce so much chaos and you're like, okay, this is happening now.
I love the wildlife. Like my favorite moments have involved the wildlife. Getting attacked by multiple terrible, like terrifying animals. Great moment.
Didn't you
even
get
though you're
attacked
dying.
by 2 bears today?
I did. I respawned and there were bears right behind me and I immediately died again.
2 bears.
I still loved it though, because bears.
I love luring the bears into AI camps, and I kind of feel like Mother Nature's on my side as the bears just wreak havoc amongst all my foes. It's a pretty good time.
I've had a lonely Jay kite a bear into one of the infected bears into our team, and then just peace out. And we had to deal with this infected bear now, which is, if you haven't played the game, is a pain to deal with.
I might have done that.
There's been encounters where the Scourge Bears, our design team loves to grief all the other players, it would seem. We have a handful of them in here. I'm sure they can attest to that. But we were in an encounter and the Scourge Bear popped out. The Scourge were there. And then all of a sudden the team in a vehicle comes flying into the middle of the encounter and throwing grenades everywhere. And it's just the mix of different factions all at once with players creates some of the most chaotic, fun moments.
Okay, let's move on to the next question. This one is from Kyle.
We love to mention that the community has been a big part in our development process, but I think people would love to know in what ways are we involving our community in that.
Yeah, the community's been huge in our development. We started testing scavengers with a small community early in 2019, like pretty much right after we got the game into a reasonably playable state, when it was still not optimized, tons and tons of bugs, but we're able to bring people in, get the game in front of them, and then take their feedback and see what are the things that are working, what are the things that are not working. So we've really tapped into the community in a bunch of different ways. Like, obviously we have our social media channels, we have our Discord. That's awesome. That's a great source of feedback. But right within the game client itself, like, as you're playing the game, we have the opportunity for players to give us feedback, let us know, how did they enjoy that last session? What are the top things that are bugging them? What are the things that they most enjoyed today? And then after every playtest, we take all of that information, we kind of boil that down along with a ton of just data that we're collecting all the time about, where are people getting kills? Which weapons are more powerful than others? Are there spawn sites within the session that are out of balance and are allowing players to more quickly level up or gain points? So like for a relatively small team like ours, especially building a 60 player experience, it would be really, really difficult, if not impossible, to get the kind of quality feedback that we've got through our community throughout this process, especially at the scale that we want to run the game. So we owe a huge thank you to our community for all the feedback and all the energy that they brought to the game. We just couldn't do it without you. So thank you so much.
We have a question from the community. So a question on everyone's mind: will the game be coming to console?
So right now we're developing the game as a cross-platform title. So all of our playtests at the moment are on PC, but we definitely are planning to bring the game to console and enable cross-platform play because we love console. Many of the people on the team come from a console development background, and that's been something that we've been excited about from the beginning.
So there's your answer. All right, let's move on.
All right, moving on.
We have a question from the community for you. So when we do our internal playtest, we tend to have a lot of players in the lobby, and folks are wondering, how many players are we going to support when we are actually live?
How many total players do we want to support? As many players as possible. We support you. And I just want you to know, like, however many players that want to come to this, like, we will support you. We support players.
Everybody's welcome.
Yeah, everybody's welcome. Or do you mean in a single session? In a single session, we will support only 60 players. The rest of the players are on their own, but 60 can be in a single session. Outside of a session, we'll support all of you because we're supportive and we want to be supportive.
It's a weird answer.
Fan.
Thank you.
Play Scavengers.
Play Scavengers. PlayScavengers.com.
PlayScavengers.com. Moving on. So we have Amanda asking a community question.
I already talked about how much I love the wildlife, but what are the main survival aspects of the game?
Well, so it is definitely survival light. Like, for anybody who's played a hardcore survival experience, that's not this. Where we have some core survival systems that are part of the game, but they're within the context of a session-based multiplayer, competitive multiplayer experience. So in the game, we have a couple of systems. We have a body temperature system where because the environment is so cold and we have these roaming pockets of storms that present the threat of these really intense cold zones, if you allow your body temperature to drop too low, that will actually start to freeze over your health meter, and that will eventually lead to you dying and freezing to death. We also have a stamina or energy system. And so for any athletic moves that you do within the game, if you're jumping, you're dodging, you're mantling, you're sprinting, those all take energy. And over time, your energy will diminish and it replenishes to a point, but it gradually goes down in terms of your energy reserve. And the way you get that back is by eating food. And food can be found by scavenging, looking in different locations for food things, from hunting, and also gathering berries and things like that within the environment. But as I said, these are fairly light survival systems that make sense within the context of a competitive experience.
Yeah, when I first started playing, I was really happy to find it wasn't as intense as like Ark, because coming from a pretty hardcore Ark player, that can get pretty punishing.
It's crazy how they like just tie in kind of our game as a whole. Like I was chasing Kyle, I think in our playtest today, and I was like, man, I just want to shoot Kyle, but I knew that I was so cold that if he turned around and fired back, I wouldn't have had like the health reserves to be able to survive. So I like intentionally pulled back from attacking him when I could have probably normally, if I was full on heat, taking him out. But it was really cool.
That's just my natural intimidation factor, Jeremy. You're just so scared to fight against me that your character became cold in the game.
You're giving him chills. Okay, that's not what's happening. Okay. Did anybody have any other survival stories?
Well, and I think the other thing, like I'm talking specifically about, I guess, the systems and mechanics that relate to survival, but the other big part of survival in our game is the hostile environment that you're dealing with. So, Amanda's talking about bears and the threat of bears, and you've got wolves and you've got infected bears that are super scary and terrifying. And all of those things are coming into play along with the Scourge and the Outlanders. So, you're having to survive all of those things while staying warm, while staying fed, while contending with other players. So just making it out of a session of Scavengers is it's an accomplishment.
And the wildlife is scary, but not as scary as the storms. I mean,
storms are so scary.
Those things coming on you, and you might be driving along and you just can't see anything anymore. All the fires are put out, so if you were already cold, good luck. Get out of the storm.
You can see one coming and you're just looking for cover or someplace where you can hopefully not die during the storm when they're the higher storms. Definitely spend time worrying about that whenever I know one's on the way.
I think the scariest experience I've had is being in a storm and the fires are all out and then you hear the roar of a bear and you can't see it and you know it's coming for you and you just have to run.
Yeah, I don't think I've played another game where the storms are so intense, and so it's really awesome. We have another question from the community. This one is, what kind of player progression can we expect?
You know what? I'm probably not the right person to ask, but you have Ben on the line. He's designing our progression system, so he can talk probably a little bit about the research metagame that we're building into the game.
Yeah, so I mean, there's kind of two stages of progression. The first one is just in the match. You're going to have your kind of a little bit of progression there that's per match. So you'll find yourself leveling up and be able to craft some survival tools, new weapons, and cool stuff like that are going to benefit you as you go through. But then as you're playing the match, you're going to be finding resources, not very much because you have to get back off planet, that you get to take back with you. And those be used to research new technologies, research new weapons, items, new gear, as well as a whole bunch of cool cosmetic stuff that you're going to be able to take in, and whether you feel like you need it to be a more powerful player, or if you feel like it's going to just make you look better, because I think those are equally valid options here. That's going to be a big part of it. And so the research system is pretty cool, built on that very scavengey experience. We're looking to add other cool progression systems too. We're planning on, keeping this thing going for a long time. And so, we have a lot of good ideas, but those are going to be coming online much later. So should be fun.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, one thing I'll just add on that, like Ben talked a bit about the in-session progression, and I think what's cool about that is it gives you the sense of of leveling up and building your character within each game. But what Ben was talking about unlocking new weapons and gear and things, those you can put into your loadout for the session, and within the game you can craft a number of things. You sort of get to a certain level within a session, which unlocks the ability to craft a particular weapon or upgrade or item. And then you're also gathering scrap, which is the core resource that you use to build those things. And it's those two kind of checks and balances that offset some of the more powerful weapon variants that you can unlock and build into the game. So you could decide to bring in the more powerful version of Valora's shotgun, for example, which does a little bit more damage, has a higher ammo reserve. But if you do that, you're not going to be able to craft it until later in the match, and it's going to cost more resources to craft. And so those are kind of a couple of areas where we balance that choice and potential greater power within the session, so that you're not just unlocking something that's more powerful, coming in and wrecking shop from go.
Another community question for you. Taming bears, yes or no?
Yeah, so that's interesting because we kind of had this in the game at one point. I actually implemented this myself, where you could, at one point you could summon a bear. I think you threw a piece of meat or something, and it was one of the abilities that I was prototyping, and you could summon a bear called Jellybean. Is that right?
Yeah, it was Jellybean.
Yeah, Jellybean.
Yeah, and then Jellybean would come and follow you around and fight on your behalf. So anytime you weren't in combat, Jellybean would just be sort of like following along behind. And then if there was someone threatening you in some way, then Jellybean would go and attack. It was kind of cool. It was kind of fun. We pulled it out because it had a bunch of problems and it didn't really fit the sort of player fantasy that we were going for with the characters. So yeah, I don't know about taming bears.
Okay, I have a last question from the community, and it's another one that's kind of ridiculous, but I would like to see it myself. It's the obvious question that no one has answered yet. Can we throw snowballs in the game, Josh?
One day.
One day.
Like, that's the dream, right? Is to be able
It's
to.
not hard to do, eh? Like, it's pretty easy.
I'm making you an honorary Canadian for that A.
It just pops out sometimes. Jeremy was nodding his head no. It's very hard. Snowballs are hard?
Yeah, it's one of those things that's like, no, it's a snowball. It's fine, when in actuality it's like this massive feature that is
it snowballs.
It's big.
It's so everything's a little bit more work than it seems on its surface. But I would love to have snowballs. Like when you're unarmed and you're running around, if you could like pack a little snow and then use that to draw the bear. You could draw the bear.
All right, hear me out. You're sliding, you stick your hand out, you build like this big snowball, and at the end of your slide, you can like lob it. Done.
I love it.
That's a great idea.
The snowballs could stun people though, right? So it could just stun them for a minute, and that gives you a chance to do a J melee attack with a halberd?
What if I could throw a snowball at a bear, and then when the bear turns around, my character can point to an outlander. Thereby, I've tamed the bear, and we've killed two birds with one stone at that point.
With one snowball.
Oh, very good.
Oh, nice.
Very good.
So good.
On that note, I think we're going to end it. Thank you, everybody, for asking questions. Thank you to the community for asking them. We want to make sure that you know there's a play test. And by the time you see this, it'll probably be like the next day or two. So go sign up at playscavengers.com. Josh, do you have an outro to this? Awesome
Everybody can play. Go sign up, play the game, give us your feedback, let us know what you think, help us out. We love getting feedback from everybody. So yeah, everybody can play. Just go to playscavengers.com and we'll see you in the game.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, remember, goodbye.
Y'all come back now here.
Bye. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
That's
Cascade.
We'll be right back. Hello and welcome to EGX 2020 Digital. I'm John Linneman with Digital Foundry, but today I'm here to talk about all things Doom Eternal DLC, all the stuff, and I am joined, of course, very graciously by Hugo Martin and Marty Stratton from id Software. Guys, welcome.
Hello. Thank you. Hi.
So yeah, I guess let's start off. Obviously, 2020 has been a crazy year, but we did get Doom Eternal back in the spring. Let's start with how did it go? How did it feel to get the game out the door? Were you guys happy with the reception that you got when it did hit? Let's hear some thoughts about this.
Yeah, it was amazing. We had just gone into work from home about 2 weeks, a week and a half before we launched, and so it was as we're talking right before this, the whole world was kind of going crazy. So it was odd to basically be packing up the entire studio and heading out right as we were heading into what was going to be our launch party and getting our collector's editions and all of that. So it was a little weird, and it was definitely everybody rallied around the launch. We had our services team on deck, and the knock at Bethesda all geared up from their houses, something we had never expected to do. But our IT team did an amazing job getting everybody home with all of their gear, which is an undertaking, again, we had never thought that we would have to do, and it happened in just a matter of a few days. And people really just pulled together and supported it. And then the fan response was phenomenal. I mean, it's always fun to launch a game. But particularly something that we really kind of came into this launch feeling very confident. We'd gotten the little bit of extra time, from Bethesda to polish the game as we wanted and fix bugs. So we came into it pretty confident and very proud of the game. And the fans responded as always, like they do, with just humorous enthusiasm, I would call it. They go on and talk about what it feels like to be the Slayer and how badass the game makes them feel and all of that, and of course great reviews. So it was a huge boost for the team, huge boost for morale as we were all kind of settling into work from home, and it's just continued. I mean, it's been fantastic. We love watching videos, we love watching streams, watching Ultra Nightmare runs. Hearing people still talk about it, it's been fantastic.
So I guess I'm curious then, did the popularity of the Marauder take you guys by surprise? Was that something you were hoping would catch on, or was it sort of an experiment? Like, okay, we're going to try this new type of enemy in here and see how it takes off.
You're muted.
Hugo's muted.
We were hoping that it would the most common phrase uttered since work from home started. You're muted.
We were hoping that that we'd get the response we wanted. We anticipated frustration for sure from some players. We as a studio, we feel that frustration is a part of engagement. Nothing that is engaging is necessarily going to come easy to the player. If you think about most things, just in sports, life, video games, the challenge that is the most rewarding, the power fantasy that is the most rewarding, is the one that is earned, not just handed to you. So you definitely are presented with like a unique combat puzzle, and then you have to kind of master it, and then eventually the Marauder becomes easy, which is what we knew would happen. That's what happened internally. So much so that some players thought it was an exploit. It was like, no, he's designed to encourage you to switch your weapons, like to DPS combo him to take advantage of that falter window. So overall, it's been fantastic. I told the programmers several times that this would be their Michelangelo. I think the stuff that's going on. I'm sorry, they're Michelangelo's David. The stuff that's going on under the hood to get him to do what he's doing, to respond the way he does, is really, really. It's some sophisticated stuff. And Jake, our principal programmer of AI, he could really go into detail, I'm sure, about all the amazing things that are happening there to get him to behave that way. I think that it's accurate to say too that initially people assume while they're trying to learn him and going through that whole early part of the experience with the Marauder, you think that he's breaking the game, but he's really not. He's actually taking everything in the game that the game has asked you to do up to that point, and he's making you do it super fast. Like prioritizing enemy targets, you want to get rid of everybody so you could fight him in peace. And that basically says, hey, you know all that kill and arena stuff that you've been doing the whole game? Well, now you got to do that really fast because he's basically on your ass. And if you don't do it really fast, he's there, it's going to be a problem. So you have to kind of like do everything you did before, but do it super fast. He relies mostly on the ability to aim and shoot with precision, which is a skill that you're going to need in the final parts of the Doom game. And I just like to think that once you've mastered the Marauder and you could beat him relatively easily, then you're really the Doomslayer. I mean, you've conquered the experience for sure. And there's really nothing left in the game that you can't just smash.
That's really interesting. I'm really happy to hear your response to the internet's response to it, because when something like this hits, you often get this feeling where you have some fans that love it, but then you have other fans that hate it, and they kind of go back and forth. And, I'm thinking from your perspective as a designer, you have to kind of pick and choose, I guess, where to stick to your guns and be like, no, this is the way he's supposed to be. This is what we want it to do. And it sounds like you guys are really happy with the results, and I am too, honestly. I think the Marauder is pretty awesome. So
people who get frustrated, you have that in everything, if 10 out of 10 people aren't going to feel the same way about anything,
Oh, yeah.
So I think for us, it's not something that we let stop us just because a few people had some issues with something. Because again, if you take anything in any game and ask 10 people what they think, they're not all going to have the same opinion, about parts of games or about games, as a whole. So Doom is a game that, is meant for everyone. We have difficulty settings there for a reason, to try to reach a nice broad audience. We want that power fantasy. We want everybody to be able to earn their black belt, as we say. But, along the way, sure, you're just going to have some people who find certain things more challenging than others. But frustration is a part of engagement. Like video games
exactly.
should not become an exercise of I was frustrated once, it's not a good game. There's no listen, last night I can't tell you how many times playing Warzone that I've nearly broken my controller, but that's a good game, and the frustration in the moment, I am frustrated, but if it's fair, as I think the Doom is, the occasional bug aside that is not fair, those we continue to polish out of the entirety of the experience. But when it's fair and I feel like I know what I did wrong, then I scream and yell, and then I pick up the controller and I'm ready to try again. If it's the game that screwed me over, then I'm not sure I want to keep playing.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. All right. So obviously we'll be seeing some more Marauder soon, no doubt, because you guys have the ancient gods on the way. Yeah, see, that's what I want to get to next. So first of all, how long have you guys actually been working on it? And at what point in the project did you say, okay, we're going to make this standalone? Because for me, I think that's really great. And it's almost like an old throwback in some ways to some of the old expansion packs. So I guess even more forward looking, because like you say, really being standalone means no Doom Eternal requirement. Like, what led to this?
I mean, we were experimenting with the idea of standalone a while back. There actually has to be some kind of technical things put in place very, very early on that allow for it and make it feasible. So we kind of put that stuff in place actually a couple years ago, and set ourselves up to be able to do it. We've talked all throughout development about how we approach the DLC and what we want to do. We made the call on what we were going to do for this DLC. I would say midpoint last year.
Okay.
About I'm kind of winging that. I think that's about when it was. And we had made the decision already to kind of have it be standalone, so it fit. I think it's, it is important to note that the Ancient Gods part 1 and 2, it's kind of built as a 2-part thing. it is built for people who have basically gotten their black belt, as Hugo says. You know, it's meant to challenge people who are familiar with the experience.
Uh-oh.
Thing. I mean, you start as the fully loaded Slayer. You have all of the weapons, all of the mods, everything's mastered, all of the runes. So you are this ultra powerful thing right out of the gate. And if you're familiar with shooters, I think it'll be fun actually to come in, jump in, and if you want to kind of get into Doom Eternal at a lower price point, you can grab that DLC and have the fully mastered Slayer experience, kind of like turning on all the cheat codes when you're playing the original games, and have a really interesting, fun, engaging experience. I would hope that most of those people then go back and want to get the full campaign and kind of progress through it that way too. But I think it's interesting. It's kind of I wouldn't call it an experiment, but I think again, it's built for people who have played Doom Eternal, and we expect most of our players to have played Doom Eternal. But it gives people who have some shooter experience that want to jump in, gives them that opportunity. It also comes with battle mode, which is cool. I think that's
oh, yeah, right.
So you get the DLC and you get battle mode, and we're really proud of kind of the progress we've made on battle mode. Lots of great stuff has been improved within the game. So it's a great time getting the DLC to jump into battle mode. And it's a very similar experience because in battle mode, you are the fully loaded Slayer as well. So there's some synergies there that I think are cool. As far as how long we've been working on this, we started a bit last year, but mostly I would say the bulk of development has been done this year. It's built as it's very ambitious. I think our team, we kind of had set out on what we wanted to do, and then we went to work from home, and obviously that just kind of turns over everybody's tables, and we have a totally different level of efficiency and how we how fast things transfer over the networks and all that kind of stuff. So it's definitely challenged the team to stay on track with it, but they've done an amazing job. And as you'll see, as people have seen in the trailer, the scope of it is pretty awesome. I mean, we're doing some things. I just got to hand it to Tony, our art team, our Lear, the level designers, Jerry and his team. The scope of what they've done for a DLC is really impressive. It pushes the boundaries of even things we did in Doom Eternal from a visual and world building perspective. So it'll take people on a pretty awesome adventure.
It looks like it's all mostly, if not all, new environments as well. So you built all new art in addition to all these new levels.
Yes. It's this, as Marty said, the scope of what we've been able to accomplish here is really going to blow people away. I think in some cases it rivals and even surpasses some of what's in Eternal. The team overall, all of us together, I think again we just keep getting better at making Doom games. So and I don't think we've made our best Doom game yet. Wow. You'll see it in the DLC. There's just some moments, some sequences, some of the locations, some of the things we're going to ask you to do. It's really cool. We were able to push things in some ways that I think are really pretty exciting.
That's cool. So I'm actually thinking then, so you're designing this for people that have played Doom Eternal, but anybody can jump in. So I'm curious, like, how does it differ for you guys in terms of actually building levels that don't take that player progression into account? I mean, you're starting with all the weapons, you're supposed to be experienced, so there's not that ramp up of like teaching players new things. Like, how has that changed your approach to making these levels?
They got to be harder, to be honest. The difficulty settings allow you to make it for everyone. That's the big difference with our game. I mean, like, I'll hear people throw out that it's like, oh, it's turning into like a super hard game. Like, we have difficulty settings. We've got Sentinel armor for boss fights. You could put it on easy, like, and we've tuned it specifically so no matter what difficulty you play it on, the experience is still the same. You still got to shoot weak points. You still got a chainsaw. You still got to prioritize targets. The fun zone, as we call it, really doesn't change. The speed at which you have to make decisions and the number of mistakes you're allowed to make, all of those things increase on easy. So I'm sorry, it slows down on easy, and you're allowed to make more mistakes on easy. So it's definitely at an overall pace that I think is reasonable for players who need that type of difficulty setting. But I think it allows us to say, you have your black belt. This is a fully kitted Slayer. The F-22 has all the missiles and all the guns. And so we have to throw enough at you to be able to account for that and push you, like test your mastery of those tools in new ways, really put you as a combat puzzle, as we say, give you new combat puzzles to solve. The game is really not fun when you're not being pushed. That's really it. It rides that razor's edge. It's kind of like, do I want to climb a mountain that no one's ever made it to the top? No. Do I want to climb like Mount Everest, where the skilled, only the strongest can survive? Absolutely, that's what I want. I don't want to take on like a mediocre challenge. That Doom is a skill-based game. The difficulty settings allow us to reach people of a variety of skills, but it is still a skill-based game. We don't rely on loot. We're not a looter shooter, so it is not. It's not an RPG. It's not a looter shooter. It's
Thank
not an
goodness
open
for
world
that.
game. Yeah, well, I love those. I love those games. I just think different set of requirements. Different expectations, different development teams, different studios. So where id Software is built to make a skill-based shooter. And so knowing that you're going to begin the DLC with all of the tools, which means you're insanely strong. We had to tune the difficulty and the challenge in the DLC accordingly.
So
it's actually something. It's funny, just real quick, because Hugo says, you're insanely strong. It's actually something you kind of need to remind yourself when you start playing it. I think I've had this experience playing through it where I've tried to play it like early levels of Doom Eternal, and I'm not as successful. I have more trouble than if I just basically tell myself, you have everything. It's like playing the last levels of the game, where you are just, you're switching fast. You realize that your cooldowns are really low. You have double grenades, that you can launch. Like, you need to remind yourself, like, I am a beast right now. And then as soon as you kind of embrace that, you actually are I've been much more successful. But when you're kind of like picking and popping, it makes it more challenging for sure.
Yeah, I can imagine. One thing I've thought about, and I'm curious to hear how you feel about this, but after playing through a Doom Eternal, I kind of felt like this is a game that captures the entire history of id Software, where you have a little bit of everything. It's got when you're playing single player, it has the intensity of like a deathmatch game, like, playing Quake 3 Arena, but it's still got that complex level design of the original Quake and Doom. It's still got all the single player elements, and you're just like combining. It's even got some of the horror kind of dark tones and spots. Like, it just feels like everything came together to create this one thing. It's like id Software, the game.
It is. I think it's a celebration of id Software as much as it is a celebration of the Doom brand, for sure. I mean, it's if you're a fan of Doom, you're a fan of id, I know for all of us, we came to id to make Doom games, but really to just make id games. Like most people who are a fan of, most people who work at id, the younger generation, people who weren't there from the beginning, like a Kevin Cloud or something, we're just fans of id games, so we want to make those kinds of games. So I think it's accurate to say that it is a celebration of not just Doom, but you bring up the point that it is an arena shooter. I mean, it is an arena shooter but PvE, and a segment of our audience is actually multiplayer only players. Like, if you looked at the pie chart of the kind of players that we attract id fans, we attract FPS fans, but there's also this new growing segment in our Doom games of people who might only play fast-paced shooters like Call of Duty, who find this game and say, holy cow, like, I get the same buzz from conquering an arena in Final Sin and Doom Eternal on Ultraviolence that I do playing Warzone or some other skill-based multiplayer shooter, first-person shooter. So we're really proud of that audience too. I mean, because look, they're looking for something that's fast-paced, competitive, and really test their skills. And Doom has that for them. I think one of the, to see Shroud, who we don't talk to Shroud. There's no sort of connection that we have with him. We're fans of him like anyone else. But to see him organically pick up Doom, the last 2 Doom games, and play it, and watch his audience kind of, ask him to play it on Nightmare to see how good he is, and to see him play it. And I mean, he's good at everything he plays. But that stuff is, we're really proud of that. So yeah, it kind of combines multiplayer, the history of it, the Doom brand all together to make what we feel like in the marketplace is a really unique experience, because not many people are making the type of game we make right now.
No, it's true.
Which we're really proud of.
Yeah, for sure. So I am curious though, one of the biggest changes, I guess, with Doom Eternal compared to even 2016 and anything prior was there was a little bit more focus on story, a lot of like storytelling sequences. Should we expect to see something like that again in the Ancient Gods? Are you changing the approach there? Is this a continuation of Doom Eternal?
It is. It's basically in a 2-part DLCs, part 1 and 2. It'll be the conclusion of the arc of the story that started in Doom 2016. So kind of like our Return of the Jedi. There are more stories to tell inside of this Doom universe, but for now, this is going to be the conclusion of that arc, that story arc that began with Samuel Hayden and stuff, and the Doomslayer being found in that sarcophagus. The DLC will continue the story from Doom Eternal, and look, ultimately, we want to take you to incredible places, shoot really awesome guns against super badass bad guys and meet really interesting characters and do cool things. The Doom universe and fleshing that out allows us the opportunity to do that. We don't want to give you it's not a corridor shooter. We don't want to stay on Mars or stay in hell and just go to these boring locations. We really want to go to fantastic locations and explore different, as we push out into the far reaches of the Doom universe, you're going to see some really, really cool things. I mean, we were able to take you to heaven, but it's our interpretation of heaven, as a player, for me to go to Urdak and that to be like some modern interpretation of heaven, I think is really cool as a player and the characters I get to meet. So yeah, we'll definitely be doing lots and lots more of that. And I think you saw that in the trailer.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I got to ask though, there's references to the old Doom comic in Doom Eternal. Who did that? I gotta know. Who
drew the comic?
Yeah, to bring the comic into Doom Eternal like that, because there's direct references to it. I thought that was great.
It's just part of the Doom brand. I mean, Doom 26. when we rebooted Doom, it's accurate to say that we took all of the Doom brand, not just there's very much like there's what people there's like what an actual movie or game was, and then if it becomes a cult classic, it's kind of also what it becomes. Right. Like what the Thing was when John Carpenter released it in the 80s and what it is now. If you were to remake the Thing, you'd have to take into account how people feel about the Thing, like the all of the sort of what's happened around it, as it's become this cult classic. So Doom is very much like that, and the comic is as much part of the brand. The famous line, that famous page that everybody shares, guts, you must have huge guts, like that's, so that's a good example of like, we didn't just want to make a remake of Doom 1993. We wanted to really make a reboot of the Doom brand as a whole, how people felt about it. I often laugh because people associate metal music with Doom, but like, yes, Doom 3 had a lot of metal music in it, but the original Doom had like jazz. It had like, when you think about some of some of the music in the original Doom game, I mean, it wasn't Metallica speed metal,
but no, not at all.
But people associate that with Doom. I mean, Doom very much became about this, the metal horns, and we love that. That's how we think of Doom. So roping those things in, that's just a good example of how like what the game is and what it became, a little bit different. And we really wanted to capture the spirit of Doom.
So actually thinking of music, that's one of the most interesting things. For the DLC, you've brought in perhaps my single favorite modern day shooter composer, Andrew Hulshut, along with David Levy. and that's very exciting. But I got to know, like, how did this come about? Like, when did you guys reach out to them? What led you? What led you to his door?
I mean, he was at our door.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
We've known him. We've actually known Andrew a long time. He's here in Dallas.
Oh,
so,
okay, great.
So we know him from game dev drink ups. He's always at QuakeCon. We've been a fan of the stuff he's worked on. You know, I mean, he's very prolific on the internet. The Dusk stuff is amazing. So, I mean, like literally, it's been years that he's. I think I have probably 3 of his demo CDs that he's handed over the years. And again, many conversations at our favorite bars in Old Plano and stuff like that. So he's been around a long time, and you know, his passion for the brand and for just for the style of music is been, you know, top of mind for a long time. So when we basically kind of sent out Chad, who's our audio lead, started sending out some requests, and he was right at the top of the list. We've seen, you know, people talk about him. Change my headphone here. We've seen people. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, cool. People have been talking about him on Reddit and YouTube for a long time. So we know the fans have liked his music as well. And so we started gathering. Chad started gathering some demos from a number of people. Andrew's stuff obviously stood out right from the beginning. He had done some stuff specifically to try to get the job on this. And same with David. You know, just had done some great work in the past that we were all fans of, and again produced a really great demo. I think one of the really cool things that helped was the direction that Chad had provided, and all of us had talked about, Hugo had pushed, is not trying to just copy Doom music, not trying to copy, you know, the sound of Mick Gordon.
Right.
It's very unique. I mean, he's obviously a massive talent unto himself, and has, you know, an incredible sound. But you know, we wanted what these guys could bring to Doom themselves, and obviously everything in the past, whether it's the original Doom music or what we've had in 2016 in Doom Eternal, is a massive influence on that. I really think it gave them the opportunity to apply their own, you know, their own sensibilities and their own soul into what they did, and it's fantastic. I mean, just couldn't be happier with what they both produced. I think people are really going to dig it. Playing in the Equestrian Halt level, the Maker City, kind of destroyed Maker City, it's incredible. I mean, I was playing through the earlier levels last night, and it's great. I mean, it's really, I couldn't be happier with what they've produced. It's been awesome.
Which is really interesting. I think this is cool because it's also going to give the whole DLC pack kind of its own unique vibe, which is something we don't often see in this sort of thing. So I'm really excited to hear how that turns out. But
I think it works well because of what Hugo was talking about. You know, Doom is, people think it's just metal, and trust me, I mean, you know Andrew's music well enough to know that he can do that. But you know, I mean, like what's great is that it really does hold up. Like visually, it holds up to quite a bit of musical diversity, whether it's synths or something more alternative or something heavier. It really, I think the way that our Hugo and our art team have pushed the visuals of the game to, like, truly, like, again, I said it in Doom Eternal when we were out talking about Doom Eternal, you're going to see things that you've never seen before in a Doom game. Like it's going to happen again with the DLC. There's stuff, I mean, like right off the bat, the first level, the massive turbulent ocean you're in the middle of on the rig, the hell swamps in the second level, and then the whole in the last level, the forest you start in is truly like nothing you've seen visually in a Doom game, and the music has to adapt to support that as well. It has to be something you haven't heard. It has to match, and I think these guys really did a great job of finding that synergy, and I think it works really, really well.
That's cool. So yeah, obviously thinking of you mentioned like the first area there, the DLC with the ocean and the rain. So that's obviously id Tech 7 getting the job done with those new systems. I do kind of want to talk a little bit of tech. I'm curious now. We're getting closer to the launch of we're getting closer to the launch of the next generation consoles. If you guys come up with anything like maybe 120 hertz support, ray tracing, anything like that we might see on those new consoles, or is that still kind of in flux?
It's not in flux. It's just stuff that we haven't talked about yet. So us. We love technology. Our team just wants to be. We want to be the best at everything, whether that's game design or visual design or technology design. So they are on top of all of those things, and we're excited, very excited about the next gen hardware. We were obviously a big part of the of NVIDIA's 3080 launch. I mean, we released some amazing gameplay, and the game just screams on that hardware. So Billy talked about kind of what that hardware allows us to do. So it kind of doesn't matter what side of the hardware we're coming from, whether it's next gen consoles or the Switch or the highest end PC stuff. We really want to be the best on it, and so without saying too much, I think you can look forward to us really trying to push on the next gen as well, and we'll have a moment to talk about all that stuff in the not too distant future.
And I think you guys had said earlier that for owners of Doom Eternal, this upgrade for next gen stuff is included with that. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
That's really cool. Yeah, actually,
yeah,
though,
I got to hand it to Sony and Microsoft. They're doing a good job of supporting that as well. So I think that gamers benefit, and putting that choice in our hands. Obviously, we're gonna, we want gamers to feel comfortable about buying the game right now, knowing that if they're gonna buy the hardware in the future, they'll get the upgrade.
Now, I'm sure you can't say too much about these plans, but it would be cool to see. Is there any chance of seeing like a retail release of Doom Eternal with all the DLC, all the enhancements, like just a final version? You know what I mean? Like a complete package.
I think there's always a chance of something like that. That's tends to be. That's kind of a conversation we have with our sales team at Bethesda, and they always have a really good sense of how something like that would do and whether it's worth it. But I love that kind of stuff. I love of the complete editions, maybe some kind of cool new tchotchke with it or something like that. Those are always fun.
Yeah, definitely. That would be great. Also, I guess I do have to ask again, since do you have anything more to say about the Nintendo Switch version? Is that coming along okay? Any ideas when we might hear more news on that?
Yeah, I wish I could say. I wish I could give you like specific, because I know I read all the comments. When we say anything about Doom Eternal, like there's always the 1 out of every 5 comments is how about you tell us about the Switch? So I know people are anxious. We just kind of don't want to. We're trying to make it the best, the best version of the game it possibly can be. We've been working with Panic Button. They're also like everybody in work from home. So it's taken a little bit longer to get there. But we just don't. We want it to be everything it possibly can be. It's very close, and we're kind of we're trying to be very uncompromising with what it needs to be, because we know there's a high demand for it. So we will be talking about it in the not too distant future. It is close, but I can't say exactly how close.
That's very cool then. So you guys obviously you mentioned the new NVIDIA cards, which are looking pretty great. What did you think of the whole 1000 FPS tests I saw recently? That's just kind of insane.
It is. I like when I watched that video, I thought I'm no chemist, but I felt like he should be wearing gloves or something when he's working with all of that liquid nitrogen. That scared me a little bit, but I pictured him kind of spilling it on his hand and his fingers falling off. Yeah, exactly. But I think that's awesome. I mean, it's like the most impractical thing ever, but like it's amazing that people want to do it and want to push it, and I think it's amazing that the tech can do it. Like,
yeah, that's the thing. It Tech 7 being able to even do that, like a modern engine running at 1,000 frames per second. I mean, I think people watching may not realize just how big of an accomplishment that is. Like the sheer optimization that has to happen, even with super powerful hardware. That's incredible. So
it really is, and I mean, it's just it's funny. We you know, when we're hiring people and we're going through the interview process, they ask often, like, what do you like about working at id Software? What's the best part of working at id Software? And inevitably, like across the team, no matter who you ask, they'll say it's the people and the talent and the drive and the craftsmanship is something that Hugo hits on a lot. And that's it. I mean, it's just like the team. It's not about just doing what we have to. It's about really trying to do the absolute very best. And it's not even something you have to ask people to do. That's not like, that never comes up. I never have to be like, come on, can you just try to do the best? It's what people do. I mean, you know, Hugo driving the creative and what they try to do and accomplish in a DLC, and then, you know, what our tech team tries to do with the engine to make it capable of running at 1,000 frames per second. Again, when there's no, we don't get any money for that. There's nothing other than just pure love and joy for the craft going into doing that. So it's all the people, man. It's just that they're just amazing. I mean,
that's awesome.
It's the id way, I think. I don't know.
Speaking of sort of a tangential thing, I see that the Doom Classic release just got an update this week. I'm really happy to see that you guys are, you know, the teams are still working on this. I mean, it launched last year and I was not super kind to the initial release for various reasons, but I think it's quite a success story and that it's been completely turned around. Like, how involved are you guys with are you guys with that Doom Classic stuff, and how are you feeling about the state of it?
It's awesome. I'm actually glad you recognize it and brought it up, because yeah, there's it's a small group internally, but you know, interestingly enough, it's Kevin Cloud who's wow, like been, you know, long time. He drives that work and works with those mod authors, along with Mike Rubitz, another team member. And yeah, it's been incredibly successful. I mean, like, just, you know, for a game, obviously it's Doom, so it's popular, but so many people have it. But I think, again, it's just, you know, there's a love for it, and a lot of just a lot of great gameplay that's been out there a long time. And I think the fact that they've you know, they've been working with just some fantastic mod teams that are still doing amazing work, have done amazing work, and are still invested in it. It just speaks volumes about the brand, the people, the community. And it's been really, really fun to be able to kind of come back and support that and bring things that normally were just accessible to people who wanted to go out and find the mods, to bring it to, you know, you buy Doom now on the current gen consoles or your Switch, and you can get these mods that are really, really cool.
Yeah, they're excellent.
So yeah, kudos to Kevin and Mike for all of that, and you know, again, it's really been doing pretty well. And Doom 64 did fantastic.
Oh yeah,
as well.
I talked with those guys as
so-
well in a video, and yeah, like that work was exceptional as well. They really went the extra mile to ensure that it was accurate right down to the way they filtered the textures. It's like a perfect replica of Doom 64. So I think those fans really appreciate that. So that's great. I think
absolutely, it's fun to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's real. I really have to stress this. Like, I don't want to say it's unprecedented, but it's not that common to see something what happened with Doom Classic, where something's put out, it has obvious issues, and then over the course of the year, not only are all of those problems solved, but like tons of stuff is added to it. So that's really a rare thing in this industry these days to see that, especially for a non-online kind of game like that. So that's very commendable. So I respect that a lot.
Cool. We appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Cool. Well, I should probably ask Hugo a little bit more about some of the ancient god stuff since he's on that side. First of all, are there any new mechanics in there? I heard something about something called the Spirit. What's up with that? How does that work?
It is an AI that possesses. It's the summoner from Doom 2016, but with a twist. It will go and jump inside of another AI and possess them. And when an AI is possessed, they're harder to kill. Their weak point off, and they take more damage, and they don't falter, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it actually makes the AI really tough because they could shoot you. When an AI falters, they're no longer able to respond because they're stuck in an animation where they're flailing. It's in the game to give the weapons more impact, but also to balance the game. Like if I shoot someone with a ballista, he has a big falter, he's no longer a threat to me, then I could follow up with another shot. And it's why DPS combos are so effective. When you take away the AI's ability to falter, that means they'll eat a ballista shot and they'll just keep shooting at you, which is cool because that enables us to, in a clever way, make them more threatening. So we also kind of lowered the damage of certain weapons that we know players kind of rely on. So like chain gun, certain things won't be quite as effective against these guys. So it really pushes you into using different weapons and tools to kill them. And then once you have killed the possessed AI, the spirit pops out of him. And the only way to kill the spirit, the spirit is then vulnerable for a few seconds before she picks another target. And in that time, that's where you have to take advantage of it, and you kill them with the plasma beam, the microwave beam on the plasma, the mod for the plasma rifle, that Ghostbusters beam that shoots out. So when you use that, you're held in place and you're vulnerable to other AI. So there's this really interesting dynamic that happens that so I need plasma. The plasma shares resources with the ballista. So the ballista super shotgun combo that we know everybody likes to use, that's now going to be kind of taken out of the equation, because if I ballista super shotgun this character to kill them, then when it comes time to fry them with the plasma beam, with the microwave beam, I won't have enough ammo. So you're going to want to, it's a really interesting resource, management tweak where shit, I can't use the ballista, so I got to use something else. And then I also have to kind of take care of certain AI, or make sure that I do this in a certain place that I don't get killed while I'm trying to zap the spirit once it comes out. So it in a really subtle way, it kind of changes the dynamic of the combat quite a bit. And then
actually, how does the spirit determine which creature to go after next? So you knock it out of one enemy by killing it, and then it's free. How does it determine where it goes next?
It prioritizes heavies, so it can go into fodder, and it won't go into an empowered demon. So if you have empowered demons on it, it won't possess one, but it mostly will prioritize heavies always. And then if you haven't done that, it'll go into like an imp or a fodder class.
Oh man, a spirit possessed Mancubus sounds terrifying to me.
It is when he put it's and if you don't kill it, then and you kill the possessed demon, but you for whatever reason weren't able to kill the spirit, then it's going to go into the next heavy. And throughout the course of an encounter, we know that they escalate. So a marauder might come in at the end of the encounter, or just a number of really nasty things. So you're highly motivated to want to kill this thing soon, because if you don't, then it's going to go into other things that are even worse.
Like the marauder.
Or you keep it alive because you don't want to take the chance of not being able to kill the spirit. So then you just kind of avoid this particular AI while you take care of everything else. So in so many subtle ways, it influences the encounter.
That's cool. That's and that's something that will appear on all difficulty modes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, it shows up in one of the levels, and then it'll be throughout. And then we'll have it there to use for like master levels in the future.
Cool. All right. So how many marauders can we expect to see at once? Are you cranking it up 3, 4? Like, what are we talking here?
We max out in one encounter with 5 at a time. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's never more than 2, and we don't do that too many times. That is definitely like the ultimate test,
Right.
I would tell you that a buffed marauder is actually, I think, worse than 2 marauders. Personally, there's an encounter where we purposely make you fight a buffed marauder, and you have to defeat him until you get rid of in order to pass through. So, yeah, you'll at best you fight 2, and then there's a few peppered in there throughout the experience. 2 is quite the challenge, because they summon, really, it's not so much 2 marauders that's tough, it's 2 wolves at a time that is tough. Like once they both summon their wolves, dealing with 2 of those things is a giant pain in the ass. So we definitely had to balance around that encounter too, because I said this in an interview that, like, you don't want to have too many fodder that are really challenging during that encounter. 2 marauders by themselves is really good.
Yeah.
We had one time where we had like some gargoyles or like a bunch of like more challenging AI in there with them, and that's way too much. Like,
I agree. Yeah.
So it again, it's fair but challenging. That's the goal, like. So I know what I need to do, and it seems achievable. It's just a challenge. When you do more than 2 marauders and a bunch of Hell Knights, that's when you're kind of throw up your hands, push the keyboard away, and say, I can't do this. So we think it's really engaging. That's all we really care about, is that it's engaging and really pushes the player to master the experience.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, I guess I'm also just kind of amazed. Again, you were saying you guys kind of started this late last year and have been mostly working on it this year, and it's almost complete. How the heck are you making these levels so quickly? I mean, is this just the result of the evolution of the id Tech tools? I mean, is it just making your artists more efficient? Or are you guys just that good? Or is it a combination of both?
I think we're getting, I wouldn't say we're that good at everything. We're getting that good at making Doom games. I think we're the world's leading expert on making Doom levels. So that's it, and we are getting better at it. Also, I mean, look, it's a DLC, so it's an extension. All the hard lessons learned on Eternal, I mean, that's really where the development time comes in, is like finding the fun zone, as I've described it many times, refining what that experience is, what the rule set is, how we keep you in the fun zone, all of those things, the balance. That's what the years of development are spent on Eternal. With the DLC, I tell the guys, it's like we get to create with all the crayons in the box, all of these tools that we made, and we get to add a few new ones in DLC to craft these experiences. But the lessons that we learned on Eternal, we lean on in DLC. So, but I have to say, we do add quite a few new things. I think the way that we combine these things together, and with some new things that we've thrown in, it definitely makes for a challenging new experience.
That's really cool. Have you guys looked into this? Might just be beyond the scope of the studio at this point, but the engine is so powerful. Have you looked into maybe licensing it out to other developers in the future, or is that something you're just like, no, we're not interested?
Yeah, we typically it's kind of, that's really more of a Bethesda thing, but it's not been something that we have been particularly interested in. We share it internally. There's been several games within the ZeniMax family of studios that have used it. Obviously, Machine Games uses it.
Oh yeah, of course, it's
extensively.
true.
So we kind of have our own little internal licensing of the tech, and so we're happy with that. We feel like it's a good competitive advantage, and no reason not to maintain that.
Cool. Well, we're coming up on an hour here, so I want to let you guys get in anything else that you want to say about the upcoming DLC, Doom Eternal, whatever comes to mind.
I wasn't able to do this interview in my office, so normally there's this big rack of books behind me, and I look all creative and smart. And I got kicked out of all of my rooms because development during COVID and interviews during COVID in particular. You know what? Doing interviews is more challenging than developing the game. That's actually because it's kind of like my house is a level, and each of my kids. I have 2 dogs now, 1 cat, and 3 little kids. So they're kind of like my house is a level, and these kids are like, they're the hazards.
Environment hazards.
They're the environment hazards, and so like they're the sounds they make. They travel a certain radius, so I have to pick a spot in the house that, when the eventual fight breaks out in the middle of an interview, which it always does, I'm like, in the right spot. So that has me today in a guest bedroom in the corner of my house. But that's honestly the thing. In a way, I say that because I think COVID has made the development challenging, but in a lot of ways brought us all closer together. We're communicating a lot more together, and honestly also with the fans. Like we're leaning on the fans. There's just this open line of communication that's going on Discord, and both with the development team, with the use of Teams. So it's weird. It's like it's hokey, and it sounds like I'm something out of a Hallmark card. But as COVID has pushed us physically apart, it's actually in a weird way brought us all closer together. And honestly, even with my kids, because like while I'm doing all these things, I'm closer to the fans because I'm talking to them more in Discord. We're closer as a team because we're communicating constantly. And I'm literally like, my kids are right next to me, like I could do all this, while I'm with my family. So I'm not saying that we should like make games like this forever. But
it's hard.
It's been hard, but honestly, all this aside, I just love that my family's in arm's reach away and all this stuff. It's been kind of awesome, in that regard.
I can see that.
I think he's right. It'll change. I hope it changes kind of the way that we do things moving forward. I think we can, we always try to maintain a good work-life balance. But I think this is shown like even for me, like what the things that you miss when you're at work, constantly. So it'll be cool. And just, kind of last things. It's just, Hugo talks about the connection with the community. Like we do have fantastic fans and a fantastic community. And, they call us out when they think we should be called out, and they praise us when they think we should be praised. And I would say most of the time they're right. So it's a double-edged sword, but we really do appreciate all the support. We appreciate the passion. I don't know of other communities that are as passionate as ours. So it's fantastic, and we'll just keep trying to make great games for them.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah.
And lastly, we've got a pretty sweet thing we're working on for battle mode. Hopefully it pans out with some improvements to performance and different things in the works. Competitive mode, obviously the DLC. So lots to look forward to for the fans, and they've been critical. They've been a critical part of that process too. So we look forward to continuing to roll out some of that stuff for everybody, because as Marty said, feels like we just have like the best fans in the world. It's awesome. Making games for them it's nothing we would rather do.
Well, that is awesome to hear. Yeah, there's a lot more Doom still coming then. Then I guess when all that's finished, then we can look forward to the next Quake. And oh man, you got to go back to that Quake 1 style, man. I love it. It's so good. I was just playing some Quake this week as well on an old PC. It's great stuff. But I think that's pretty much all the time we have for today. So I want to thank you guys for joining me here remotely. It was a pleasure. And
Thank you so much.
It's always good to see you. Yeah.
And everybody check out Spicy Demons Discord. That's our official Discord now for battle mode. So people who log in, you'll see it on the live tile. And for people who are looking to get some information, learn how to play the mode, you could just jump in there. There's lots of people coaching players on how to dominate in our weird, quirky little competitive mode. And also the official Doom Discord channel as well. So plenty of places to go if you're a huge fan of Doom and you're looking for like-minded individuals to play with and learn more about the Doom game.
Excellent. I might have to check those out myself. But for all those watching from home or wherever else you may be, I do appreciate it. And until next time, just let's keep playing some Doom.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Game begin.
What on earth is a global digital event, I hear you ask? Well, allow me to enlighten you. This event is a gathering of hot gaming content that you would have been able to see at PAX West in Seattle, PAX Australia in Melbourne, or EGX in London in September, before COVID changed the world in what, let's be honest, is a storyline from a video game. In fact, it's bound to spawn many post-viral games in the near future. We'll be hunting through the city streets, crafting masks from animal hides, and all while still on furlough. Instead, you can sit at home and take in all the delights of a truly global event, enjoying the food from your kitchen at a reasonable price, and have a seat guaranteed, all day. Amazing! At this event, you'll be able to poke around over 200 booths on the show floor, and have a deep dive into some great curated content you might not have seen before. And it's all in one place, like a show. Just have a click around and discover stuff, then click further and discover more stuff. The show floor, or Expo Hall if you're speaking American, is just part of the event we're presenting. On top of the Expo Hall, we also offer you some of the highlights of any PAX or EGX show. Tons of brilliant panels. You'll be able to visit the site, paxegx.com, and navigate your way via the show floor to the massive schedule. It's like a Glastonbury festival of gaming, with massive headline acts and loads of interesting things to watch in the meantime. There will always be something great in there just for you. The Daily Wrap from Virgin Media, presented at 5:30 UK time each day. This will be brought to you by a mix of the brilliant teams at Outside Xbox and Outside Extra, Eurogamer, and Rock Paper Shotgun. They'll highlight the hotspots from the show day that's just happened and look forward to what's coming up next, all using boss-level broadband for gamers. Meet up on Discord. We all know that hanging out with your friends is a really important part of going to an event. Meeting people you already know, making new friends, and hanging out. The Left Field Collection is a must-see for attendees looking for the new, unique, and challenging works going on in games. This is a platform for titles and projects that like to do things a little differently, and promises to always have something interesting to check out. With over 100 indie titles at this year's show, there's going to be tons to discover. There are loads of other features, including speedrunning, cosplay, some interesting limited edition retail opportunities, and board games, with loads of videos from our partners at Dicebreaker. Exclusive event merch! What with this being the first time we've done a standalone digital event, this merch will be very limited edition. Show off to your friends with a fetching new hat at a distance of 2 meters or greater, or grab something special for a loved one or hated enemy. The shop's live now, and you can find it on this site or by searching for the EGX store. And if it's PAX merch you're after, you can search for that too. That's a taste of what to look out for while you're strolling around the digital show floor. There's loads of hot gaming content to come over the next few days. Some of it's live now, and some will be going live later, so be sure to check out all the booths to find out more. Oh, and don't worry if you miss a panel. Everything is going to be uploaded soon after to the EGX YouTube channel. But, you know, always better to see it first, right? In the meantime, here are some of the things to keep an eye on.
Hey guys, this is MegaCat Studios. We're doing a panel on retro game design, surpassing limits with creativity. We're going to be looking at how we look at making retro games with more of a modern lens and using that to work around some of the limitations of those retro consoles. So I'll start with introducing myself. My name is Andrew Marsh. I'm the lead designer at MegaCat Studios. I'm kind of the guy that takes those high-level design concepts and mashes them all up into little bits and gets them to work on an NES.
I'm Zach Manko. I work with Andy closely on taking those high-level designs and into a game that's fun and enjoyable.
Jason Vanderwall, Director of Brand Engagement. I do a lot of work taking in new clients, new brands, new goals, and translating them into successful games and riffing off of retro mechanics and everything that makes games fun.
So when we're looking at making games for retro consoles, we're looking at what tool chains we're going to be using. And so we get to use a nice mix of just in-house proprietary tools as well as modern design tools. So when we do visuals, we can use anything from very specified tools to create retro pixel art like YYCHR, or we could use modern tools like Photoshop or GIMP. As long as we're sticking within the restrictions of the console that we're working on, that's all that really matters. For the sound, we're going to be using specific trackers that export chiptunes within the actual limitations of the console, as well as in a way that the console will understand. Gameplay, we're looking at what makes retro gameplay fun. What was great about retro gameplay? And I think that sort of retro sensibility when it comes to raw gameplay especially applies to indie games now. Finally, there's a lot of people bring up NES Maker now because that's out there. It's a great tool for prototyping for us. We do that to prototype concepts, and as it develops more and more, we're getting really excited about using it for smaller scale games. So on the next slide, we're just looking at a high-level overview of what we're going to be talking about here. It's working with restrictions on the consoles. We're going to be focusing mainly on the NES because it has the most restrictions out of any of the platforms. All the retro platforms do tile-based graphics storage. So when I talk about that, I'm talking about how instead of storing a full image into the game's ROM, it's actually storing the image broken up into little 8x8 tiles. And that's something that we always have to be aware of when we're designing the graphics. There's palette restrictions on the character sprites. There's palette restrictions on the backgrounds that we'll be going over. There's limitations on the amount of character sprites we can have on screen, the size of character sprites we can have on screen. There's restrictions on the amount of character sprites that can be on the same horizontal row, and it will stop rendering them after that. And then we'll be looking at things like background limitations, like attribute tables that we'll get into a little bit later, that decide how the palettes get loaded into backgrounds, and it's actually quite restrictive on the NES how it does that.
So since there's so many restrictions on the retro consoles, that's one of the things you really take into account when designing the game from the ground up. You have to kind of be aware of those and then think about either the best way to work around them or the best way to work with them.
Mm-hmm.
And we found that if you stop thinking about them as limitations and more think about them as a way to guide the design and art process, they can actually be kind of fun to work with, where it forces you to be creative in new and different ways because you know that you don't have, endless memory or endless colors to play with. So it really helps you to kind of focus in on certain aspects of the game and how to highlight those.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I always like to think of them less as restrictions and more as tools. So on this slide, we're going to be looking at iteration and retro development. Zach, I'd love for you to start on this one with some of the high-level design concepts.
Sure. So as we just said, when designing a retro game, you really need to take into account the different limitations of the console into account and how those will affect the design and the choices you make. And as Andy mentioned, you think about them more as tools and less of limitations, and really starts to kind of take form. So it affects everything from the type of game you're going to make to how the sprites are going to look, what size the sprites can be, and then once you have those things kind of nailed down, you tend to build like the rest of the game around it.
Yeah, exactly. And once we sort of have those high level concepts, then we start looking into like really hard, like hardware limitations, like the CPU and PPU, which is the graphics processor, the limitations of those pieces of hardware themselves, and the limitations of what sprites we're going to have on screen at the same time, because you can only have so many of them, so you have to make choices about enemies and what kind of enemies there's going to be. So those are the things we tend to look at after we start getting some of the high-level ideas down.
Would you guys say that there's any consideration given towards expectations for modern users, fans that are buying a retro collectible plastic cartridge, but at the same time might be looking for any other modern design elements? Is there consideration given at this stage of it, or no?
Yeah, I'd say absolutely. Even though we're making games for retro consoles, we still want to make games for everybody. So we can't just make games that will only appeal to people that play the retro hardware. We want to make games that will appeal to new people who have never played an NES before. And so we need to keep those modern sensibilities in mind as well.
And the reverse is also true, where there's a lot of things about retro games that do appeal to modern gamers. So our process is always taking the best of, the gaming's past and gaming's future, what works today and then what worked in the past, and marrying them into a perfect product in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Makes sense.
So the next one's a fun one for me. I like talking about this one because it talks about how a CRT television works, and I love CRT televisions. So we talk about scanline limitations, and what those mean are the way a CRT television renders its image is that there's about a 1 pixel thick line that there's a bunch of them that run every other line through the screen, top to bottom, and then it renders them bottom to top, and it does that every single frame. Now on the NES, you can only have 8 of those 8x8 sprite tiles on a scan line at a time, or else it will stop rendering anything beyond that. When I say stop rendering, I mean it just won't show it at all.
And when you say sprite tiles, what type of things would be considered sprites, like in a typical game?
So if you look at, say, Super Mario Brothers, a Goomba in Super Mario Brothers is a 16 by 16 character sprite, and then that, when it's loaded into the visual memory of the console, is actually broken up into 4 8 by 8 sprite tiles. So you can have 8 of those 8 by 8 sprite tiles in a horizontal row before it stops showing stuff.
So it'd be things like characters and enemies, projectiles.
Characters, enemies, projectiles, items, all that kind of stuff.
With that in mind, when we design games, we have to think about not only the size of our characters. Obviously, if you can only fit 8 wide on the screen, or on a line rather, you can't have a character that's that big. Same thing with the different types of attacks they can do. If the projectiles are moving in a flat trajectory, you have to think about that as well. So it all comes down to like everything from the design of the level itself, to the placement of enemies, to the art of the enemies, to the art of the characters, to how those things interact. It's just one thing you always have to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a great segue into the next slide is how do we get around that limitation? Because that limitation is extremely limiting. So this is an old trick. They've been doing it ever since back in the day. It's called sprite flickering. And what they do is when there's over 8 of those sprite tiles in a horizontal row at once, they'll flicker sprites off and on. So they'll turn the sprite off, turn it on, and they'll alternate that between 2 characters back and forth really quickly. They'll do it every frame. And that way, to the human eye, it looks like both sprites are being rendered on screen at the same time, but what's actually happening is every frame, it's alternating back and forth between them. And I have a little example for Mega Man here, because they used it a lot in those games so they could have larger, more animated enemy sprites. So once we get all of that sprite stuff out of the way, then we have to start looking about how palettes are loaded into the game. And this is extremely limiting on the NES, and you have to be really creative with how you use it. So when we talk about character sprites, it's not too bad. The way it works is you have 4 character sprite palettes, 4 background palettes loaded on screen at the same time. You can't have any more than that. When you're doing a character sprite, each 8x8 sprite tile is allowed to have one of those 4 palettes assigned to it. It's not too hard to work with. You can come up with some cool combinations with that. But when we talk about backgrounds, we start talking about what are called attribute tables. What the attribute tables are is basically you take the background image and slice it up into a 16 by 16 pixel grid. Now every single slice of that grid can have a single palette assigned to it. So what ends up happening is that we have to think of tricks to sort of make it look a little bit less like a grid and a little bit more natural. So one of the best go-to ones for that would be making 2 of those background palettes share a color. That way they can sort of bleed into each other a little bit. And sort of designing the art in a way that works within a grid but has some more rocky, jagged, natural shapes to it.
I also think it's important to mention that several of the retro consoles have a limited number of colors, not only that they can show at a time, but just a limited number of colors in general. How many colors in the NES palette? It's like, what? I know it's...
I don't remember the exact number offhand. It's not very big, though.
Yeah. Maybe we should redo that.
Nah, that's all right. But I mean that brings up an interesting little anecdote too. It's the reason why Mega Man is blue. When they were originally designing Mega Man, they wanted him to be red, but the NES only has 3 shades of red, whereas it has about 12 shades of blue, I believe. And so they realized, like, oh, well, why wouldn't we make them blue? There's like all of these shades of blue that we can use. And that ended up deciding what color that character was.
It's better at the cooler colors than the warmer colors in general.
Yeah, totally. So when we get into talking about backgrounds, we got to talk about using meta tiles. So what meta tiles are is we take those 8x8 tiles for the background and we arrange them into predetermined blocks of tiles. So we'll say, let's make it like a 16x16 or a 32x32 defined block of tiles. And then we'll make an array of those defined blocks and store that in the ROM and use that to make our levels. The reason why we do that is because it saves a ton of space. Anytime you add any unique information to a game, it takes up more space. So if we build everything out of this array of predefined shapes, then that greatly limits the amount of unique information that's being used.
I think a famous example of this is if you look at the bushes and clouds in Super Mario Brothers, you'll notice that it's the same meta tile of background art. It just has different palettes. You know, the bushes are green and the clouds are blue and white, but it's the same art.
Yeah, and this trick's been used pretty much in any NES platformer that you remember and love. Castlevania uses 32x32s. Mega Man uses 16x16s. They all did it that way. They could make these bigger worlds without taking up a ton of space. The Legend of Zelda is a pretty great one. They're actually full vertical columns of the map is a meta tile. So a 16 pixel wide, the entire column, that's a meta tile that's being used.
Like Andy said, the whole reason we do that is to save space because, I mean, we want to put as much game as we can on these, especially with the considerations for the modern players who, you know, are expecting these expansive worlds that they're used to, you know, with on modern consoles and PC and whatnot. So we had to squeeze as much as we can out of the space we have, you know, put as much game and fun and content into these to give the players, you know, what they deserve.
Yeah, absolutely. So the next slide just has an example of a meta tile table that we used in a game. We did 16x16 meta tiles on this one. It was an underwater themed level, so we had rocks, different shapes that we could use to build out platforms and some seaweed that was set up in a way we could do it in different shapes. And because it was underwater, we had a little Kanye West in there and just hanging out. So the next slide, we're talking about banks. And so banks are only possible with specific mappers.
What could you talk a little bit about what a mapper is?
Absolutely. So a mapper is actually the physical circuit board that's being used on an NES cartridge. There was a lot of different kinds back then that all had different kinds of features on them dependent on the electrical components that are attached to it. We use a mapper that's called MMC3 because it's a pretty feature-rich mapper and it allows us to do things like bank swapping, and it allows us to have either 1K or 2K banks, which we call half and quarter banks, to sort of represent how much of the page each takes up. So we're going to use our game Little Medusa as an example for how we used banks. In Little Medusa, we used the 2K half banks to do the character sprites because we knew we were always going to need the main character, but because it was a puzzle game, we weren't going to need to have a large variety of enemies on screen at the same time. We were only going to have the ones that are relevant to the puzzle elements. And then the backgrounds, we used quarter banks, like the 1K banks, because we knew we had a large amount of global elements, like the puzzle elements, the power-ups, the blocks that the player could place down. Those always needed to be loaded into the visual memory during gameplay. So we only needed to swap out one or two of the 1K banks to handle all of the unique level graphics. And so the advantage of doing things this way is that we only need to store, like, say, the main character's graphics once in the ROM, and then we can always just reference that bank anytime we need to see her, instead of having to store her in multiple places and load an entire page at a time. And so one of the best advantages we have for that is that it allows us to have the appearance of a larger variety of things loaded into memory, even though we don't. Because we can load and unload individual banks at a time instead of having to do the entire page of graphics. So when all of the enemies are cleared out of an area, we can just load in a different bank and load up new enemy types, and it seems like we have more loaded in than we actually do.
And that's possible only with specific mappers.
Yeah, that's only possible with specific mappers. And like I said, we use MMC3, which is the same mapper they used for Super Mario Brothers 3, because it has some pretty versatile bank loading, and it has a lot of nice features to it that will allow us to do some cool visual effects as well. So when people think about cool, impressive retro game stuff, they always think about these giant bosses that they have to fight. Like in Mega Man, you fight like the giant Dr. Wily car, or Ninja Gaiden, you fought that giant demon statue that comes in at the end of the game. So you can't do that as a character sprite. You can't do that in the same way you'd render like Mario or a Goomba because of all of the sprite limitations that we have. It just simply wouldn't be able to handle loading that many sprite tiles on screen at the same time. So the way all of those are made is they were created out of background elements. So a large background piece was drawn and animated and used bank swapping to do the animations, like a flip book basically. And then pieces of it might have been built out of sprites. But there's also another large limitation on that you have to keep in mind, is that you can only update 32 of those 8x8 background tiles at once on the NES. That's the most it's capable of doing. Now, when you have something that takes up like half the screen, that's a little difficult. So one way that we've worked around that is we're doing basically what we call frame blending, where we take the animation, break it up into pieces so that we're only animating part of it at a time, and then we play the animation back quickly so that it tricks the eye and makes it seem a lot more fluid than it really is. So with our toad that we have here, it's an example of us doing this. So in the image at the bottom, you can see that in the first frame is its default state. The second frame is it with its mouth all the way open, which is what the animation that we wanted to use is. But we have an intermediate stage in the middle where he scrunches his eyes a little bit, which is the start of the opening mouth animation, and just the corners of his mouth open up, so that we only have to update the middle of his face for the third frame. And so when we play that all back, on the top image here, we can see that it runs pretty fluidly when you play it back quickly. But if we slow it down, you can actually see the process of the individual pieces being animated separately from each other. And so it's all about figuring out where those separate pieces are going to be, doing the animation, and then just playing it back very quickly so that the human eye doesn't have enough time to sort of catch the trick happening. So the next slide, we're talking about sprite layering. Sprite layering is really cool. If you ever enjoyed anything made by Tecmo, I'm talking about like Ninja Gaiden, Tecmo Super Bowl, anything that those guys have ever touched, they look so cool and cinematic because of sprite layering. So when you're doing a huge full screen cinematic scene, you might want to do some things that sort of skirt the palette rules or animate a little bit more than a background piece could animate. And so you use sprite layering in order to do that. And it's simply just layering sprites on top of a background image to fill the rest of the image out. So we're using Little Medusa as an example again. The very first image is of this boss that you have to fight. It's just one of the titans. And the first image is just the background part of the image. So it's very plain. She doesn't have a face. She doesn't have any hair. She doesn't have any features or anything. It's just the background piece adhering to the background rules. The second image is a representation of the sprites that we're overlaying. So we're overlaying her hair, so her hair can be a different color without having to worry about attribute tables. We're overlaying her face so that her mouth and eyes can move independently of the rest of her body a lot more fluidly. And then we're even doing sprite overlays with the water that runs between her hands. That way we can flicker the water back and forth on each side of her hands, like in each of her hands, so it has like a nice transparent look to it.
We do all of this to kind of provide a more dramatic experience for the player. You know, if you're going to fight this boss and it's supposed to be this big challenge, this big obstacle, we want it to, you know, not only be hard to fight, but also, you know, look impressive. We want to have things that are memorable for our games, and I mean, doing that requires, again, working around these limitations. But once you understand them, once you have this kind of, deep respect for them from working so closely with them and around them, you start to think like, oh, now that I know these tricks and now that I know how to work with these things, how can I use those to my advantage? How can I make this screen or this encounter, this instance really pop compared to the rest of the game?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I'm going to turn it over to you guys for the next slide, because this is questions for design, and I'd love to hear from you guys about some of the more high-level design ideas that goes into when we're making these games.
Who wants to go first? I'm happy just to jump in and say that I think it's pretty safe to say that we identify fun factor mechanics that we know are super reliable, super fun, classic, and nostalgic for a reason. They've been around for years and years for a reason, and then iterate on those mechanics, right? So I think we try to identify, tighten up, and produce mechanics that are really, really fun. And then on top of that, layer all the variety, the progression, the look and feel, and everything that you would come to expect as a modern customer on top of that nostalgic or retro mechanic that is so fun.
And one of the coolest things about retro games is that they're typically anyone can pick up a controller and know how to play them or learn quickly how to play them. It's very intuitive design, and because we have these tried and true mechanics, they're accessible by anyone, which I think is something that's missing from a lot of modern games. I mean, most modern games have numerous tutorials to kind of teach you how to play the game, which can be a barrier to someone that doesn't have the the time to invest in that. Or you play a game, you put it down for a couple of days, you come back and you completely forget the control scheme.
Or even
typically doesn't happen with a retro game.
Or even just a young person who doesn't have the reading skills yet.
Right.
I love seeing a kid who's definitely early level reader picking up a retro game and just getting it right away and loving it. Like that's one of the things that made the video game industry what it is today. We were all kids when these games were coming out. We didn't want to read. We wanted to get in there and play. And so retro games are perfect for that.
Another thing we think about is, what hasn't been done on the consoles before. There's been, they've been around for 30 years and video games have evolved, and there's so many cool things that you see nowadays that, you start to think like, oh, what would this type of game be like on the NES? Or, what if, has this ever been done on, the Sega? And you think about, okay, what kind of new things can we do? What new experiences can we bring to these consoles?
Yeah, definitely. So next we're going to talk about just sort of the level design concepts behind Little Medusa a little bit. And Zach here is the expert. He laid these puzzles out. He is a madman.
Evil genius.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So with Little Medusa, it kind of encapsulates a lot of what we've been talking about as far as the retro design ethos and marrying the best of modern with the best of retro. It originally came out for the NES and has since spread to several other platforms. As you play the game, the first couple levels are designed to teach you the basics of the game. Your basic controls, and you play as a little Medusa, and you're able to petrify enemies and use that to solve puzzles. So the first couple levels teach you how to do those things, and then we just add mechanics and challenges on top of that with different enemy types, different hazards, and as you play through the game, these ramp up until you're facing combinations of challenges you addressed in the past. So that's typical of most retro games as far as tight mechanics, a small move set that's fun. And then as far as marrying the modern to that, Little Medusa is launched with achievements, and it also came out with hidden content essentially that for people that wanted to get the most out of the game and redo every puzzle and get the best high score they can. It's an entire hidden world for them. We also made the game with speedrunning in mind, because there's an Olympian mode where you play through and you only have a limited number of lives, where as soon as you lose all your lives, then you're done. So it's meant to be this like kind of this grueling endurance thing that's like highly watchable because of the risk involved with the playthrough.
So this is another fun slide for me. It's polish and special effects. This is one of the neatest things, especially on the NES to me, to do, is because now you're really taking the console and making it do stuff it should never be able to do. So my favorite examples of this, the first one on the right is the title screen for The Adventures of Bayou Billy. It does this really cool sort of wavy effect where it comes in and then it waves back out. And the way it accomplishes that is that it takes the screen and sets registers at every single scan line of that logo. And then it adjusts the scrolling speed and direction of the logo and uses math to give it that wavy shape to it, and just keeps expanding it out until it sort of either waves out or waves back in. And it's a really cool effect that you can do just by adjusting the scrolling. The other example I have is, in my opinion, one of the coolest looking NES games. It's called Swordmaster. It's kind of like an old school, like kung fu style game as far as gameplay is concerned. It's a real simple platformer / beat 'em up, but it does some really cool effects. So you have to keep in mind that the NES only has a single background layer to it. So if you want to do really cool parallax effects, you have to actually use a lot of tricks, and Swordmaster uses all of them. So the way it works is that they actually set a register at the scan line at the ground level, and then they adjust everything below that scan line to scroll faster than everything else. That way it looks like the ground layer's in front of everything. And then with the background, with the trees and the mountains, they're actually using bank swapping animations on the mountains. The game's looking at the scrolling speed and direction of the player character, and it's making an animation happen with the mountains to make it appear as if it's scrolling slower than it actually is. And that gives it that effect that it's behind those trees, even though it's all on the same layer. And yeah, the raster effects and bank swapping animations, when you combine those together, you can do some really cool stuff with it. So next we're going to talk about what we do as far as physical manufacturing goes. This is when the game's all done and ready to be shipped. This is getting our hands dirty. We hand solder every single one of our games. We use through-hole hand soldering. We think it delivers a sturdier product with a longer shelf life than using some of the pre-made surface mounting solutions. So we go through and make every single one with care ourselves.
Literally handcrafted.
Yep. And
so manufacturing is like we are talking about hard copy cartridges for these consoles, you know. So there's so much involved with that process that it's almost like this phase that people don't tend to think about anymore because everything is digital releases now.
Yeah.
For us, you know, we don't have the luxury of doing like a bug fix or an update or a patch. It has to be right the first time we send it out. So
where do most sales take place?
We do most of our sales on. We have our own website, megacatstudios.com, and so that's where you can buy most of our products. So with the physical manufacturing, we get to do some pretty cool stuff with the cartridge designs. I'd love you guys could talk about that a little bit.
So we've done some pretty neat ones so far. We have a wooden cart for log jammers, our NES Lumberjack game. We also have the special edition of Fork Parker's Crunch Out. It has an LED screen that lights up when you plug it into the Super Nintendo. And our goal here is to give something that's shelf worthy for collectors. We want something, we know that they have limited space, you know, in their room or their video game man cave, and we want to have something that's, you know, ready to rock, super cool, that they have, you know, pride showing off.
So why do we do retro games is a question we get a lot. That is probably the top question that we get when we're at conventions or talking to people about what we do. And so I know for me, I am pretty passionate about the NES platform. I'm a collector. I collect NES and the Japanese Famicom cartridges. It's always been a big part of my life. It's what I dreamt about when I dreamt about making games. And there's just still a lot I think it can do and I want to do with it.
I think it's important to remember that that even though these consoles came out, 20, 30 years ago, I mean, the electric guitar came out, what, 60 years ago? But people still make, rock and roll and heavy metal and things like that. So I just see it as more of like a tool for a certain type of, experience or certain type of story. I think that games that came out, in the golden era of the consoles, the 8-bit and 16-bit, I think that they had a certain type of like soul to them that, kind of set the tone for what games had become. That it was like, it had that fun for fun's sake kind of ethos. It was different than games today, a lot of which can be, kind of dour or very heavy-handed or serious, which isn't bad. I mean, it's ultimately just a storytelling medium. But I think games from that era really are special because of the way that, because of the way they were made and why they were made and the experiences they offered. So creating more of those, that fun for fun's sake, is it's enjoyable having grown up with them for sure.
Yeah, and for my part, I'm mostly focused on the actual play pattern and the fun factor focus, like you just mentioned, Zach. I think games back in those days were made to be pick up and play fun. The mechanics were really, really tight. You didn't have to look for the fun in those games, which for me was one of the best parts, right? I think you can spend a lot of time in modern games walking around the world looking for the next fun moment. That didn't happen back in the retro time, right? Every frame was made to be a lot of fun. So I think building upon that, but then adding the layers of modern complexity, the progression systems, variety, some of the modern design elements that we see these days, I think is important for the modern consumer. But I really think there is a lot to be said about the pick up and play fun factor nature of what the original consoles gave us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also just finally, we're in an ever expanding digital landscape. And so being able to keep kind of a physical product that you can hold in your hands with a full color manual that has like the story and the lore and the characters, it's really an experience. And we don't want to see that experience ever go away. There's just something special about it.
There's something different about playing a game on the couch in the living room or basement next to your friends and being able to like co-op with them or play against them. And then, I want to be able to, throw popcorn at them or elbow them or, it's completely different sharing the same physical environment as opposed to, playing online with someone.
Yeah.
It's just, there's a different, altogether, the essence itself is different.
Yeah, and there's a lot of room to build on that play pattern and build on that foundation.
Okay, so we do more than just retro games, though. So we are always thinking about how do we make the jump from retro to the modern day. And so this slide shows a couple examples of our earlier times doing that. It started with Logjammers and Coffee Crisis. Logjammers was made for the NES. It was a lumberjack arcade-style fantasy sports game. And then Coffee Crisis was made for the Sega Genesis. It was your side-scrolling beat 'em up like you had back in the day with the Turtles games or Streets of Rage. But both of those games we found to be really fun, really addictive, really cool concepts. So we decided, hey, let's bring these into the modern era. And so what we did is we kept the sensibilities of what made those games fun and then rebuilt the games from the ground up using those sensibilities as the core and remade them in Unity for modern platform releases of them. So as you can see with Logjammers, one of the things that is very noticeably different is that it went from a vertical playfield to a horizontal one. And the reason why it was a vertical playfield originally was because of the console limitations. So once we moved on to 16 by 9 or beyond displays that didn't have those sprite limitations on them, we moved things to a horizontal playfield to give the players more room to move around and just sort of give it more of a natural feel for the displays that it was going to be on. With Coffee Crisis, we again remade the game from the ground up, made it bigger, made it more of an experience, and then we were able to add cool modern features like Twitch integration so that when people are playing the game on streams, people watching the game are able to influence what happens in it. And that's obviously something we weren't going to be able to do on the Genesis, but we could do that once we brought it to modern hardware.
Which I'll add, I think that's really important for any players out there that might have preconceived notions about retro or pixel, to create alternates that are essentially the same play experience and the same play pattern and the same awesome mechanic and same awesome gameplay. I think it's important to be able to put that in front of as much people as possible, so that they can enjoy the fun factor of a game like that.
Absolutely. And so our next big release was Bite the Bullet, which just launched recently. We actually did that one in the other order. We created this love letter to retro run and guns, where that sort of gameplay was at its very core, but then we expanded on it a whole bunch, and we made that for modern platforms first. But as we started to develop it, we decided we wanted to do something to sort of expand on the lore and the world and the characters of Bite the Bullet. So we went back and started making a completely separate side story specifically for the Sega Genesis.
It's called Bite the Bullet First Course, and like Andy said, it's cool because it functions as a prequel to the story set up in the main game, and it's also a different sort of game. It's more of a traditional Metroidvania, which, getting back to what hasn't been done on retro consoles, there's very few, I would say, like true Metroidvanias on some of the older consoles, especially the Sega Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
So it was fun to kind of design one of those, and be one of the pioneers of that genre on these platforms.
And
exactly. Oh, sorry, it's just Zach. Is there any crazy narrative payoffs or anything that are embedded, if you're a player of both games?
Oh yeah. There's a lot of crossovers between the two and references, and there's you get some insight into how one very important boss was created if you play the Sega version.
Yeah, and I think what I really enjoy with what we were doing with First Course is that we took Bite the Bullet, which is this fast-paced run and gun, but we wanted to explore its world more. So that's why we made it a Metroidvania, is because that gameplay is all about exploring.
Right.
And so tying that gameplay element to the experience that we wanted to provide with the story, I think, is working out fantastically.
Yeah.
Are they set I'm just curious in terms of time wise, years wise, how much earlier?
They're pretty close. It's not point A, point B. It's not I would say you could call it a year if you wanted to, but it's pretty successive.
Okay. It's not the Old Republic of Bite the Bullet.
Right.
All right, so that was the presentation. Thank you very much for listening. We have a lot of great resources here that you can check out. If you go to megacatstudios.com/blogs, we have an entire blog series all about how we do this stuff. We go in very, very granular detail about how we design the art, how we design the levels, how we design the sound, how we make these retro platforms work. The NES dev community has a great wiki you can check out. Has a lot of, if you're getting really into it and you really want to learn a lot about it, It's a great resource for learning the real nitty-gritty of it.
Speaking of our blogs, that's actually kind of our way of giving back to this community. The retro community is there's so many people involved. There's so many people that do different things, whether it's just players or it's collectors or it's developers or it's the artists. And that when we were getting started, we learned so much from so many of them that as we discover new tricks on these consoles or new ways to do things or our methodology and tool chains and whatnot, we share that information as our way of kind of giving back and supporting this community. We never want to see it go away.
Yeah. And then if you guys ever have any questions or just want to leave us a comment, you can hit us at info@megacatstudios.com, or you can get us on social media. We're just Megacat Studios everywhere. And stop by our Discord, discord.gg/Megacat. We love making new friends. We hang out there. Love to hear from you guys. So yeah, thank you guys very much for listening. I hope you get out there and enjoy some retro games.
Hi everybody and welcome to the Worms Rumble panel. I'm John Wilcox from Team 17 and I'm joined by a couple of members of the Rumble development team who are here to discuss all things, surprisingly enough, Worms Rumble. First of all, guys, can you introduce yourselves and explain your roles on the game?
Yes, so my name's Kevin Carthew. I'm the creative director here at Team 17, head up the design department. I don't necessarily work on the titles day to day full time. That's more the likes of Adam and the other team members will be doing such things. I'm more involved in getting projects off the ground, pitching projects, and then supporting development of the game throughout.
And I'm Adam Findlay. I'm the lead designer on Worms Rumble. So I'm working on the project kind of creatively day to day, looking after the design team on it and working with Kev, the creative director, to kind of keep the vision and the direction of the game going.
Fantastic, lovely stuff. Well, some viewers may have played Worms Rumble in the recently held closed beta on PC, but for those who haven't been able to take part in the game yet, Kev, how would you describe Worms Rumble?
So Worms Rumble, simply described, is a real-time version of Worms. I say simply described because things are never so simple. As most people will know, Worms is a really long-running series, has a very storied history, and real-time is a huge departure for the series. Worms is a turn-based strategy game. Worms Rumble isn't that. It's much more an action game. That means that the game plays very differently from usual entries in the Worms series. It's a lot more fast-paced. It's not to say that it doesn't have strategic elements in it. It does. But it's less like playing chess and it's more like playing an action game. It has many hallmarks of the series. So obviously that manifests itself mainly, I would say, in the character. The Worms characters are familiar to everybody. They bring a lot of the style and the tone of the humor to the series, a lot of the things and the elements that the brand is known for, a lot of things that are iconic to the Worms series have transferred across to Worms Rumble. So it is a real departure, but we think that there's a lot in it that will be familiar to long-time fans of the series. I think there's a lot for long-standing fans of the series to enjoy, but it is quite a different beast to what has gone before.
Okay, that's great. And at launch, the game's going to feature two modes, Deathmatch and Battle Royale. How many players can take part in each of the modes, the sort of chaos and the heat of battle, and how do the two modes differ?
So yeah, so we've got the kind of two modes at launch. We've got Deathmatch and we've got Battle Royale. The Battle Royale mode itself is actually kind of split into two sub modes. So we've got a solos version of it and we've got a squads version of it. You'll be able to play with up to 32 players in Deathmatch and Battle Royale solos, and it will be 30 players in Battle Royale squads, which is made up of 10 squads of 3. So we really wanted to have a kind of wide range of modes at launch. We wanted players to be able to play on their own or to be able to play with friends. And really, we've got a deathmatch mode in there, which is kind of like a nice introduction to the game. It's good for players kind of getting up to speed with, the game's mechanics and how the game plays. It's a lot more forgiving than Battle Royale. When you die, you respawn again. So, you're able to actually play a full session without just getting defeated immediately. And we really see that as the kind of stepping stone mode before people move into the Battle Royale games. Trying their hand at solos and then squads. And it was really important for us to have a mode that supported team play in there at launch, to allow people to invite their friends and party up, and kind of, use communication and strategy to try and be the last squad standing, really.
That's really great. I mean, I guess also deathmatch and battle royale, in some regards, deathmatch is perhaps the oldest online multiplayer or LAN multiplayer mode when it comes to action games, and battle royale is probably one of the youngest. Is that an indication of the game's widespread appeal? We'll be able to get younger gamers, new gamers in straight through to the more mature veterans like Kev.
It's nice to say so, John.
I think what we've really tried to do is almost build the real-time Worms game that will allow for a really broad selection of modes. So whilst we're launching with the kind of 3 modes that I've just described there, we will be looking at doing other modes in the future, doing those as updates. So it's really important to us that we didn't just kind of pigeonhole the game one way or another. We really wanted it to be real-time Worms that can support all sorts of different play in there.
I think there's also something in what you said there, John, about I think you termed it as bringing it to a younger audience. I'd definitely be interested to see if we can bring this game to a slightly wider audience. And I feel that this game is maybe a little bit more accessible than some of the Worms games that have gone in the past. As we've said, Worms is a long-running series. Everybody knows that we've made quite a few turn-based versions of Worms. And as we've done that, obviously with each entry, we've innovated. The games have gotten a little bit bigger in some instances. They've gotten a little bit more complex. You think about the size of the arsenal that the Worms have access to. Each one of those weapons on its own merits sometimes controls differently. So there are a lot of rules and a lot of things to remember in Worms as it is today. You think about the complexity of games like WMD. And with this version of Worms, almost like being a spin-off or its own thing, that's allowed us to reset in a lot of ways and really focus on what's important with the core mechanics and really try and get to what works best for this game. So in some ways, because of that, it has naturally meant that I think that this game is perhaps more accessible than some of the Worms games that we've released in the past.
Right. And actually talking about, you mentioned weapons. I think they're a quintessential part of what makes a Worms game. I think, beyond the typical machine guns and shotguns and everything else that you'd find in other action games, exploding sheep, holy hand grenades and stuff like that are a key part of the franchise for the last 25 years or so. Can you talk us through about some of the weapons that we can expect to see in Worms Rumble, some favourites that are coming back in, and also what are your respective favourites as well?
Yeah, sure thing. So I think the process of designing the weapons for this game has been a really important thing to kind of consider how the weapons would work with this more action-based approach to the game, with it being real time, and it's a very fast-paced game. So I think what we wanted to do is we wanted to kind of streamline down that weapon set that you've maybe seen in previous Worms games, and really get a set of weapons that could offer different types of gameplay and strategy, but also make it so that it's easy for players to manage that. Previously, you'd bring up a big weapons panel like full of weapons. There just isn't time to do that in Worms Rumble. There's not that time to react. So what we did was we kind of looked at old and new ideas for weapons. So we obviously had to bring back some of the classic hallmark weapons of Worms. Things like the holy hand grenade, other things that may have not been announced yet. But what we did was we kind of prototyped those. We did lots of play testing on them. We had usability sessions, external players, internal players. And we really kind of tried a lot of things out until we kind of boiled it down to this streamlined weapon set that we think kind of covers all kind of types of engagements, all instances, all types of fights within the levels that we've built. My favorite weapon? It's a good question.
Please don't say something simple like a shotgun, though. Come on, you can do better.
I'm not going to say shotgun. I'm quite a fan of the banana bomb. I like the banana bomb. It's iconic. It's funny, and it does a lot of damage, a lot of destruction.
So far, actually, we haven't spoken about the map so far. We've seen in the closed beta, we've seen in the announcement trailer released earlier in the summer, Missile Mall, the shopping mall level. It's quite a sprawling level. There's air ducts in it, there's escalators, elevators, destructible objects, the car park, the shop fronts, and obviously a giant ballistic missile right in the heart of it. How do you go about crafting a Rumble level, Adam, and how does that compare to creating a previously typical Worms game, a turn-based Worms level, and how do you iterate upon that design?
Sure. So I think, just to give a bit of context, what we sort of wanted to do with the world in this Worms game was really set it at the Worms scale. So in previous games, we've kind of done both in the past, but more recently you'd seen Worms at a kind of sort of micro scale where the world around them was large and they're tiny. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to kind of take it back to, where are the worms from? Where do they live? Normally you see them out on the battlefields at war with each other. So we thought, well, where do they go? What do they do when they're not doing that? So what they do is similar to what they do out on the battlefield, is blow each other up, but for fun. So Missile Mall was really the first kind of location that we set in this kind of Worms city. And what we wanted to do with these levels, we still wanted to get a lot of humor in there, but we almost wanted to get that kind of zany, like kind of wacky Worms spin on it. So that's why you see the kind of mall built on top of this giant missile silo, because that's the kind of thing that the Worms would do, right? In terms of building the levels themselves, they kind of start off on paper with a kind of high level concept. And that then moves into kind of blocking it out in engine. And that's when really the kind of play testing and the iteration starts. So, does it feel fun? Is it good to navigate around the level? Does it offer different types of engagement, long range, close range? Does it have scope for strategy and tactics in there? And how do all the game's weapons fit into that environment and work as well? And then what we do then is we kind of get art involved in the process, and then they'll help to concept the level. And then when we've play tested it a lot and we're kind of happy with where it is, it will start to get dressed and it will really start to come alive then when the kind of art and the audio and the animation go into it. I think the thing that probably differs the most to making a level like this, as to say a level in WMD, which I've made in the past, it's a lot more bespoke. It's a lot more kind of handcrafted, I think. In the previous entries with the kind of more destructible world, you almost don't have to consider all the different kind of routes and navigation and possibilities, because it's almost a little more sandboxy with the way that the level can develop over time. So this was designed much more like a sort of handcrafted arena for players to fight in.
And of course, there are destructible objects dotted and littered throughout the levels, as well as we've seen in the closed beta already. Now, Worms Rumble is coming to PlayStation consoles, it's coming to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, as well as PC, with cross-play functionality. So there's that sort of cross-generational, as well as cross-platform functionality. How challenging is it to the sort of work that into a game, and how does it affect the creativity that goes into its development?
I think developmentally, there's a huge technical challenge that comes with implementing something like crossplay. Even if you just look at the number of games out there in the market that are doing it, there aren't that many. It can be difficult bringing different platform holders together in order to allow their platforms to be opened up and play against different users on different platforms. So there's a massive technical undertaking involved with it. There's all sorts of things that probably aren't visible to the average user, such as standards and requirements for platform holders. There's how we actually achieve it from a user interface point of view, because it's not something standard that comes out of the box. So we have to write all of that. And with writing all of that, we have to think about how usable it is, how accessible it is. The player may not be then matching up with their friends or forming parties in a way that they're used to doing. So all of that's a challenge. So yeah, the crossplay side of it is a huge technical undertaking. There's quite a lot of design involved. But then when it comes to developing for new platforms, I mean, it's always great developing for new platforms. It is undoubtedly a challenge, but it's a real interesting challenge because you get to learn about cool things like, the features of the new controller, the features that the new platform has from a back-end point of view. And then you've got to think about how you can implement all of those things meaningfully. Like, it has to make sense for your game as well. There's no point doing it if you don't feel that it adds to the experience. So it is a challenge, but it's an interesting challenge. It's a good challenge to have. It's a rewarding challenge, I would say.
No, I know that, Kev, I know I mentioned earlier on, I joked about, might have joked about your age earlier on, but, you this is not the first time you've moved into a next generation console cycle. You've been with Team 17 now for many years.
Over 2 decades, Joe.
Over 2 decades, about 22 years from
22 years, yeah.
So you worked, and we'll come to this in the WIMS 25th panel, but you worked on WIMS Armageddon, which I think a lot of people see as the sort of peak of wormsdom, and you've worked through multiple installments of the series through to the new title with Rumble. Do you still get excited about new console cycles, and how does this one compare to previous ones?
Oh yeah, of course. I think anybody working in games or anybody who's interested in games, it's impossible not to. It's just always good to have new toys, right? New platforms, new hardware. It's always super exciting. I think it's especially exciting working at a game developer because there's a buzz around the place and everybody thinks about the potential and what these new platforms might bring. And then you start to get the dev kits in, so people get the first look at the hardware. What does the pad look like? What does the industrial design look like for the first time? And then that carries all the way through, even up until launch day. I can remember many launch periods, going back to, say, like the days of the PlayStation 2, where somebody might get the first import machine when imports were still a thing, and there'll be a buzz around the office. It'll be in an office somewhere. You can go look at it, play on the new games. Always incredibly exciting, I think, both as a fan of games in general and as a game developer.
We've said earlier on in the panel, Kev, about it's very much a departure for the series, as we currently know it, the move from team-based strategy into a fast-paced, real-time action shooter. How did that sort of process come about? How did that decision come about?
So when we first started thinking about what the next Worms title would be, what form it would take, it actually wasn't that long since we developed Worms WMD. So I think Rumble probably the first rumbles of Worms Rumble probably started about 2 years ago. I didn't plan that. That's completely off the cuff.
Well done, look at that. What a pro.
That's the kind of dedication that you get.
Absolutely.
So it was probably about mid to early 2018 we first started talking about the title. So we were still about 2 years from the launch of WMD, and we put a huge effort into WMD. We felt that with WMD we delivered an awful lot in terms of feature completeness for that design of a classic Worms title. It's an incredibly feature-rich game. It's a very robust game. It shares a lot of commonalities with Worms Armageddon. As you mentioned previously, John, Worms Armageddon has long been a fan favourite. Some of us saw WMD as almost being like a love letter to Worms Armageddon. And it was really difficult in a lot of ways for us to top that. We thought, what would we really do next? Like, where could we take it next? And allied to that also, I think that the classic Worms design does throw up some challenges for design. One of the challenges being if you want to scale up, if you want to do like a massively multiplayer version of Worms, with it being a turn-based game, how would you actually achieve that? You know, it probably wouldn't be an awful lot of fun, you waiting for 32 other players to take a turn after you taking the turn. You would want to be engaged with it.
Yeah, it would almost have to be like a second screen experience, right? You spend half the night just waiting for your turn to come around.
Exactly. Yeah. So with Rumble, we thought there were a lot of benefits to it. Some of the benefits being around accessibility, some of them being around it being much quicker and much more immediate to get into a game and just get playing. So there are a lot of pluses for this sort of like general direction of design. What wasn't a plus was that we had the entire history of Worms to call on, and if we were making another classic game, we probably have a pretty good idea how we would go about it and what we would start doing. Not the case with Rumble. There are similarities, but essentially you can treat it as a separate game, a separate entry in the series. And we'd never made that before, and it was daunting and challenging, and we didn't know what it looked like. And so we set a small team working on it. We created a prototype, and we probably kicked that around for about 6 months. It was a super ambitious, very fully fledged prototype. It ran over a network. It wasn't 32 player. I think it was probably around 15 players. It started out as being a battle royale. Then we tried the deathmatch mode. It was quite touch and go for a while as to whether or not we thought we could achieve it. I can remember quite clearly the kicker being that we have a few offices with Team 17, and the prototype was developed in Wakefield. And we took it down to Nottingham, and we got it in front of the boss. We got it in front of Debbie, and we were saying, this is what we think it'd look like. This is a plan. We realised it's quite a departure, but we have made a working prototype, and we got all of the guys in the Nottingham office to play it, and it was completely unscripted. We just jumped into it. It was quite brave of us. It could have completely shot us in the foot, but I think it was really Debbie got to see people playing it in the office, really engaging with it, really enjoying with it, a completely unrehearsed, unplanned presentation. But it went really well, and that showed us that there was a lot of potential in this. Still an awful lot of work to do. But the prototype really set us up and gave us confidence that this could be an exciting new direction for the series.
Brilliant. And Adam, it's one of the first, if not the first, games as a service title to come from Team 17. I know we're not talking about post-launch roadmaps and all that sort of stuff today, but that presents itself some really exciting opportunities, doesn't it, to support a game for months and years ahead. And what's that sort of been like?
It does, yeah. So like you said, this is the kind of first time we've ever tried to do this on a game, and with it being Worms, it's even more of an exciting challenge, I think. So like you said, we can't really go into the specifics yet, and we will be revealing stuff on the kind of run up to launch. But we really put a focus on, we want players to have stuff to kind of work towards. We sort of showed some of it off in the beta, so there is a meta game there. You can level your worm up, you can unlock cool, increasingly fancy customization for them to really show off how good you are at the game. We had some challenges in the beta as well, so there'll be daily challenges there in the game, so things that players can work towards each day to get themselves even more cool rewards. But there'll also be kind of longer term things in there as well, so like weekly, monthly, maybe even annual kind of things that we can't quite go into the specifics of. But really, launch is only the beginning for Worms Rumble. We're going to be looking at supporting it long after launch. We're going to be looking at really listening to the community and kind of taking on board their feedback and using that to help shape the game in the future.
Okay, and that's about wraps up the Worms Rumble panel today. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks to both Kev and Adam. Chaps, thank you very much. Best of luck with the rest of development. If you want more information on Worms Rumble or track its development, then you can follow it on Steam or via Twitter at WormsTeam17. Thank you very much for joining us. Bye.
Peggy 3.
Welcome to the world of Tohu. We're here today to take a closer look at the game and to provide a sneak peek at some of the weird and wonderful characters, puzzles and adventures that wait within. In Tohu, you play as a young, unassuming heroine known as the Girl, as she embarks on an extraordinary journey to save her unusual home from certain doom. The game takes place across a fantastical other world, one that is formed by a network of small living and breathing fish planets. After the arrival of a strange, shadowy creature, the sacred engine that is key to this fishy world is broken, putting all life on the planets under threat. On her journey, the girl will encounter all manner of eccentric characters and visit many bizarre and wonderful locations. But there will also be unusual scenarios and other inconvenient situations that will prevent her progress. It's up to you as the player to guide the girl and help solve all kinds of intriguing conundrums and challenging puzzles. Fortunately, the girl is accompanied by her mechanical alter ego, Cubis, and you can swap between them both at any time to use their unique abilities and try different approaches to puzzles. There are many different kinds of puzzles you'll encounter throughout Tohu, and we'd like to show you an early look at one of them right now. This scenario takes place early in the game, as the girl travels to find her friend and one-time carer, Junkel. However, as she arrives at his home on the Junkfish planet, she finds that the front door has been shut by something called a mole lock. Let's take a look around this area outside of Junkel's house and see if we can find a way to unlock it. So to begin, you can see we have these strange firefly-like creatures that whoosh around the area when you interact with them. We also have this peculiar-looking object over here, which appears to be a lamp of some kind, as well as a small glass pot, which is too heavy for the girl to lift on her own. And then down here, we have what appears to be a gumball machine filled with moles, by the looks of things. And as you pull the lever, it fires moles out. But we can't really see what's going on right now. Let's do something about those bushes first. By swapping to Cubis, we can pick up the glass pot. And then by interacting with the fireflies and standing in the right place, Cubis can catch the fireflies and place them in the pot. It looks like we need all 5 of them in total. And by moving across the environment, we can put Cubis in the correct position to catch the rest of them. Okay, that's all of the fireflies. Let's attach this to that lamp and see what happens. There we go. That's made things a little bit more visible for us. Let's go and check out that mole gumball thing again. Now we pull the lever. We can see exactly what kind of mole is coming out. But in order to get a mole to stay in a hole, we need to select the right one, with the right colour and facial features. Junkel must have set up this elaborate puzzle in case he ever got locked out. Did he place these signs here? They show exactly what type of mole we need to fire out of the machine. So, to begin with, we need a blue mole that's a little bit on the wider side. That's done it. So now we need 2 blue moles with 3 eyes each. That's one done. Now let's launch another. Okay, so that's all the blue moles done. So let's move on to the red moles by pushing the button to the left. Looks like we need 2 wide red moles. And now we have 3 holes remaining, which look like they belong to a mole with some kind of moustache. Let's hit the moustache button and see what happens. There we go. That is definitely a mole with a moustache. And now we have another, with an even more impressive moustache. And finally, the last mole. That's quite a charismatic group of moles, don't you think? Now that we've filled in all the holes with all of these moles, we've unlocked another machine over here, which has a rather suspicious-looking hook attached to it. Maybe it's used for chucking moles around. Let's investigate. We now have one last piece of the puzzle to solve, which involves connecting these vines together to create a closed circuit. But we think it will be more fun for you to solve that one by yourself. So let's skip ahead. With the circuit complete, the machine is now working, and we've successfully unlocked the door by launching a mole at the target. So that's the puzzle complete. Sorry, Junkle, but your mole lock is no match for our puzzle solving. Thanks for watching our walkthrough. This has been just one of the many intriguing puzzle scenarios you'll find throughout Tohu, and we hope you'll join the girl on the rest of her adventure when Tohu launches later this year, on PC, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch.
Hello and welcome to this very special panel on board games brought to you by Dicebreaker. I am Matt from Dicebreaker. If you've not heard of us, we are a website and YouTube channel about board games, tabletop RPGs, and basically anything you can play on a table or sometimes off of it. We are joined today by Alex Lowleys, also from the Dicebreaker team. Thank you for joining us, Lowleys.
Hello.
And some very special guests from across the world of board games. I'll allow them to introduce themselves. If we'll start with Miklos and Starla, please, first.
Well, I'm Starla.
I'm Mick.
And we are
Our Family Plays Games. Yeah, baby.
And we are in the U.S.
Yeah. Somewhere around there.
Excellent. And where can folks find you? What's a website or YouTube channel? Or...
We have our YouTube channel, Our Family Plays Games. We're on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
We everywhere.
And if you're in the U.S., check us out. We're in Omaha.
Yep.
Nebraska.
In the middle of America. Really the middle.
Excellent stuff. And moving on, Amy, please.
Hi, I'm Amy Dickinson. I am one half of the Game Shelf. We are a resin blog that's been writing from a couple's perspective for about 5, nearly 6 years now. You can find us at thegameshelf.blogspot.com or game_shelf on Twitter.
Awesome. And Kareem?
Hi, my name's Kareem. I'm the board game minimalist, and you can mostly just find me on Twitter at Game Minimalist. And I mostly talk about just trying to get some really good board games into your collection and keep a sort of more modest collection size so you can sort of maximize the value there. But, really interested in board games, not super long time in the hobby, maybe sort of 4 or 5 years. But yeah, it's a lot of fun just kind of trying to find those key games to keep in the collection. So yeah.
Fantastic. And last but not least, we have Eric.
Hi, everyone. My name's Eric, and I'm on What's Eric Playing, a board game review and photography site. So most of my reviews are written, and you can find me at what'sericplaying.com or on Instagram at What's Eric Playing, or Twitter due to its name limit at What's E Playing. It's a 16-character title, as it turns out. Really loved that for me. But yeah, no, I've been in the hobby for about 5 years and mostly specialize in written reviews and photography.
Fantastic. Thank you all so much for joining us, first of all. And thank you, the viewers at home, for also joining us. We can't see you, but thank you for being here. We're going to spend the next hour or so talking about basically how to get into board games. Maybe you've played Monopoly. There's a good chance you've played Monopoly. Maybe you've played Catan or even Pandemic. But if you're looking to pick up some of the more modern games that are out there that you might not have heard of, that might have just passed you by, or maybe are just hidden gems, we're going to kind of just have a conversation about that, and then where you can go in the hobby after that. So the title of this panel, which doesn't really have a title yet, is something along the lines of "There's never been a better time to play board games. Here's why and where you can start."
That's a long title.
It really is.
You should go with the acronym for that one.
How are you going to make a Twitter handle for that one? I want to see.
But at least it's accurate,
Specific is good, though.
We'll dive straight in, really. Let's talk about, I guess, more generally, board games. It will come as a surprise to nobody watching this. Board games, they've been around a while. Monopoly is, over 100 years old, and Senate dates back thousands of years. But arguably, board games right now are really seeing kind of a golden age. They're really booming. There's board game cafes, there's board game shops. They are all over Kickstarter. They're making millions of dollars. So in some ways, it feels like they've never been bigger. So why should folks, maybe they've played some of those older games, they might have a dusty copy of Trivial Pursuit or Scrabble. Why should they be getting back into modern board games right now?
Well, partially, I think it's because your old copy of Trivial Pursuit's out of date now, right? I think I saw one that was asking which of these actors hadn't been Batman, and Ben Affleck was on the list. So, at the very least, you got to get a new copy of Trivial Pursuit, get some new questions.
I think there's a lot to what you said about the choice. I think when we were kids growing up, playing some of these board games like the classic kind of games, Scrabbles and Monopolies, Trivial Pursuits, etc. It seemed there was a relatively limited library of games out there. But there's just so many games out there now covering so many different themes. I guess you could say the technology of board games has advanced, just like other technologies out in the world have advanced. So the sort of richness and the intricacy of the board games that you can play and the kind of richness of the worlds that you can interact with are really starting to get to the level where they compete with, video games for that immersiveness and the richness that you can get there. So I think it's just, as you said, a golden and great time to be discovering that whole new games out there. And sorry for cutting you off. I apologize.
Well, from our perspective, as we are Our Family Plays Games, we believe that board games now is the best time to get into it because it helps you with your family, family communication. Yes. You get to bring your kids to the table and get them off the video games.
Claw them off. Claw them off.
So we love the fact that it brings the family to the table. So if you want to communicate with your teenager, this may be something you can do that will get them to open up a little bit more. Because I know with our teenager, he gets into his video games. We don't see him.
We lose him. We lose him.
If you want to get your teenagers to the table, put a board game on there, one that they like.
And like we always say, if you're not having fun at the table, what are you doing? So as a family, it's good to find some great games
to have
and put everybody at the table so you don't have to look at no TV. You're not arguing. Well, you're going to argue probably in the game. You're gonna argue. But if you just put everybody at the table and have that cool cardboard right in front of you, hey, man, can't go wrong. Yeah. Now, you can't go wrong with some of the games, though. But, you can have fun as a family.
Yeah.
You can have fun.
I think I will say... Oh, sorry, Amy, go on. Your family isn't necessarily just your blood relatives. I have met so many amazing people in this hobby, and way younger than me, way older than me, but we can sit down and we can play a game, and there's nothing between us apart from our wits and our skill at the game. And it's brilliant. All the people I've met in this hobby, all these fantastic people, some of which are on the screen in front of me right now, and many of which are out there watching this. Just great people in this hobby.
I think like piggybacking off like what everyone else has already said, there's so many games out there now that there's something for everyone. If you just want to play party games or you just want to play like 4-hour long intense strategy games, there's literally something for everyone in the hobby. You don't have to be like playing those heavy strategy games, or you know, you can ignore certain things or you can play all of it, but there's literally like so much stuff out there now that there is something for everyone, which I think is great. And everyone, there's a place for everyone, and it's such an open community as well.
That's right.
Definitely.
Yeah. To build off of that, I also really appreciate just the diversity of like narratives and themes available. So it lets you, I think video games are important in some ways for the immersive capability that they have. And I think board games allow for more like a tactile experience. So for players being able to physically touch the pieces, or in most of our cases, being able to sort of physically touch the pieces because we're all playing board games online. I think that having the ability to like immerse yourself in different themes via that tactile experience is just very different for me than reading a book, watching TV, playing a video game. And I appreciate there's another great way to experience interesting narratives that are outside of my own,
Definitely.
Well, and to kind of piggyback on that, the diversity of ideas and themes, we haven't got there right then and there in the hobby, because we're as African Americans and people of color, we still don't see our stories kind of out there. And that's what I'm still waiting for, is the stories of, my culture out there, so that's what I'm still waiting on. And I know it's going to get there because I see a lot of, people of color as designers coming out, and hopefully they can bring our stories. Because let me tell you, Black folks, we got a lot of stories and we sure want to tell a whole bunch of them. So that's what I'm encouraged to see. And that's what I want to see.
I think it's
for sure. And
I was just going to say, I think, yeah, I definitely agree. Like, there's definitely not enough of that. But as you're saying, there is stuff of like that kind of stuff is coming out a bit more. Like we played Yangsha on but the Dicebreaker team played Yangsha, which was a Kickstarter recently, and that was like a game that was like, oh my god, this is incredible, because it took one of my experiences and it put it in a game, even though it was a game about like Chinese immigrants in San Francisco in the 1920s. There was something that like spoke to me as like someone, I guess, who like, I'm half German, half Irish, and I moved when I was young. It like there was something in there that spoke to me, and I'm like really excited to see more of that as the hobby goes on as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing more African American representation as well, and just hearing all these voices talking.
Yeah, Banana and Center are an incredible team. I love what they've been doing on that RPG.
Yeah,
it's superb.
For sure. And so speaking of, I guess, board games that you are excited to see coming out at the moment, are there games that you've played recently or even in the last 2, 3, 5 years that you've been particularly excited by or kind of engaged by or felt like they really represent, I guess, where the hobby is now and where it's going as well?
Where the hobby is now? Wingspan, probably. I mean, the tactile experience of it, the components are so good. The inclusion of a dice tower is just such a... It makes the table pop out. You've got these little... I don't know, are they ceramic, the eggs? In 5 different colours.
Yeah, they look like chocolate.
Yeah.
They look way too edible.
I was going to say,
Please
how many of them did I eat?
Do not eat eggs.
Do not eat them.
I only ate like 3, it's fine. My doctor says they'll pass.
Yeah,
well, I know for us,
maybe get some fresh components.
For us, we have so many on our show for shame is ridiculous.
Yeah, but what we played recently. I
mean, just a simple game like for like the family, like Roll For It.
Yeah, Roll For It was really cute.
It's called Casino in the Fitch House at that point when you say Roll For It.
And that's a really nice game that anybody can learn very quickly.
Yeah.
So I like that. It doesn't take a lot to play this game, because some of the games in the hobby, you got to read a 10-page rule book in order to get it on the table.
Which she don't read. I read all the rules.
So I think
she don't read the rules.
That's something that's great for newcomers to the hobby, that they can get in easily without having to do a lot of work on a game like Roll For It.
Yeah, Roll For It. And like Control, that new game from Panasaurus.
Yeah.
And that's cool,
that's another simple one.
Yeah, it's a little simple. The family can, gather around and try to, on the little cube battlefield, they say.
Yeah.
So that's but that also shows, the different mechanisms and themes that's coming out in the hobby. Control. You never thought you'd be doing some Legos on a block and that'd be a game. But it turned out pretty cool.
Yes,
so
No, I mean those are great games. I think one thing that's really interesting is that you can probably look at some of the games that you might have played when you were younger, Monopoly or Scrabble or maybe sort of Dominoes or something like that, and find some really interesting equivalents in the board gaming world. So if you look at things like Azul, or King Domino, which are really simple games to learn, but they have nice sort of ties back into games that probably more people have been familiar with. And there's a lot of really good lists that people have put there. If you just go into YouTube and say, 10 games if you like Monopoly, 10 games if you like, X, Y, or Z, you'll find a lot of really good recommendations for games that maybe have a familiar flavor with something you've experienced, but they've got that kind of modern board gaming technology there where they've refined the concept, added something really interesting, and just made a really fun experience that is actually quite accessible for people who aren't as into board games perhaps as we all are. So so I think that's a really interesting thing to look at, places where you can find those correlations.
Yeah, one game that we really love is Catan, because if you can see our logo, Catan's in our logo, so we love it.
We love the hexagon tiles.
Yeah, but when people come over that are not really board gamers like all of us, we say, well, let's throw on Ticket to Ride.
Yeah,
man, you can throw Ticket to Ride anyone, just anywhere
anybody
to anyone,
can learn it,
and somebody can play a Ticket to Ride.
Yeah,
somebody. Everywhere they can play a Ticket to Ride.
Yeah, and it's a peaceful game.
Yeah, it's a peaceful game.
Catan is not always peaceful.
None, especially not in this house.
I think you play Ticket to Ride differently to me.
Play right. Y'all don't play right.
So we like,
especially our son Grant. He talking about 3 for 1. I was like, 3 for 1 what? 3 of your cards for 1 of mine. I'm like, what?
Yeah, so we like Ticket to Ride to share with other people because
he's a hustler, y'all. He's a hustler. Woo, Lord. That boy will hurt you. Hey,
that's the extreme board gaming.
This virus is something else. That needs just to come away. I'm getting hurt here.
And Starla, you mentioned kind of teaching rules. I think with a lot of these games, the hurdle for people coming from the likes of Monopoly or Cluedo or wherever it might be is they already know those games, or at least in some cases they think they know the rules, because Monopoly often not the right rules. So in terms of, getting those people to the table and then teaching them and convincing them that this new game is worth the effort, the energy, how do each of you approach that? Putting a box that maybe has like something that's not exciting on the front of it, as modern board games often are. It's like, this game's about tiling or farming, and then being like, but you really need to play it and you will love it.
Well, no, you got to pump it up a little bit. You don't say, well, this is Caucasone. This is about the French city that you put tiles on. No, you got to pump it up. Say, this is cool here, because you can put some tiles down. You can hurt folk. You can put a robber on the board. You can put a knight. Man, look at this. Isn't this so cool? You got to pump up the stuff.
But also, as far as learning rules, if any of you have ever seen our YouTube channel, we have a series within our channel called Beyond Monopoly.
Yeah.
So we talk about all these things that will help people get beyond Monopoly and get into the modern board game hobby. So we do talk about rules. And so I said in the video that you should designate someone to learn the rules.
Yeah,
in our household, it is Mick.
Mick all day
Mick
long.
learns the
all
rules.
day long.
I'm not a rules person.
No, she is
and I will
not.
say that over and over. I'm not going to read a 9-page rule book. Give me the synopsis and then put me at the table and let me go. So Mick reads the rules. He's the one we go to if we have any issues.
It's a burden, y'all. It's a burden.
And then he gives us the synopsis, and that's how we play. And so lately, because we've had so many games, he's been trying to get out of reading the rules.
No.
And it is difficult.
No, I haven't.
It's difficult to get people to agree to just read the rules and learn the game. But it's imperative, because if you don't know how to play the game and you're playing it wrong, you don't get the satisfaction and you don't get the fullness of the game that the designer intended. So you have to learn rules, but you need to get someone who's dedicated to doing that and then teaching the rest of them.
Now I'm dedicated, but I try to get her to watch, like Rodney Smith or somebody like the How To. This woman will fall asleep in a minute after it comes on. Like, I was like, why are you going to sleep? It's Rodney.
Don't
wake
tell
up.
Rodney that. Don't tell Rodney.
I don't,
I feel like you're talking a little bit.
I love Rodney, but I mean, rules are important. And if you don't want to read the book, watch the play. This is a great place to go. But yeah, somebody needs to know the rules, because you're going to need someone to go to if you need a question answered, who's going to know that game. I can find the answer for you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Amy, please.
Oh, I was just going to say, in my household, I'm definitely a rules learner. But also my day job, I work at a board game cafe as a games guru. So I'm teaching people games constantly, and so many of them, more or less, as professional as you get in the industry. Most of those people only play Cluedo and Monopoly. But if you give them something like Century Spice Road, it's a rule book that's like the size of my hand, double-sided. They can learn that within 2 minutes. It's not scary, and that's the big thing with modern board games. People want to show off Twilight Imperium. Yeah, that's terrifying. If you don't know what you're coming from, that is a terrifying game.
Exactly.
You see Gloomhaven, and there's a box this big. I'm off camera, but massive box.
That's how big it
about
is.
6 kilos.
Terrifying. Yeah.
You don't show those people those games. You show them Santorini. You can teach them that in 2 minutes.
So
you show them the mind.
Yeah.
You can teach them that in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
They might hate it, but if so, they've wasted 2 minutes. And if they don't, then they've played something that's unlike anything they've ever played. And that's how you get them hooked.
That's my favorite.
That's the gateway.
The
gateway game. So you always have those.
And there's nothing wrong with the word gateway games. It's all good. It's all good.
Yes.
Amy, I think you bring up an interesting point, though, where it's I think that there's a tension once someone's taught you the rules between saying, like, oh, this game doesn't sound like it would be a good fit for me, and, oh, well, sunk cost, we've already learned the rules, we might as well play the game. And I think that's something that I encourage a lot in my groups is, if this game doesn't sound like you're going to enjoy it, that's fine. I'd rather get through 15 minutes or 5 minutes of just going through the rules than 30 minutes of you playing a game that you hated. And that's something that I don't think comes up a lot until you're playing a lot more board games. Just the idea of, oh, just from learning the rules of this game, I'm like, oh, this isn't for me.
Yeah.
True. I think another thing that I would say is maybe a little bit of a different perspective, but I think also, a lot of people are quite intelligent. They understand the concepts of games, if they play video games or things like that. So I wouldn't discourage people from exploring, games that they like the look of themselves. And, if you go through the rules, their instructions, like any kind of instructions, you can kind of figure them out. You don't have to be superhuman to do that. I mean, I think for people like us who've played a lot of different board games, we've already learned some kind of concept. So maybe it's a bit quicker for us. But, you can sit down and, break out a game that you like the look of if you're a group of people who are very new to board games, and just make your way through it, see how you get on. I think for the most part, especially with the different resources out there that people have mentioned, there's a lot of videos online, a lot of how-tos, a lot of explainers. Yeah. You can probably figure it out. So I would say, don't, I think some of those lighter games or gateway games are great, but also if you like the look of, Blood Rage or Scythe or something like that, and you want to play it, go for it. I think you can probably figure it out.
And just kind of accept that a lot of the time your first game is going to be a wash rules-wise anyways. Like, I don't know about y'all, but I have a pretty bad track record of getting the game right on the first play.
Oh, yeah. As long as you still have fun, you're doing it right. That's true.
Oh, yeah, no. About halfway through Century Spice Road,
as long as you have fun. That's it, right there. As long as you have fun.
It's funny because we were discussing something similar on the Dicebreaker team this week, actually, where I'd been writing up a script for how to play for a game, and one of my colleagues checked over the script, and his notes on the script were a lot of like, wait, what? You can do this? And it's like a very well-known game that everyone knows the rules to, but all of a sudden everyone was like, wait, hold on, we didn't know this rule, or we didn't remember that rule, because I guess you play it once and you're like, okay, I get it now, and you don't really look at the rules after that, so you may drop a rule or two here along the way, and if that keeps happening, all of a sudden you're playing a very different game.
Yes.
So it's funny how that can happen as well.
I played Ice Cool. Like, it's just the penguin flicking game, right? I played that wrong 50 times. Like, we found out maybe 50 plays in that it was a completely different starting setup than the way we had done it the first game and just never looked at the rules again.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, it's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
We're playing it right now.
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, it's several games that you look at something on YouTube or you see somebody talking about it, and like, oh, I didn't know that rule's in the game, and that's 100 games later, you're like, oh, we didn't do that right.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's plenty of times that
happens
happened.
to
Yeah.
everyone.
But as long as you have fun, it's all good. It's all good.
I think that's one of the nice things about board games versus something like video games, which can have mods and expansions and whatnot. But board games, you can have different variants, different rule sets. Some of them come with the game. Some of them can be house ruled. It can go both ways because Monopoly is notorious for people playing it wrong. It's not a good game generally anyway, but it's a lot better by the rules as written. But so many people play their own variant of it that it becomes like interminably long. But there are so many things where it's like, if you don't like something, you can take it out, and maybe it's not the way the designer aimed for you to play it, but if you're enjoying it, if it's working for your group, then ultimately why not do it?
There is definitely an undercurrent in a lot of cooperative games I play about just like, it's a cooperative game. You can cheat a little bit if you want to. Like, we're on the same team. And that happens occasionally.
Or takesy backsies and things like that.
That don't happen in this house because somebody don't play co-op in this household. We don't have co-op here.
Well, I'm
Right,
whoever
sweetheart?
it is.
Right,
I'm with
sweetheart?
you. I'm with you. I'm not a big co-op fan myself.
You got a fan?
I love them.
Alex mentioned a few minutes ago that there's so many games out there. You don't have to like everything or play everything.
Yeah.
I think
there's probably people watching this who they don't even know that co-ops exist. The idea of a cooperative board game is actually relatively modern.
Exactly.
Yes.
And they're huge. Like Pandemic is obviously a huge one, but it's not the only one. And you've got the whole subgenre of escape room games, which it's not a building you go in and get locked in. It's a deck of cards with puzzles on, like The Room, but it's a board game.
Right. The trauma there is that you have to cut them with scissors.
I think co-ops are a really interesting board game concept if you're not as into modern board games, because I think a lot of us have memories growing up, at least I did, of like those miserable kind of games you'd play with your family where you'd lose and your parents would win or your siblings would win, and you get really upset by it. But then that may have actually turned you off of board games. But then you figure out there's this cooperative version of board games where you can all win together. And I remember when I first played Pandemic, it just blew my mind. I was like, wow, so we actually are all on the same team. We don't have to have that kind of competitive element here, and we can all win together. And it's just it's part of that evolution of board games as a sort of a technology, as sort of an area, a creative area, that they've evolved, and these really new interesting ideas and concepts now exist in board gaming.
I think the kind of springing off of Pandemic, the other one that I think quite a few people maybe not watching this won't know of is legacy games, or at least narrative board games, because a lot of people think of board games as you play for points, and a lot of board games are that. They're the you add up at the end, whoever's got the bigger number wins. But there are so many games out there now that are like Amy mentioned Gloomhaven earlier, which is essentially like an RPG in a box, along with more cards for the combat and so on. But they're trying to offer that. Yes, a very, very big box. They're trying to offer that kind of more story-driven experience. Some of them are competitive as well, but that you can have as a group and kind of go through like you would watch a show together or play a video game campaign together. And I think people put off by the idea of competitiveness, like Reem was saying, like there's so much out there now, within co-ops as well, that just, if you haven't looked at things with narratives or things that are co-op, you might be really surprised by just how far board games have come, even in 10, 15, 20 years.
Yeah.
It helps a lot.
But it
But
was
we're also
really
getting
cool.
some influences from the tabletop RPG community as well, right? So like the Dungeons and Dragons, A Quiet Year, Jiangxi, like a lot of ideas from those creators are also filtering back into board games, giving us games like Legacy of Dragonholt, which is almost purely cooperative, purely narrative driven, and some very light card play, and other stuff in that space. I think is a really nice way to give people sort of a spectrum of participation where, if you want to play something that's a lot more like reading, text, going through, talking through the outcomes, there's a lot more storytelling games in that space, up to include things like Fiasco. Or if you want to play like, something that's very much just I Am a Train, I think. I haven't played any 18xx games. Are You the Train?
Oh, I thought that was Ticket to Ride.
Oh, I mean that too. I'm just trying to think of like I think that's how they go. Somewhere, someone's about to send me a very nasty email. But I'm a train. I buy stocks. I lay my rail, and then I earn some points or whatever. I'm very unfamiliar with this genre, but there's a spectrum. Is what I'm trying to say.
I think you're generally a train company rather than just a single locomotive.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think Eric probably knows that, but it's really interesting, Matt. Just going back to that point, because Pandemic was one of the first games that I played when I first got into board games, and I quickly went into playing Pandemic Legacy, and it's probably still to this day one of my best board gaming experiences. And I played it with some close friends, family, who aren't really into board games at all. But when we looked at this sort of game that was kind of simple, when you could kind of be part of this narrative. It's sort of like being, instead of watching a TV show together, you can kind of be part of the story and you influence this and discover it together. And it's just a great storytelling experience. And as humans, we love stories and we love being sort of part of that and sharing that. So if you want to just have a gaming experience, but you're also, enjoying the story together and discovering, episode by episode what's happening, legacy games like that can really be an amazing experience. And they're totally different to what we may have been used to playing as kids as well. So I think it's a really important point to bring up around legacy and narrative-driven games in general.
And I think with the cool thing that Isaac Childress did, he saw that a lot of people, we talk about how big Gloomhaven is and how intimidating it is, and I think the great thing he did, he said, okay, I know it's huge, I know it's big, so let me give you a taste of it. And he came with Jaws of the Lion, which was just is brilliant because 25 scenarios. It basically walks you through 5 of them, and I mean, it was great. I've heard a lot of people say, "Man, so this was Gloomhaven." I'm like, well, yeah, but play this and then get ready for the big boy. But I'm just so glad he gave a little taste of that a lot of people came in and said, "This is great." So I think that was really cool. He gave you a little small version of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very smart.
I will say that at least from my family's old copies of Clue and Monopoly, and given how much we overreacted to board games as younger kids, they're basically legacy games. I think we've torn up several of those cards.
Every time you answer a question, you can never answer it again. Well, I guess that's how they think it will work, but you go back.
It's very much like the Monopoly idea of like, if I can't have Ventnor Avenue, nobody can have Ventnor Avenue.
Melting it in the microwave.
That card's gone. I don't even know what happened to it.
We didn't get that deep on there. We didn't get that deep.
Very scorched earth.
You were ahead of your time there.
That's a little bit deep there.
So we've spoken about some of kind of the best board games out there and what's pushing the genre forward. But I guess leaping back, for people like we say that have played Cluedo, Monopoly, are there some modern successors or direct kind of things where you could look at something and go, okay, so you've played a lot of Monopoly, maybe you think it's okay, you at least know how to play it. What's the next step towards, what's the next step between Monopoly and Gloomhaven at the very far end of the kind of ladder?
Oh, I have a good one for this one. So I grew up playing a lot of Clue, and my favorite thing about Clue was like the deduction element, right? So you're trying to figure out what cards your opponents have, and from there try to reason out what cards aren't available so you can figure out who the murderer was in this Clue style house. Renegade and Foxtrot pushed out the Search for Planet X, and it's a little bit weird in your brain to go from a like house murder mystery to like a space like astronomy adventure, but they do have similar elements in that deduction space, right? So you all play as astronomers who are looking for the mysterious planet X, which is a planet that will not show up on your star charts. But other things like comets or asteroids will show up following some rules. And so similar to Clue, what you're trying to do is you're trying to figure out what everyone else knows and figure out how that translates to the board itself. And from there, figure out which spot is missing or which is the like obvious missing piece. And if you can find that, you can often discover Planet X. The game is supported by an app which allows the board to change state every few games. So you're not always playing on the same board. But I find that it really captures the same level of like deduction that I liked about Clue without all of the weird stuff about some of the weird rules interactions about like the racing or the dice or the secret passageways or the like whatever a lead pipe is. I think we had an old version, but either way, yeah, I just have really enjoyed that one.
got a couple of good ones. So if you remember Masterminds, that old one where you had 4 colors hidden behind a bar and the other person's got to work out what you've got. There's a modern version of that. It's called Rising 5. There is an app that randomizes the colors of these 4 symbols. And you've got to work it out, just like Mastermind, and the app will tell you, oh, you got one of them right and one of them right in the wrong place. But before you're allowed to do that, you have to adventure on this planet with these space explorers, playing cards, defeating monsters to create enough energy to run your machine that's going to deduce this mastermind. So it's taken a very classic game mechanic and then it's put a whole other game on top of it to bring it into the modern world. It's absolutely fantastic. From a more traditional game sense, chess has been somewhat re-implemented by Onitama.
Really good suggestion.
You've got 5 moves a game, and every time you use a move, you give it over to your opponent. So you know what they're able to do. You can always think ahead, but because you've got 2 moves, you're only giving one of them over, and there's one in the middle at any one time, you really have to plan out and keep on your toes. You can't learn the gambits like you can in chess. So someone who's been playing Onitama for 30 years, I mean, A, it hasn't been out 30 years, so time traveler, be warned. But 2, they're not necessarily going to be better than you. If you can think logically, you can beat them. Simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great game, and it's it's one I've introduced to family and friends myself who sort of are familiar with chess and really enjoy picking up. I would say if you look at Monopoly as a game, I think what I always enjoyed as a kid was kind of this notion of like building up your, let's say, assets or your portfolio of wealth, and it's sort of kind of an economic game in a sort of a loose sense. You're sort of trying to increase your wealth and increase your and I think actually if you enjoy Monopoly, you're really spoiled because there's a huge number of games out there called Eurogame or resource management games or economic games where you will find that sort of same flavor, and there's probably too many for me to even mention. Interestingly enough, the trigger for me that got me into modern board games was I was thinking about playing Monopoly with the family at Christmas time one year, and I was like, surely by now somebody's come up with a better version of Monopoly, and I was looking for hacked versions of Monopoly, how people hacked it or whatever, and I ended up on Board Game Geek, which is kind of like the cross between Wikipedia and the Internet Movie Database or Rotten Tomatoes for board games, and it's a fantastic website. I think you will come across it at some stage if you're looking at modern board games. But through that, I discovered there was a huge number of these games that had that sort of flavor of building up your resources, building up your wealth, and kind of building an engine in a sense in a game to try and beat out your opponents and the people you're playing with. So there's no one that really kind of comes to mind, but there's just a really wide range of games that can fit that. And I think even if you go to Board Game Geek and look at Monopoly, you'll see recommendations there of other games that people who like Monopoly actually play. So it's kind of like a recommendation engine built for you, to give you suggestions.
Yeah, one of our favorite modern takes on a game, a classic game, is Five Tribes. Five Tribes utilizes the Mancala mechanic. So if you've ever played the classic, the original Mancala game, you'll be able to play Five Tribes very easily. We love Five Tribes.
Oh, yes, we do.
I've actually tried to learn the classic Mancala game, not successfully, but Five Tribes, I love it. It's one of our favorites. So anyone who's played something like that with the stones and moving it around, you're going to love being able to do that same thing with the meeples and Five Tribes. So I love that.
It's worth saying there as well, like Kareem, you mentioned King Domino earlier. Sully, you just mentioned that it's kind of, Five Tribes is built on Mancala. There is definitely an element of, there are a lot of games where you can take those gameplay aspects and go, okay, I know this little part of this, and this adds another sentence of rules or something like that.
Yeah.
But there's also, I think a lot of people coming to board games today will be surprised by licensed games as well, which seem to be booming at the moment and are generally much better than they were in the past. So Star Wars Escape from Death Star released around the time of original Star Wars. Kind of crap, but
Whoa. I will not tolerate this slight against Pokemon, sorry.
But you look at something like, Star Wars Imperial Assault, which is like a dungeon crawler where you're exploring tiles as, characters, or Star Wars Rebellion, where you're the original trilogy.
Rodney's big into that one, I think, right?
I don't know, but
I know very little about it.
So I wouldn't be surprised. But that's, there are, even if you're looking for something specific where you're like, I really like this world or this universe, there's probably something out there. So
there's been like 2 Back to the Future board games released this year, I think, right? And there's been Jaws, and there's been Jurassic Park games, and if you don't like Jurassic Park, you can have Dinosaur Island. And Dinosaur World, I think, is coming. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of cool themes out there. If you like movies or series or TV that's related to these kind of things, you can find things that will tickle your fancy around those.
Yeah, you
The
generally
Shining
see
just came
out.
you can throw a rock and you'll hit a Marvel game. Just throw a rock and, I hit something. So yeah, I mean, just Marvel Champions and. What's that? Marvel's United. I mean, Marvel Splendor that's coming out. Marvel Love Letter. If you like Marvel, you'll find something.
Is there Marvel's
Ravensburger and the. Yeah, there is. There's Marvel code names. Yeah. There's even a Blizzard code names they made just for like Blizzard employees. Yeah, but Ravensburger and the Op have done a lot of really good work, bringing on a lot of titles. So Ravensburger is pretty famous, especially now for the Villainous series. Mm-hmm. So for a lot of people who are Disney fans and want to like explore what being a Disney villain is like, they have Villainous, which lets you play as Cruella de Vil, Scar, the guy from The Great Mouse Detective. There's also some Maleficent. I was like, did I just pick 3? No, Scar's not obscure, but Marvel Villainous as well just came out.
Yep.
There's a lot of really good licensed games. I've been very pleased with them. I think IDW does a fair number as well, but they have mostly comic book licenses, so you'll see a lot more like The Legend of Korra, Pro Bending Arena, or a lot of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles games from them.
I think I've been so scared of playing licensed games for so long, because for a long time it has just been a matter of label slapping. But I completely agree. Like, a lot of the stuff that's come out like recently, or like kind of in recent years, has definitely improved in quality, and it feels like they're making a game with the license in mind, rather than just, I have this game, how can we sell it? Let's stick Marvel on it. Okay, good. Now it'll sell.
Well, they gotta compete in a landscape with a lot of other really good board games out right now, right? Yeah. So people talk. But I don't know. When I was growing up, there were still some good licensed video games, like Spider-Man 2 for the GameCube, or GoldenEye, or even Aladdin. I like Aladdin. I know that's not a very popular opinion, but I think there's always been some good ones. I'm just very excited that the pipeline of high quality licensed titles seems to be expanding as they're trying to compete with other already great board games.
Back in the day, I'm gonna age myself, but we older than all of y'all. Yes. First off, we older than all of y'all. But hey, we are.
I had a birthday.
These children.
Yes,
but back in the 80s, which I was growing up, there was a game called King Kong that was coming out with the movie King Kong, and that was a pretty cool little game. And I said, "Dang, that's pretty cool." So that was one IP from way back. That was pretty cool. So, they have hit it, some have hit pretty good, some have hit pretty bad. But I definitely agree that there's IPs out there that's pretty good. I mean, just one that it's a really cool pick up and deliver, and that is Firefly. It was based on a, IP that a great series, sci-fi series, kind of a sci-fi Western, show that only lasted one season. And I can't understand why they didn't bring that back. But Firefly, the game, it's pretty dang good. So yeah, there's some good IPs out there.
Yeah, there's also Funkoverse and Unmatched. So if you're into more skirmishy combat games, I think Funkoverse is probably a little bit more casual fare in terms of my experiences. I find that goes well with a lot of audiences that are getting into board games, and then people who are looking for more probably the next step after that have really enjoyed Unmatched. And they both feature a fair number of IP titles, right? So Unmatched has Bruce Lee or Jurassic Park. So I guess Bruce Lee could fight a dinosaur. And Funkoverse has the Golden Girls and the Kool-Aid Man, which is probably my dream team anyways. So
yeah, fighting Rick and Morty and Harry Potter.
Yeah, I'd probably still put money on the Golden Girls there.
Yeah.
They're great friends. So.
I think, well, I mean, you might not agree with me, but I think one of the things that's been interesting with all these licensed games as well is that along with the licensed games, you're also seeing games that are, you know, not as well known as Monopoly. So along the lines of something like Codenames, that's kind of a recent smash hit. We're seeing them appear kind of on like major retail shelves, you know, not just in smaller hobby stores that fans who are already in the hobby go to, but kind of branching out into shops that, you know, everyone's visiting essentially. So when it comes to finding games or people looking for, you know, that first step into the rest of the hobby, where would you recommend they kind of check out and go from there afterwards?
I mean,
Well,
I'm
well,
very
the one
much.
thing- Go ahead.
Okay, well, like I think obviously most people will probably go to like something like Amazon first, but I would always like say try and look local. Like if you've got a like the thing is board game cafes and board game shops are like everywhere now, so it's very likely that you'll have one of those probably near where you live, or you know, if you're going into the city near you, I don't know. I would always like push people towards that, because then you can also talk to someone who most definitely knows what they're talking about, and they can, you know, ask you, you know, what do you already like, or what, you know, they can talk to you and try and actually sell you a game that you will enjoy, rather than you trying to like make your way through Amazon and try and figure your way out of, there's like a lot of, the word crap has been used, so I'm going to use that again. There's a lot of crap on there that you know, and if you don't know what is specifically what you're looking for, you might end up buying something like that, and then you might be put off by board games because maybe you bought something that was not great. Whereas like, yeah, as I said, if you can go and talk to someone directly in a shop or in a cafe who can recommend something based on your likes and interests, I think that's always my recommendation for people, first and foremost.
Yeah, to follow on that,
And, you know,
I
what
think
we
that
always say.
once you've gotten a good sense of like a couple games that you like, sorry, you can often find a reviewer or someone online who has basically a similar through line to titles they enjoy as you. So I know I have a few friends that are just getting into it, and they have sort of a hodgepodge of video reviewers, written reviewers, and podcasts who like similar games to them, and they try to look to see what those people are playing and whether or not they like it, because that gives a good barometer for whether or not like they would like it as well. And even I have that, right? I have similar friends who are working on reviews and other stuff in the space, and I'll ask them like, what are you trying? What's good? Like, what should I check out? And that's sort of how I navigate through the deluge of recent releases.
And you know what we always say, you know, on our channel, because we talk to families that probably haven't been in it, you know, in this hobby, and especially people of color that really have, you know, kind of like, well, I don't see anybody that really plays this game like me. I don't really see, you know, folk that really look like me out there. And we try to tell them, have an open mind and do your research.
Yes.
You know, and one thing we encourage all game stores to do, be cool. When you see somebody that come in there that don't know what the world they looking at, be cool. Because when you go into it, that's the best place to go, is a game shop, to have somebody talk to you. And while you standing there looking at some games, like, where am I going to go? Somebody comes and say, hey, how can I help you? What do you need? What kind of game? The game cafe, great things. You know, we have one here in Omaha called Spellbound. Nice people. We love them. And when they go, and people go in there and say, I don't know what I'm doing here, but I just think I want to have some fun, they help. And that's the one thing, just help folk out. And people that's just getting in this, don't be scared, because you can play anything, because there's something out there to play.
Well, I think that if you are lucky enough to have a board game cafe near you, that would probably be your first stop, because you can try it before you buy it.
Exactly.
And that way you will know that you're going to like it. Because we always say, you know, do the research, go online, look at reviewers or other YouTube channel people that talk about games, check out the Dice Tower, check out BGG. But if you really want to know the game, try to get to someplace where you can try it before you buy it, because we tell people these games are not cheap.
No.
This is not a cheap hobby. I mean, you're dropping $40, $60, $80 a box, and you want to make sure that you're spending your money wisely. So we don't tell people to just go out there and just buy stuff willy-nilly. Research.
Because if I could only be like the minimalist down there, I would be so happy. And I know Starla would be too. But it is so hard to just limit myself to 30 games.
30
it's
or 40
so
games.
hard. I admire you, man. I admire you so much.
Do you really?
No, not really. I don't really admire him. I don't admire him at all.
You just like
Yes, I do. I have to. I have a problem. I have a problem.
Let's just go back.
I have admitted that. I have a problem.
Yeah.
That's the first step.
We have a problem.
Yeah, we have a problem. Yeah.
It's not the worst problem to have, but
no, it's not. No, it's
well, I don't know.
Well, see,
it's a
from
costly
her,
problem.
Yes,
it's a very costly problem.
Yeah.
But back to the question
Yes,
at hand.
yes.
Do your research. If you can get to a board game cafe or find a gaming meetup. I know during this time it's kind of difficult to get a meetup, but before all this stuff happened with COVID, go to a meetup, try games, because I know I found some of my favorite games at gaming meetups and gaming cons.
Yes. Yeah. And another thing, I know a lot of people, like here in the U.S., you got Target, and I just went into a store called Walmart, not too far from us.
Walmart.
Called Walmart, yes.
Okay.
A lot of people don't know Walmart.
Everybody knows Walmart.
Yeah, everybody knows Walmart. Yeah, that's true. But I went to Walmart the other day. I said, "Oh my Lord, they had so many hobby games in there." I said, "Lord," and some people might just say, "What are these things?" And okay, there's a game called Titanic, but is it any good?
Yeah.
That's when you got to do your research.
Yeah.
Don't just buy Titanic and you don't know what it is. Use your phone. Use your phone and say, okay, go to YouTube, hit Titanic.
Go to
How do you play?
BGG.
Go to BGG. See what's up. Just don't look up there. So that's a pretty cover. No. That might get you, in a bad spot.
Game,
just research. Have an open mind. Look and see what's going on, because there's a lot of resources out there, that can really help you find the right game.
Yes.
I think a lot of folks might be tempted by Kickstarter as well, which seems to be bigger than ever for board games. Kind of said in the opening, it's making tens of millions, and individual games are making millions at some point. And it's, those games can often be, $100, $200, even more sometimes. So what are kind of your thoughts on Kickstarter? Because it also tends to be that there are quite a few games now that don't come to stores ever. They are just on Kickstarter. And so, if you're not in on the ground floor, you kind of miss out. But obviously you don't get the opportunity to play them a lot of the time.
Yeah, but stay away from it. It's the devil. Stay away. It's the devil. Stay away. It is the devil. It has caught me too many times. Stay away.
If you're new to gaming, I would almost certainly stay the heck away from Kickstarter. You might
stay away from it.
The next smash hit, but you need to know what you're looking at. You need to be able to translate their marketing into what you're actually going to get hold of. Yeah. Now, you can do your research. A lot of them have print and plays, or a tabletop simulator, or Tabletopia, which lets you play the game online, which, by the way, 2020 being what it is, great way to actually play games at the moment, and play games you might not have physical access to. But yeah, Kickstarter's a scary place. And you can spend a lot of money on things you ain't going to see for 9 months, 18 months. It's not a pre-order system. A lot of board game companies use it as one, but it ain't.
I think this kind of goes back around as well, looking at board game reviewers, YouTubers, all that stuff, because a lot of them will get their hands on Kickstarter games before, or like these prototypes of the game around the time when the game goes up on Kickstarter, hopefully, if the whoever's making the game has done their job right, and so you'll be able to see their thoughts. And again, if you're following or watching somebody with who you usually agree on your game choices, I don't know, and they've played the game, or at least a prototype, a fairly good prototype of the game, and they tell you, from what I've played, it's legit, that's probably safe-ish. But again, also, like, a prototype is not a finished product, and things can change, so it's never 100%, but that's another way that you can do some research for Kickstarter stuff, for sure.
Yeah, and
I
there's a
didn't
lot
mean
of
to
time.
suggest they're all bad.
Yeah.
Just there are so many good games out there which are out now, and if you are new to games, Look at those
Yeah.
first. There's no reason you have to play the latest thing.
That's
Play the
right.
That's right.
classics.
Don't chase the
These are
hotness.
brilliant.
Don't chase the hotness. Yeah.
It's true, though. I will say that Kickstarter is often a place where hobby designers and hobby publishers who don't necessarily see as much large scale like press around their games can go to get their games made. It's not always big publishers using it as a pre-order system. There are a lot of small scale publishers doing single print runs of games that end up being pretty great. I mean, a few of my favorite games are Kickstarter only titles that then the publisher maybe released to their web shop. So the Shipwreck Arcana is a beautiful small box game, cooperative, a little bit of deduction, just an absolutely just gorgeous game. I actually bought it on Kickstarter purely because I saw the art and I was taken by the art, and a friend said, yeah, it's pretty good. And I was like, yeah, well, whatever Jeremy says, I guess. And then just, I've made worse decisions for $15, I can say, looking at my Sonic the Hedgehog ticket stub. But, or I got Soul, Last Days of a Star from Elephant Laboratories on Kickstarter. It's a very meditative game about trying to draw energy from the sun before it explodes so that you can get out of the solar system. It's something that I don't think would necessarily get published through standard publishing channels, and I'm really glad they were given the opportunity to make such a thing. But I will agree that there's a lot of sensory overload that can come from something like Kickstarter, and so I tend to, if I'm shopping on Kickstarter, either get games from publishers I already know and trust, games that I really, really like the art of, to the point where I'm like, even if I don't enjoy the game, having the game as like an art piece in the house is something that I'm really excited about. Or a game with a publisher or a design team that are often from a background that I don't see a lot in publishing, so that I can put my money towards helping new voices in the industry find footholds and build something that they're really excited about.
We're coming up on
But,
time.
that's for a person that's been in gaming, but someone who's just new. I mean, you're rolling the dice with Kickstarter a lot. So just like what Amy said, there's a lot of games that's on the shelf right now that you can go to, and you can find something good. Because if you put somebody out there and they say, "Oh, Tainted Grail, I like that. That's pretty cool," and they pay all that money for a CMON game for $500, and they get it home and they pissed off. That's not good. That's not helping. That's not helping the hobby.
Yeah.
So that's like a roll of the dice.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying go blow all your money on Kickstarter. More just like offering another perspective.
Sonic movie?
Huh? No, it's a terrible movie, but I loved it. I loved it, and I'm gonna watch it again.
I have a 15-year-old that'll be very hurt.
Very hurt. Very upset with you.
It is.
He loved that movie. We watched it too many times.
It is such a bad movie, and I love it. Like
Oh my God!
I'm all over the place.
No, don't say it.
I just caught that and I thought I'd bring it up.
It was the highlight of my movie watching experience this year. I got like 20 friends. We all went to the theater to go see it. Just,
Alex has Sonic color hair. My son would love it.
I know, it's funny because nobody said it until like yesterday, and now everyone's saying it all of a sudden. I've had this hair color for 2 weeks.
We love it. I digress. I cannot do that. So
we digress.
We'll go back to board gaming. But
we digress.
I caught that Sonic thing. And I was talking about it.
Digression's normally very welcome, but unfortunately we're coming up on time. But I'd like to swing round once more around the panel to ask if someone is coming to the hobby. We've had a lot of recommendations so far during this panel, but if someone's coming to the hobby, let's say they've played Catan, Pandemic, Monopoly, but they haven't played anything from the last 5 years. If you could put one game in front of them, what would it be?
Quacks of Quedlinburg.
Yeah, good pick.
Love that game. It's one of those games I've rarely met anyone who doesn't like it, and it's silly, it's fun, it's fairly simple to get into. There's a lot of variety. What's that?
Is that Catch the Moon?
Yeah, Catch the Moon. Love this game. It's a ladder stacking game where you're just trying to build a place, put a bunch of ladders to reach the moon. It's always a blast for us. Just the weird ways the ladders like intersect and hang. Absolute blast.
Well, for us, I would say Chai. If you can find it, that's a beautiful, calming game.
It's easy to learn, And I think people that are new would love that.
Chai. It's really, really cool. I think that would really fit in with the family. Just saying, oh, it's pretty.
With anybody.
It's easy.
It's a nice
but we're
game.
talking about family though.
No, we're talking about anybody.
We're talking about family though.
Yeah, Chai.
Okay, Chai.
I'm going to throw out a suggestion of number 9. Lovely little game. Everyone gets the same Tetris-style number tiles in the same order. So it's all about how you use them. And you're stacking them up to make a pyramid of sorts. You want to get as high as possible, but you can't leave gaps underneath. So you've got to build it really efficiently. It's all about rotating the tiles. Really easy to learn. You can learn it in 2 minutes and be playing. It's only a short game, but it's great fun.
Oh, it's super.
I would probably say Azul. So it's a kind of more of a abstract style game, very simple, very tactile. It's got these great sort of tiles that you can play with, and it has a lot of strategy in it. It's more of a classical sort of feel kind of game. It's really fun, really pretty to look at, really tactile, and you can play it with different numbers of people and different people with different backgrounds and experiences in board games. So that would probably be one I would recommend. But I love Quacks as well. It's fantastic.
Quacks. We love Quacks. Love Quacks.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, that is obviously there have been so many recommendations during this panel, but hopefully that's somewhere to start if you are new to board games, and there are plenty more out there for you to discover, including on some of our panelists' own YouTube channels and websites and social feeds. So once more, if we swing around, just if we could let people know where to find you so that they can keep, discovering this hobby of ours.
Okay, well, we're Our Family Plays Games. You can find us on Facebook at Our Family Plays Games, Twitter, _plays, Instagram, Our Family Plays Games. Don't forget to catch us on YouTube and the Dice Tower.
Yep, Board Game Breakfast.
And Amy?
Everyone's being too polite. I'm Amy. Together with my wife, we write The Game Shelf, which is a written blog giving out reviews on board games. You can also find us... Sorry, I didn't even say where you can find us. thegameshelf.blogspot.com. I can't even speak either. You can also find us at game_shelf on Twitter.
Fantastic. And Kareem?
So the best place to find me is on Twitter. My handle there is @GameMinimalist. And I do have posts and reviews in different places, but the best thing is just come to Twitter and you'll find some links there, or you can just ask me directly, about anything or any games that I've played.
And Eric?
So you can find me at what'sericplaying.com. On Instagram, I'm what'sericplaying, and on Twitter, again, due to a naming thing, I'm what'seplaying.
That works really well in England, to be fair, because it's like, what's he playing?
It was originally going to be What's Eric Playing with like a no G, and I realized I was not cool enough to pull that off. I would need to buy a skateboard or something.
There's always time.
Yeah, I know.
But thank you all so much again for your time, for joining us today, and for your recommendations and discussion. If you're looking for more from myself and Alex Lowleys and the rest of the Dicebreaker team, you can find us on dicebreaker.com or youtube.com/dicebreaker. But until we see you again, we hope you stay safe out there. Thank you for watching. Go and check out these fantastic content creators and board games and just a hobby, because it really is an amazing hobby if you're just dipping your toes for the moment. But for today, that is all we have time for. So thank you again, Megan Starler, Amy, Kareem, Eric, Lowleys, and have a lovely day. Bye.
Bye.
Game begin.
What on earth is a global digital event, I hear you ask? Well, allow me to enlighten you. This event is a gathering of hot gaming content that you would have been able to see at PAX West in Seattle, PAX Australia in Melbourne, or EGX in London in September, before COVID changed the world in what, let's be honest, is a storyline from a video game. In fact, it's bound to spawn many post-viral games in the near future. We'll be hunting through the city streets, crafting masks from animal hides, and all while still on furlough. Instead, you can sit at home and take in all the delights of a truly global event, enjoying the food from your kitchen at a reasonable price. and have a seat guaranteed all day. Amazing! At this event, you'll be able to poke around over 200 booths on the show floor and have a deep dive into some great curated content you might not have seen before. And it's all in one place, like a show. Just have a click around and discover stuff, then click further and discover more stuff. The show floor, or Expo Hall if you're speaking American, is just part of the event we're presenting. On top of the Expo Hall, we also offer you some of the highlights of any PAX or EGX show. Tons of brilliant panels. You'll be able to visit the site, paxegx.com, and navigate your way via the show floor to the massive schedule. It's like a Glastonbury festival of gaming, with massive headline acts and loads of interesting things to watch in the meantime. There will always be something great in there just for you. The Daily Wrap from Virgin Media, presented at 5:30 UK time each day. This will be brought to you by a mix of the brilliant teams at Outside Xbox and Outside Extra, Eurogamer, and Rock Paper Shotgun. They'll highlight the hotspots from the show day that's just happened and look forward to what's coming up next, all using boss-level broadband for gamers. Meet up on Discord. We all know that hanging out with your friends is a really important part of going to an event. Meeting people you already know, making new friends, and hanging out. The Left Field Collection is a must-see for attendees looking for the new, unique, and challenging works going on in games. This is a platform for titles and projects that like to do things a little differently, and promises to always have something interesting to check out. With over 100 indie titles at this year's show, there's going to be tons to discover. There are loads of other features, including speedrunning, cosplay, some interesting limited edition retail opportunities, and board games, with loads of videos from our partners at Dicebreaker. Exclusive event merch! What with this being the first time we've done a standalone digital event, this merch will be very limited edition. Show off to your friends with a fetching new hat at a distance of 2 meters or greater, or grab something special for a loved one or hated enemy. The shop's live now, and you can find it on this site or by searching for the EGX store. And if it's PAX merch you're after, you can search for that too. That's a taste of what to look out for while you're strolling around the digital show floor. There's loads of hot gaming content to come over the next few days. Some of it's live now, and some will be going live later, so be sure to check out all the booths to find out more. Oh, and don't worry if you miss a panel. Everything is going to be uploaded soon after to the EGX YouTube channel. But, you know, always better to see it first, right? In the meantime, here are some of the things to keep an eye on.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Daily Wrap. It's Friday the 18th and we have had a lovely day at PAX EGX, as we hope you do as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's Friday. We made it, everyone.
Hooray!
It's Friday. We did it.
But just because the weekend's coming up doesn't mean the fun is ending at PAX EGX, because it's going all the way through the weekend. And in fact, I will be back streaming on Saturday and Sunday as well. If you like Bomberman, by the way, on Saturday, I'm going to be doing a bit of a community stream over on Eurogamer's YouTube channel. Going to be playing Super Bomberman Online R. I'm going to be playing it on the Stadia, and you can... cheekily, you can get a month free of the Stadia if you create an account and then cancel it straight away afterwards.
Cheeky.
So you can do that, and then you can join in to the Bomberman Online tournament, and maybe you'll be able to blow me up with a bomb, or just, you know, win a tournament in front of millions of PAX EGX viewers. That'll be Sunday 2 p.m. till 4 p.m. No, Saturday 2 p.m. till 4 p.m.
And who wouldn't want to win in front of so many people? Who wouldn't want to have that victory?
Exactly, or just bully me live.
Yeah, all that too. How does it work with the server then on Bomberman? Do you get put into like a game with 5 other people or something, and
So I can make myself a custom lobby, basically.
Ooh.
So I can make a custom lobby. The lobby number will be up on screen, and all you have to do is go to search for that number in the custom lobbies, and you can jump in, and you will be able to jump in. There's like 64. It's basically a Bomberman Battle Royale. 64 players.
Awesome.
So 64 spaces. Well, 63 if you include me. I've done a few on my personal YouTube channel. It's really good fun. So even just to watch. So come and join us on Saturday for that as well.
That sounds delightful. Well, yeah, we've been doing a lot of things today, haven't we? We've been doing some game demos, watching some panels, exploring the EGX digital show floor. There's so much to do on the EGX digital website. It's spoiled for things, Ian. Just spoiled for things.
It is. If you go to paxegx.com and click around, you can buy merch, you can play games, you can watch panels. There is a load of stuff to do. So much stuff to do, in fact, that even after perusing that site for now 7 days?
Yeah,
7 days. I'm still finding loads of brand new things to see and watch and play and do. Some of which we'll be chatting about right now, because there have been some panels today.
There have indeed, yeah. I went to a really good one this morning, or this afternoon even, that was called LGBTQ and Mental Health in Games. So it's a panel that deals with the ways that the LGBTQ community and experience intersect with gaming and mental health, and it was really good. As a member of the LGBTQ community myself, because I'm bisexual, I found it particularly illuminating. It was hosted by Dr. Sachin Shah from Gaming the Mind, Dee Marie Lucia, who made the game Us Lovely Corpses, Dreamfield founder Laura McGee, who made the game If Found, and clinical psychologist Dr. Yael Perry. It was really good. It went into the way that these games, like If Found and Us Lovely Corpses, like investigate queer spaces while also talking about mental health, because often in games they're quite interlinked because of the stuff that queer people go through at a young age, like feelings of isolation and loneliness and stuff. So one of the things I really loved about it was that in Us Lovely Corpses, when it deals with the main character is called Marisol, and she has a mood disorder. So at a certain point, you actually do find out that she's been recommended medication for her condition, which is really good, because so often in video games, as was mentioned in the panel, mental illnesses are fought in really symbolic ways. So it's like fighting monsters or fighting demons or being like in a twisted alternate reality of, you know, the normal world or something. But in Us Lovely Corpses, it was very frank about the fact that, like, she has been recommended medication for the mood disorder she had. It wasn't like some kind of metaphor, because although there are metaphors in the game, obviously, through the roses and stuff that happens in it, the creator, Dee Marie Lucia, wanted to make it clear that, like, although it is obviously it's a game and it is fiction, it is based on very real issues that queer people have at the moment when it comes to getting the right medication for, you know, illnesses they might have. But it was really good, and they were talking about, in particular, the way that, like, metaphor is a really good way to talk about mental illness for people who haven't been through it before, because it helps you understand it in a so much clearer way than like you might otherwise have expected. It was really illuminating. And there was another game made by Laura McGee, who made If Found, which is this game about a trans woman named Cassio, and I think I'm saying that right. But what's awesome is, so the story is kind of a visual novel, but it's her diary. But her diary isn't just words, like it's illustrations that she's drawn of what happened to her. And the way you progress in the game is that you erase these pictures to like reveal other images behind them, like you're proceeding through her pages, but also like it's kind of cathartic, they said in the panel, because you're literally erasing her past and you're just moving forward with this progress. I won't say what happens at the end of the game, but you should play it. Like the end is really, really good and really formative. But it's a really cool way to kind of explore the ways in which Cassio's alienation from her family, who don't accept the fact that she's a trans woman, like when it gets into those stages when she's talking with her mum, sometimes the drawings go really staticky and they don't really like stay on the page, which is a really good way to illustrate the disassociative stuff she's going through. But it's really cool the way they both talked about queer games and like how important it is to have queer games who investigate mental health, because in the end, like, it puts whoever's playing the game in a position of sympathy because you are playing the character. Like, it puts you in their headspace, and it's such an important way to kind of like raise awareness about mental health and queer gaming and how they intersect. It was really, really illuminating. Like, I really felt like I came out of it learning something. It was real good.
Oh, awesome! I will have to check that out because I was busy. I was busy watching something else, a different panel at that time. I was watching the Doom Eternal panel. Yes, Doom. It was all about Doom Eternal's brand new DLC, The Ancient Gods. It was hosted by Digital Foundry's John Linneman, who is an amazing guy. And he was chatting to Marty Stratton and Hugo Martin, who work for Doom Eternal. And he didn't just talk about the Ancient Gods DLC and all the new stuff it's bringing to the game, but they did talk a lot about that in the Ancient Gods. Most DLCs you normally have to buy the DLC as a bolt-on to the main game, but this DLC you can play as a standalone experience. So John was asking,
awesome.
you know, how does that work? You have a standalone game, but the original game, you would have learnt all these skills. So how does a new player jumping straight into the DLC, like how are they supposed to like know how all these skills work and stuff? So there was a nice bit of back and forth about the design aspects of the game and stuff. But there was also a chat that I found very interesting because I actually bounced off Doom Eternal pretty hard. I was
did you?
Yeah, they added a character into Doom Eternal called the Marauder, which is not very doomy to me.
I've heard about the Marauder.
Yeah, the Marauder is very Marmite, basically. Some people really like him, some people don't. I really did not like the Marauder. But this little segment I've got here, this couple of minute segment, will explain, it's Hugo Martin and John chatting about why the Marauder is such a popular character to the ones that love him.
The popularity of the Marauder take you guys by surprise? Was that something you were hoping would catch on, or was it sort of an experiment? Like, okay, we're going to try this new type of enemy in here and see how it takes off.
We anticipated frustration for sure from some players. We as a studio, we feel that frustration is a part of engagement. You know, nothing that is engaging is necessarily going to come easy to the player. You know, if you think about most things, just in sports, live video games, you know, the challenge that is the most rewarding, the power fantasy that is the most rewarding, is the one that is earned, not just handed to you. So you definitely are presented with like a unique combat puzzle, and then you have to kind of master it, and then eventually the Marauder becomes easy, you know, which is what we knew would happen. That's what happened internally. So much so that some players thought it was an exploit. It was like, no, he's designed to encourage you to switch your weapons, you know, like to DPS combo him to take advantage of that falter window. So you think that he's breaking the game, but he's really taking everything in the game that the game has asked you to do up to that point, and he's making you do it super fast. Like prioritizing enemy targets you want to get rid of everybody so you could fight him in peace. And that basically says, hey, you know all that kill and arena stuff that you've been doing the whole game? Well, now you got to do that really fast because he's basically on your ass. And if you don't do it really fast, he's there. You know, it's going to be a problem. So you have to kind of like do everything you did before, but do it super fast. He relies mostly on the ability to aim and shoot with precision, you know, which is a skill that you're going to need in the final parts of the Doom game. And I just like to think that once you've mastered the Marauder and you could beat him relatively easily, then you're really the Doomslayer. I mean, you've conquered the experience for sure, and there's really nothing left in the game that you can't just smash.
So, you know, very good reasons why someone who is good at Doom would be good, would enjoy the Marauder. Doom for me is just a game where you point a gun and you shoot and I just want to point and shoot and go, rah! I don't want to have to think about combat and changing weapons too much. But I do see,
fair enough.
After that very informative chat, why people do like the Marauder. But that is definitely one to check out, even if you just want to admire John Linneman's amazing video game collection on the shelves behind him. I'm very jealous of that indeed.
Yeah, it sounds like you learn quite a bit about the role the Marauder plays in Doom, but as well as talking about panels and going to panels, we've also been playing video games.
Yeah,
what a shock!
This is the best bit about PAX EGX for sure.
Absolute shock. So yeah, I played a great demo today of a game that I am definitely getting. It's called Unpacking. It's kind of like, it's described as a puzzle Tetris game,
right?
But it's not about Tetris. It's about unpacking objects while someone's moving from place to place.
I'll put that trailer up now so we can see that.
So it's really, really good. It's so interesting because through unpacking this person's belongings, it's the same person through the whole thing, you get to kind of figure out what person they become. So the first unpacking you do is when they're a child, and then later on you unpack them when they're at university and when they're in their first house, and like the same kind of objects pop up, but you can see what route their life has taken. Like, oh, okay, they might be into programming now, or like they're into sport now because of these things I've unpacked. It's absolutely fascinating, as well as obviously it's really pleasing unpacking boxes and putting everything away really neatly.
Oh, totally.
I find that incredibly pleasing. But yeah, and so every now and again you'll have an object flash red and white, which means that it's not technically in the right place the person would have it. So then through rearranging stuff like that, you're like, oh, okay, you're this kind of, you like having your diary on your pillow because it's that important to you. Like, it's really good, and it's so calming and peaceful. Like, I really recommend. It's a really good Sunday game, you know?
Yeah, from the gameplay that I looked at before you told me about the game, I thought maybe it was like a little, like, you know, room decorating simulator, but it seems like it's got a much deeper concept than that.
Yeah, it really has. The way you kind of like figure out who the person is that you're playing the game around and like where they are in their life right now is really, really awesome. But I mean, I played like quite a wholesome game, and I don't think you played a similar kind of game.
No, I didn't. So people who know me and follow me on Twitter and stuff might know that I'm quite into true crime. I like true crime podcasts like Red Handed. And,
love Red Handed.
My Favourite Murder and stuff. And I found a demo for a game called This is the Zodiac Speaking, which is
God.
It is a game all about the Zodiac Killer. I'll bring up some gameplay now, the gameplay trailer. But yeah, this game it's basically set in the 70s, back when, or the early 70s, back when the Zodiac Killer was running amok. And it's very much a detective style game, but there is also a lot of stealth elements as well. So in the start of the demo, I woke up in you play as a reporter basically, and I woke up in his house, and I had to first find some of the Zodiac Killer's ciphers and develop some photos and find basically piece together some clues to find out where the Zodiac Killer was hiding, because the Zodiac Killer was sending me specifically a reporter these clues. So
that is
after
chilling.
it was pretty creepy, and with the 70s atmosphere as well, it has got a creepy vibe to it. But once you've done the bits in the house. That's when you go to the outside world, and it becomes a bit more like a stealth game, because you enter the woods and you have to find these clues, and the Zodiac Killer himself is stalking around the woods as well, and you will get these kind of like indicators that show you if he's seen you and stuff, so you have to run away and hide.
Oh my god,
again.
that's terrifying.
Yeah,
Ooh.
so I, to be honest, like having the a real life serial killer, an unsolved case as well, like being the setting for a video game, was actually maybe a little bit more creepy and unsettling than a fictional horror game. But the way they'd done the game was it seemed really in depth. There was a lot of notes which were actual newspaper clippings from the time.
Because Zodiac Killer was never found, were they?
No, they've never been found. It's still an open
Terrifying.
case. There was a movie made about it about 2017, I think, with Jake Gyllenhaal and Robert Downey Jr. That's a really good one to watch. But this isn't based on the film. It's based on, I think they've made up their own kind of legend for it almost.
Their own like headcanon about what happened.
But it is a really good game. The demo itself, it felt a little bit janky to me. There was a lot of pausing as the game loaded, just random pausing, and some of the audio dialogue lines were really loud and some were really quiet. But it is
That can really take you out of it.
Yeah,
it can really take you out of it, can't it?
Yeah, it did take. It was a bit of a distraction, but no, I really enjoyed it, and I think playing the final game, especially if you're a fan of true crime stuff, should be a really well, I don't want to say fun. It's going to be pretty dark. There are definitely some adult themes to that game, but if you're a true crime enthusiast like me, I think it's definitely one to check out, and there's a free demo right now on the PAX EGX site as well. So it's called This is the Zodiac Speaking. So check that out if you like true crime.
And there are so many demos on the EGX website as well. There are tons and tons and tons, and they're all free. So you really don't have any excuse not to try any of them out, to be honest.
No, not
not at all. As well as games that we've been playing, there's also, you have an investment in the Daily Wrap as well, because every day we have a competition where you could win some amazing prizes.
We do. I will bring up that slide now. Here we go. There is the question, and Zoe is about to tell you what to do.
Hell yeah, I am. So, first up, let's announce the lucky winner of yesterday's Bag of Swag competition. Outside Xbox asked you all this question. Black Widow is not a superhero, but she is a super what? And the answer was, of course, Black Widow is a super spy. And the super clever winner who did marvellously well was Connor Clark. Well done, Connor. Someone will be in touch about your Bag of Swag very soon. So today's Bag of Swag prizes are a year's free M500 Virgin Media broadband, a £100 Amazon gift voucher, and loads of EGX digital swag. I mean, Jesus, £100 on Amazon, God. Including an EGX shirt, an EGX digital logo enamel pin, an EGX digital mug, and an EGX digital cap. So you can wear all EGX stuff, all the time.
Just
if you
EGX
want.
Branded all the way to the shops and back.
Exactly. So all you need to do to stand a chance of winning is to answer the following question. From the Get to Know Iron Man video on the Virgin Media booth, who is the Marvel Avenger who can fly? So, as we mentioned, the answer can be found within the Virgin Media booth. And as usual, once you've watched the video and worked out the answer, click on the competition link in the Virgin Media booth and follow the email instructions. One random correct answer will be picked in the morning tomorrow, and the winner will be announced tomorrow too. And the important thing is, you only have 12 hours from the point of broadcast until each daily competition closes.
That's right now!
Right now! So
Right
basically you have
now.
until 5 a.m. 6 a.m. UK time to get your answers in and try to win. But
It sounds tricky, that one.
Yeah,
for definite.
it does.
But
Some of them I feel like I could have guessed, but this one I am like, there are multiple Marges Avengers who can fly, so...
which is the right one? Well, You'll
So
find
many
out in a
shoes.
video on the Virgin Media booth. I tell you what, £100 Amazon gift voucher though, Zoe. I bought the Super Mario 3D All Stars from Amazon
Did you?
today. So just a suggestion: if you do win, you could buy Super Mario All Stars 3D and play Super Mario 64 on your Switch.
What you could put your money towards, or as we found out this week, and we did a reaction stream too, the PS5 price has been announced. So you could put £100 towards the console of your choosing, whether that's PS5 or Xbox, or hell, maybe both of them if you want to do that.
Oh, that'd be awesome. And then you could play your brand new console attached to your Virgin Media broadband because it's super fast M500, all while wearing your EGX shirt and fiddling with your EGX enamel pen and drinking your energy drinks from a digital EGX digital mug. And when you do like a really good move or unlock a trophy, you can spin your EGX digital cap around on your head. So
you can
throw
it up into the air like you're at university.
Yeah.
Throw it up into the air. Loads of stuff you can do.
Honestly, it's the most versatile bago swag I've ever seen in my entire life.
Indeed.
Yeah. Congratulations again to Connor Clark for winning that one. But that's not the end of EGX. Just because this is the daily wrap and EGX finished doesn't mean it's the end of the fun, because PAX is still going all the way through the night until EGX starts up again at 12 p.m. tomorrow. So what have we got coming up?
We've got loads of things, Ian.
Yes.
Loads of things.
We do. What have we got coming up, Ian? Let's find out, Ian. There we go. I love pressing the wrong button. So coming up tonight on PAX, I've chosen 3 incredible things for you to watch. First up, at 7:15 p.m. UK time, 2:15 p.m.
Extraterrestrial time?
That's right, extraterrestrial time, and 11:15 a.m.
Panda time.
Panda time, correct. It's Dicebreaker Presents. Yes, our friends over at Dicebreaker are going to tell us how to run an amazing tabletop RPG session. And in brackets, it says, with special guests.
I mean, they would know, wouldn't they?
They would. And this is one I'm especially interested in because the lovely Johnny Chiodini, of course, he GMs Break Quest Club that we do with
We all
Dicebreaker.
love Johnny.
And that was my first ever time playing a tabletop RPG, and I was a little bit nervous, but the Dicebreaker, thank you. The Dicebreaker team made it so easy, and I'd like to watch and get a little bit more information, because maybe I'll do that with my friends at some point. Who knows?
Yes.
But the blurb says, wanting to get to grips with the ABCs of RPGs. Oh, I like what they did there. The Dicebreaker team run through 13 top tips on how to run a fantastic role-playing session, from giving your story twists and turns without flying off the rails to making the world come alive. Plus, star GMs, RPG designers and fans tell us all about their most memorable moments role-playing. So
nice.
That is going to be very exciting indeed. Following that, I mean, that I think that panel goes on for about an hour, so you may have to watch this next one on catch up or open 2 windows at once, because this one is one I'm also very interested in. This is the future of VR. Gaming, medicine, psychology and beyond. So this isn't just games, this is how VR can help us out in everyday life in the future. That's going to be on PAX 2 at 7:45 p.m. UK time, 2:45 p.m.
extraterrestrial time,
and 11:45 a.m.
Panda time.
Panda time,
You could probably also have like one ear in each talk.
Yeah, earbud from each. Yeah, that would work.
That works.
Yeah, if you have 2 monitors, you could just
absolutely
stereo. It would be like
multitask.
Yeah, it'd be like standing in the middle of 2 live panels.
Which will be perfectly intelligible.
Totally. So easy to absorb all that lovely VR information. Anyway, it says here, have you noticed the boom in the virtual reality presence at PAX? Perhaps you've seen VR rooms in psychological practices or hospitals. That's because VR is becoming the leading medium and future for all 3. This panel will discuss the current state and future of VR gaming with Talon Bish from Oculus Marketing, VR therapy with Dr. Ryan Kelly from Psych VR, VR app development and research with Dr. Jessica Stone, who is author of Integrating Technology into Therapy, and VR art and meditation with Sarah Tico from Hatsumi VR, and VR medicine with Dr. Walter Greenleaf from MediaX at Stanford, which I'm reliably informed is a very posh university.
There are some experts there. Oh my god,
Yeah.
loads of them.
You are going to learn all the things from that
You can know
chat.
everything
Definitely.
after that.
And because it's Friday, it's Friday evening here, Zoe.
Yes, it is.
Not for the people on extraterrestrial time or the people on Panda time. But for us, at 9:45 p.m., there is a Friday afternoon concert by 88-Bit. So on the
Love
PAX
it.
channel, you want a little bit of music, you want a little bit of dancing for your Friday afternoon or evening, depending on where you are at PAX EGX Digital. Tune in to the PAX channel, 9:45 p.m. UK time, 4:45 p.m.
Extraterrestrial time.
At 1:45 p.m.
Panda time.
Yes.
For my brain just said ET then. I was like, no, not ET. There's a whole word that ET means.
ET time. It's fine. He
ET
has
time.
He has go home time. ET go home. No, phone home. Oh no. I got my quotes wrong.
One
How
of them is
embarrassing.
fine.
Anyway, 88-Bit is the alter ego of Cleveland-based composer, stroke pianist Rob Kovacs, where he performs virtuistic note-for-note piano arrangements of classic video game soundtracks from the original Nintendo Entertainment System. Ah, what a beautiful machine.
Amazing.
Kovacs' repertoire consists of music from Mega Man 2, Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest, as well as lesser-known games such as Marble Madness, I know that one, Adventures of Lolo, Arkista's Ring, and others. By acoustically recreating early electronic music that was never intended to be performed by humans, Kovacs is stretching the limits of traditional classical piano playing and bringing video game music to audiences that might never have otherwise heard the music. So that sounds awesome.
How do you do that? How do you make a piano replicate those sounds if they're literally never meant to be replicated by humans?
Well, we're going to find out later on tonight,
How?
9:45 p.m. We will find out. But yeah, that's definitely one to go to if you fancy a little bit of a party for
Absolutely.
Friday evening. All right. Hello. We're back again in Vision.
Hey.
So, we are nearly finished for today's daily wrap, but normally we would push you off over to PAX straight away, but do stick around because straight after this, Outside Xbox are actually going to be here with a little Let's Play of Team 17's Going Under. So Mike, Jane and Andy
Nice.
are going to be playing Going Under, which was the game I talked about on Wednesday's daily wrap. It's the
Yes,
one
it
where
was,
you,
wasn't it?
It's
Yeah.
the dungeon crawler in the indie startup where you use like furniture and cactuses and all kinds
You said
of
it was
things
kind of
that
like
work.
Binding of Isaac, right?
Yeah. I don't know how their Let's Play is going to work, but every playthrough is completely different because the levels are
Wow.
procedurally generated. So maybe they'll take it in turns and each one will get a run at the dungeons. But it's really good fun. It has a really, really awesome art style. And I was a big fan of it when I played it for
So
Wednesday's show.
colourful. So colourful.
It is. It's super colourful indeed.
Colourable.
It's colourable. It's
It's
going under
colourful.
and it's colourable. Yes, but that is pretty much everything from us now. We will be, well, I will be back for some
You will
streams
be
on
back.
Saturday and Sunday. On Saturday at 2 p.m. till 4 p.m. UK time, I will be hosting a very special... No, it's actually 3 p.m. till 5 p.m. Good job, I checked the
Ooh.
calendar there. It's 3 p.m. till 5 p.m. I'm going to be hosting a Super Bomberman Online R Community Battle Royale. Super
Awesome.
Bomberman Online R is a 64-player battle royale game which is only available at the moment on the Stadia. Google Stadia is a streaming service, and you can sign up. If you sign up, you can get a month free doing that. So
What can you do?
then you can, well, what I did was I signed up and then I cancelled instantly and I got a month free. But if you wanted to do that ahead of time, then tomorrow you can turn up 3 p.m. till 5 p.m. and you can join. There's space for 63 of you to join me, and we will be playing Super Bomberman Online for 2 hours. It's really good fun. I've played it a few times on my personal YouTube channel and had a really good laugh with my community. So that's an awesome one to play if you fancy it. And then I'll be doing some more VR Corner live on Sunday at 2 till 4 p.m. But it is about 30 seconds till 6 p.m. So there's nothing else to say apart from have a great rest of PAX EGX.
Yes.
And best of luck winning that Bago swag and getting that lovely hat on your head and drinking out of the mug.
Bye.
Bye everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, he's in a tiny car.
Oh my god.
What?
This is my kind of office, to be fair. Oh my god, it's a Dracula.
What's a Dracula with a sports car?
Wow.
The Hauntrepreneur.
Oh my god, he's called the Hauntrepreneur.
Half a heart.
Throw stools at him.
Throw things.
Throw your stool at him.
Hello, welcome to Going Under. In this video brought to you by Outside Xbox and sponsor Going Under. I'm here with Andy and Jane. Say hi, guys.
Hi. Hello. Hi.
And we just started our first day as an intern at Fizzle Drinks.
Finally, we're making our way up in the world.
Yeah.
A prestigious internship.
Yeah, at this glamorous tech startup in the Pacific Northwest.
Okay, first things first. Are we being paid?
That's not been discussed yet.
I feel like it probably should have been discussed.
There's a monster as well. A monster.
Sorry, what? Okay, now
That
we should
should
definitely
definitely have been discussed.
We should definitely get paid if there's a monster.
The monsters have started escaping from the basement again. Yeah, bit of a problem.
What
Apparently,
is this? Oh, is it a Sunset Overdrive scenario? They're drinking the drink. It's turning them into monsters.
So Fizzle is a meal replacement / soda company.
Yeah, it's like a fizzy water that's also a meal replacement, disrupting two industries at once, Jane.
Wow, that's so disruptive.
Okay, that sounds great. Send me Fizzle.
Yeah.
This video brought to you by Fizzle.
But what if it turns you into monsters, though?
Well, we don't know yet. Possibly. We've apparently been tasked with going and killing the monsters. Always make the intern do it. That seems to be the rule.
Seems like Fizzle should create a permanent paid monster fighting position
Or-
and then
Yeah.
employ us in that role.
How about I disrupt the monster fighting industry by suggesting we just lock the basement door? That's my
Yeah,
plan.
fill it with concrete.
It's disruptive.
So here we go.
Is that a monster or is that just some other employee?
He's
here?
wearing a baseball
Tech
cap.
startup.
So the thing about this game is you basically just grab stuff and smash things over the head with it. It's great.
Okay, fun.
I think. Why are you trying to kill that other
One of
intern?
your co-employees. That's
Yeah,
one of
it
your
was.
peers.
Ex-employee.
You're in trouble now.
Yeah.
Oh no, he seems pleased.
Okay.
We're sick, apparently. We feel sick. Oh, there's some
Oh.
antacid flavour Fizzle in the back.
Wow, Fizzle does it all.
Yeah, apparently so. Oh, we got to go into the dungeon and kill the rest of them. All right, fine.
Okay, so that definitely was a monster. Monster
Yeah.
confirmed.
Monster can wear baseball cap.
Look, we're being pressured though by they're like.
Yeah, right. You do need a professional exterminator. I am trained in marketing and communications,
Yeah.
not monster slaying.
But look,
Therefore,
look at the
I'm
PASAG.
not qualified.
I had really high hopes for you, Jackie. I reviewed
Oh
your resume
no!
personally.
Look, I've got some bold new
no.
ideas for packaging design. Do you want to hear
Yeah.
those?
Have you heard about my social media strategies?
Yeah.
Like you didn't even ask me about my social media strategies.
No, now we're head of monster killing, unfortunately.
No.
Unpaid head of monster killing.
No.
Still head of. It's going to look good on the resume.
Yeah.
That's true. If we
Can I
survive,
smash
we'll
this
have
guy
a
over the head
great
with a
resume.
laptop?
Yeah, what happens
do
if you
it.
hit Marv? Give him a tap. He's not into it.
Oh,
he's
Marv. Fine. I'll go down into the dungeon then. Why not?
Go down into
Joblin dungeon.
The Joblin tube.
Joblin. It says Joblin.
Yeah,
it's
Joblin
a clever. Right, it's a clever name for a startup company.
Right, I'll have. Oh no, not the laptop.
So this is a building full of clever startup companies, is
Yes,
it?
basically, yeah.
Okay, good.
Shall I take the cactus as well? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
All right, here we
Oh,
go.
yeah, you wouldn't want to be hit with that.
Ah.
Joblins.
It breaks easily though. The cactus, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the thing about cactuses. Terrible offensive weapons.
Yeah, laptops.
Single-use offensive weapons.
Laptops, you get a couple of hits in with a laptop.
And then the hinge breaks.
Yeah.
Then you got to
You
take it
should
to an
really
Apple
use
Genius.
it closed. I think you'll find it a better offensive slab.
Yeah.
You close the laptop first.
Like Jason Bourne would jam it into someone's throat, wouldn't he? Like a newspaper.
Yoga ball.
I mean, yeah, if you've got a mace, use a mace, not a yoga ball.
It's probably quite nice being hit with a yoga ball. Relaxing.
It counts as yoga.
Break hits. Which should I take? Break hits cause more damage or gain an empty heart?
Oh,
I've already got an
health,
empty
always
heart. I'm
health.
working in tech.
No, aggressive power punching.
Ha ha ha.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So every time something breaks on top of someone,
Okay.
Nice.
it does more damage.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
get these
here we go.
goblins /
All right, show
co-workers.
these Joblins.
I think these are just people who work at Joblin.
They're wearing backpacks and baseball hats.
And baseball caps. How
Yeah.
evil could they be?
They're branded monsters.
Oh.
This yoga ball does not break. I need something
That's
that's
because
gonna
it's
smash.
made of rubber.
This is a giant thumbtack.
A chair.
Yes.
Do it. Break a chair over
Okay,
them.
all right. I'll take a chair.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I don't move very fast in the chair though. Oh no, there's three of them.
Get him.
Oh, I
So
can
throw a chair
all right.
at them.
Chair
throw a
throw.
chair at that one guy.
Bah!
Yeah,
Oh,
nice.
that didn't
Help
work.
Right,
Oh,
just go hog wild on them.
Okay.
Some of the weapons are like themed for a modern office, and some of them are just spears.
Maybe they're all like soft, like Nerf weapons and stuff for when they're having an idea of startup type.
Also, Jane.
Okay, you're not holding the talking spear, therefore you can't talk in this meeting.
Jane, you also say that like we don't have a replica Frostmourne sword in our office.
Yeah.
You can only talk if you're holding the Frostmourne.
And if you talk like
Because
the Lich King.
Who would interrupt someone holding the Frostmourne?
Yeah, you have to do the voice.
The voice of Frostmourne.
Voice of the Lich King.
What does he sound like? What does the Lich King sound like? Oh
What do you
my!
think a Lich King sounds like? Oh no!
There was a
it's
bone.
The King Goblin.
He's a coffee machine. He's a French press.
Yeah.
Is that what's on his back? No,
Pretty
it's
sure.
Yeah, it's a cafetiere.
Okay,
isn't
He's
it?
like Bane, but instead of Titan, it's like French press coffee.
Yeah.
Yep, that's me. Productivity blocker. That's what they call me.
Yep. A time thief.
Oh, here we go. Oh, daily sync up.
Oh no, this is a dreadful parody of modern office work life.
It really is. Ah! Such chaos. Dodge roll. Dodge roll. Oh no, I got hit in the face with a.
Oh, they've got a bar though. I take it back.
Yeah.
I feel like I should work
You're
at
happy to
Joblin.
There's a bone club on the floor.
All right,
mate.
I'll grab it. Hold on.
Although, to be fair, the first rule of Bone Club is to don't talk about Bone Club. So forget I said
I bet
it.
they do Friday beers here at Joblin.
Yeah, I bet they do.
4 o'clock,
Quiet
everyone
about
heads
dental.
down
You don't
here.
need dental. We've got Friday beers.
Yeah, here's
Oh,
6
a big
beers.
pencil. A big yellow pencil.
Yeah,
Nice,
novelty
nice,
giant
nice.
Pencil.
No!
Oh!
No!
no!
Oh,
I
you
got
got killed.
I told you you should have taken the heart. Take the
Yeah.
heart.
I
Always take the
I
heart.
took the break thing and then took a load of weapons that don't break. Thank you everyone for joining me at our daily stand-up. Jacqueline Fiasco is an amazing name.
Sweet.
So what are you? Was that all a dream?
There we go. We're unpaid. You see.
No.
So wait, was that all a dream?
That was like a, I guess not a dream, but like a tutorial maybe.
Okay, all right, fine.
Szechuan apricot.
Szechuan apricot. That sounds pretty good, actually.
Dream of one day having
No.
You're gonna go far here, Jackie.
Oh, look at all this marketing buzzwords.
Does our boss look like Jeff Bezos, or is that just me?
He does
A
look
little
quite
bit,
a lot
yeah.
like Jeff Bezos.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
Like Jeff Bezos and Bert/Ernie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Vibes I'm
yeah,
getting.
yeah. Okay, fine. I don't like this any more than you, Jackie. But someone's got to go down into the basement and kill all the goblins.
All right. We better go and do a better job of it, I guess.
Let's go. Yeah, if you want to make senior intern or whatever happens to interns that kill all the monsters.
Make your dreams fizzle, Jane.
Trying.
Oh, that is a pretty
Uses
cool
to send me
fountain.
crates of fizzle.
They've got
Oh
a
my
slide.
God, I'm
Of
so
course they've got a
thirsty.
slide. Can we go down the slide?
Yes, how do we
You
go
can go up
upstairs?
the
Important
slide.
question. Can we go down the slide?
Oh
Oh,
my god.
this is what they've got instead of health insurance for you,
Yeah,
Jackie.
yeah.
I mean,
big
that's a
slide.
pretty fair trade, I'd say.
But what happens when you get injured on the slide?
Wow.
Oh god.
We'll
You're
cross
right.
that bridge when we come to it.
They got a bridge as well. This place is amazing.
The cafeteria is full of mannequins. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, should we go back down to Joblin and try and wreck
Yeah.
Is there a fish flavour of fizzle?
You don't need a cafeteria if you work for Fizzle, because all you need to do is drink.
Yeah, drink fizzle.
Name's Swamp.
So who's this?
Swamp.
Swamp.
He's the coffee guy.
Okay, fine. But we don't need coffee. We've got Fizzle. You're not living the brand. Swamp.
Why is the bathroom fizzy? Is that what it does to your insides?
Yeah, it
Everything
goes in
becomes
fizzy, it
All
comes
your
out.
fluids become fizzy.
dear.
It comes out fizzier.
Oh no.
Okay. I get the feeling that each little tech startup's going to be its own kind of dungeon.
Yeah.
You think?
Yep.
Right. Cool.
Yeah, so Joblin is full of goblins,
Yeah.
and
Doing jobs.
Jork is full of orcs, probably.
Ah, doing jobs.
Yeah.
Joblin of all things, master of none, says the white dwarf.
All right. Try not to get hit. I would.
Yeah.
my
try
advice.
to
my
not
God.
get hit.
You can
No, that
throw.
was
You can
getting
throw
hit.
things at people.
Yeah. All right.
Maybe do that.
There we go.
There
that
you
works.
go, almost. There it is.
All right, you're at half health already. So
I
how do
know.
you heal?
I don't know. I probably have to find some healing items.
Health items.
I think the layout of the dungeon has changed a bit. So.
Oh, okay, so it's
has.
procedural.
Yeah.
Gotcha. With it.
Oh,
Ooh,
how's that?
shops.
Ooh.
A job
You found
witch
the
for the
merch
Joblin on
store?
the go.
Oh, the coffee shop. Okay, fine.
Oh, nice.
I want a job witch. It's about lunchtime here.
Stay invincible, gain qubits.
You can afford
Slide-
the job witch, and that's it.
Ah.
Avocado toast is a delicious alternative to home ownership, apparently.
Yeah. Nice. Right. Oh no, I dropped my spear. I'm going to need that spear. Okay.
Let's go.
All right, throw that laptop.
Throw.
Oh, I threw it over him.
Oh, he threw it right over him.
Flee.
Stay away.
Threw it in
Okay, good.
a beautiful
Dodge roll.
arc.
Keep him back. Keep him back.
Nice.
All right, kite them around this breakout area.
Oh, right in the face. Very good.
Stay away. Yeah. Oh no.
Right in the kisser.
Oh no, why do I keep throwing it over? Alright, I'm just going to have to start hitting things.
Alright, go. No. Yeah, just go absolutely buck wild with that chair.
There we go, I got one of them.
Both
so all the money comes out of the joblins.
Yeah, maybe you can go back and buy some more stuff from that shop.
No,
go buy some more health items. Oh, boo.
Oh, little one.
There's a mini joblin.
Oh,
the skull bounces. That's fun.
Apparently so. What have I got? Oh, I've got a spear.
From the joblin.
Poke him.
Don't get hit.
Poke him.
Poke him with accuracy.
Poke him if you got him.
There you go.
Good.
Yeah.
Grab that money.
Stagger. Yes.
Money. $1.
Nice.
$1.
How much did I need for avocado toast? How much?
Yeah, go.
It was like 20 something.
Toast.
Whoa, yeah, that hammer's amazing. If I throw
buy a job witch, go buy a sandwich.
What if I throw?
We'll never get through this dungeon on 1.5 hearts.
Come down, hammer.
Ooh, that does look good. Can you jump up there? No.
No, I don't think so.
You gotta smash that shelf. Yes, there it is.
Yes. Health item. Go buy some sandwiches. Oh, fine.
Blam.
Do whatever.
This thing's amazing.
Don't listen to Jane.
Hang on.
Well, I don't think he's got enough.
I don't have enough yet. Oh, I've
the
got
sandwich
enough
was like $12.
No, it's 20. The sandwich was 17,
18?
I think.
Oh, was it? Oh, sorry, I misremembered.
Right. Let me.
Avocado toast was in the 20s.
Yeah.
Oh, I need two more.
Oh, right, you can only buy one sandwich and now it's gone. I see.
It goes.
Oh, I thought it was infinite sandwiches. What kind of a coffee shop only has a single sandwich?
Has one sandwich, but it takes ages to make, so he's not going to make more than one.
And it costs like $18, so.
Oh, a little mace as well. Clip to the wall.
There we go.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Okay, I've got a mace, a spear, and a warhammer. Pretty good.
Oh, what's that like shock baton on the wall?
What?
That on the wall there on the left. There's like a.
Oh. Ooh.
Is it a shock baton or is it a pen?
It looks like
big pen?
a really big pen.
But it's glowing blue at the end.
Baton.
Oops. Hold on. Let me do a throw.
Launch it. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah,
good.
it's getting there. And again.
Nice.
Yes. What is it?
Tablet pen. Does it zap people though?
I don't know. We'll find out. Let's go smash some things in the face with it. Okay. Oh, there's no one around.
It's a ranged weapon of some kind. That would be ideal.
Ooh. You need a big thumbprint. Slide access.
Yes, everything's got slides everywhere. That's how you get around in this place.
Of course.
Okay,
oh my god, a crossbow.
Where?
Whoa.
Yes, ranged. Yes, ranged.
Right.
Ranged DPS.
What am I going to get rid of? The spear was rubbish, wasn't it? Rubbish.
Yeah, the spear's basic. Don't worry about the spear. Keep the hammer. Okay, and
good,
again.
and again.
There
we go.
Crossbow.
Right.
Oh, beautiful.
Alright, who wants crossbowing?
All the goblins want it.
Line up, joblins.
Where are they though? Where have they all gone? Are they on their break?
I don't know, yeah, I guess so. New job available. Why not?
What is it?
What?
Oh, defeat
enemies quickly.
Quick!
Here defeat them quickly.
Go!
Oh, that was great.
Crossbow, away!
Yes, and again.
Oh, so they dropped a sandwich! Someone dropped
Nice.
a sandwich!
Oh, he dropped his lunch.
There we
Eat their
go.
lunch. Eat their lunch.
Wait, there's a monkey though, I think, or something.
Eat
The
their
greatest
butts.
humiliation.
It's a dead monkey.
It's a drone.
Oh, a drone! A drone!
A drone with
Oh,
presents. Get that sandwich. It's hopping.
Okay, I got the sandwich. I'm gonna open the gift.
That was merely half a heart.
Open.
Smash
Yeah.
it.
Oh, another warhammer.
Another warhammer.
Oh, we've got that
and
one.
$16 though.
Oh, okay, fine.
Do you need to eat the sandwich or? Oh no, you have.
No, it's like half a heart every time you pick
yeah.
up a sandwich.
Right.
So I've got a fresh warhammer now. Feeling good about this. Ooh.
After taking damage knocked down nearby enemies, that sounds good.
Go big or go under.
I don't know what that
Is that
means.
for using really big weapons? I think the clapback one because you know.
Give you a bit of
You're
space.
gonna
Yeah,
take
it'll stop you
damage at
taking
times.
consecutive chain damage.
Okay. All right. Should we go and see if we can get that slide to work?
Super fun, happy
yeah,
slide.
but I don't understand what you need to scan. Is it your fingerprint or do you have to
Don't know. Let's
I
find
don't
out.
someone else? Give it a go.
Scan it.
Scan?
Not
No.
Oh wait, you don't have access. Oh, because of these
Give us a
J
trap.
Bros.
Oh, but there's a guy with a guitar.
Get
Stole
him.
guitar.
Get him
Get
first.
him
He's the
first of all.
bard. He's
Most
buffing
of
everyone
all.
probably.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, he's like the healer,
Yeah.
the bard or whatever.
Well, he's dead now. He's not
Nice.
healing anything.
These poor little
Bam.
goblins
Blah.
who came to work today thinking they would innovate in
Yeah.
the space of I don't know, online recruitment or whatever they do.
Thinking
I'm
they would
innovating in
disrupt
their face.
established sectors.
Yeah.
What's in the box? It is. Ooh.
Intimidating.
Chance to knock down enemies
Oh,
upon
nice.
entering a room.
Cool.
I do
Alright.
that. Yeah, I do that.
Whee!
Well, let's see if
downside,
it happens.
Are we going to like a sub basement now?
Yeah, we've got to go to the very bottom level. That's where the boss is.
Oh no.
The guy with the cafetiere on it.
Oh,
Okay,
multiple floors.
B2. Don't like any of those weapons.
Yeah,
Oh, the stapler's kind of fun though.
The coffee bane is down there.
What have I got? Should I get rid of
We
the tablet pen?
You haven't used the tablet pen yet. We don't know if it's any good.
We haven't really tried it on anyone.
Yeah. Okay. So use it on someone and see if it's good.
The stapler's ranged, but I might
You've
go
got a crossbow.
Oh no! No! No!
What
I
did
picked
he
up
do?
the store when I went through the door.
No!
What an idiot!
You fool!
Now I don't have the tablet pen
best
or
weapon in the game.
or anything else.
Oh god.
And my
worst
crossbow's
all
out of ammo.
worlds.
Oh, this is a disaster.
Oh dear.
Ping pong paddle?
No.
No, that's no good.
It's a speed weapon.
What's
It's
that on-
fast.
What's that on the wall over there? There is something on the wall.
Yeah, some kind of sword.
Okay, well we'll get that afterwards.
Oh, he's in a tiny car.
Oh my god.
What?
This is my kind of office.
How are you getting any work done in a tiny Fisher Price toy car?
Zooming around in their little electric cars and sliding down slides.
I'm gonna need to use my hammer for this one, I think.
Yeah, you got to save one good weapon for the boss though.
Yeah, it's true.
Yes, you can get in the car yourself.
Yeah?
No, it exploded.
Oh no, it was exploding. It was exploding.
You hit it too many times.
that
On
thing
the
off the
right, on
wall.
the right, on the
On
right.
the wall, on the wall.
Oh, this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a dagger or a sword? A sword. Sword with a chunk out of it.
Throw a ping pong paddle at it.
Pot plant.
Something
How
else.
about
Throw a yoga ball at it.
that? Oh my god.
At
No.
it.
What's more durable?
No, at it. At it.
Hold on.
There we go.
No.
No, at it.
Missed.
There you go.
No, barely did anything.
Made no difference whatsoever. Pencil.
Pencil.
Well, it is a yoga ball in its
Bone
defense.
club.
Go.
Bone
No,
club.
higher.
Baby bone club.
I don't
Higher.
have any real control over the.
Throwing arc is no good on that.
No, it's more of a javelin. Toss,
Okay,
isn't
I
it?
see. You have to launch it.
Chairs work. Chairs tend to work.
Chairs. Good old chairs. Go.
Yes.
Back.
Go.
Further back. There we
Yes.
go.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
It's a sword. It is a
Sword.
sword. Shall I buy some avocado toast?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I need to.
You only need one.
I need to
heart.
add an extra heart.
Oh
There
yes,
we go.
good idea. Oh, but now you can't afford it.
I can't afford a latte anymore.
Classic.
A Joblin spice latte.
Oh, shall I get a tablet pen? Given that we didn't try it before.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to know what the tablet pen does.
Alright. Can't believe I had to pay for something I already owned. Right.
Okay.
I'm going to try it on the very
Sorry,
next bad guy I see.
What does it do? Yes, it does do electric shock damage. Love it. And yeah, he exploded when you knocked him down. That was great.
Okay.
Is this Joblin coming for you with a keyboard?
Yeah.
Rude.
He's about to smash
Oh,
me
you
over the head
broke
with
your
a keyboard.
tablet pen.
Oh, what? I just bought that. You jerks.
Not durable.
Yeah.
It's like they're not designed to defeat goblins.
There's a sort of like common delusion among game designers that weapon degradation is a fun, good thing that people like. Because does anyone like weapon degradation? I don't know.
It's not about what you like, Andy. Imagine
about-
if you just had one weapon that would see you through to the end of this game.
Yeah,
Oh
it'd
my
be great.
god, it's a Dracula.
What's a Dracula
Oh.
with a sports car? All right, I take back everything I said.
Hauntrepreneur.
Oh my god, he's called the Hauntrepreneur. I take back everything I said about weapon degradation.
All right. I think we should join forces with the Hauntrepreneur.
Oh my god. Why am I not a Hauntrepreneur?
Andy,
Maybe you are,
have
Andy.
to
You just
believe.
don't know it yet.
Yeah.
He's got
The first step to
AirPods
becoming
in.
a Hauntrepreneur is to call yourself a Hauntrepreneur.
Yeah. Look at his little AirPods.
He's got a collection of literature, Andy.
Oh my god, like me.
And a sports car, like you.
Not like me.
In 5 combats, enemies will have the last laugh.
Oh.
Why would you want to curse? Why would you?
Oh,
Want
they're
to
gonna explode. They're gonna martyrdom from Call of Duty.
Okay.
But
I'll have
So
it.
stay away from anyone you defeat.
Okay, but then you get a free
Oh,
thing.
but you get a. Oh, I see. You
Oh,
get
get
a
an extra
reward
heart.
for accepting a curse.
What should we get?
Well. What's the middle one again?
Gain an
Little
empty
Gain
heart.
an empty heart.
Oh, I see.
I think it's these two are basically very similar.
Yeah, they're the same, aren't they?
So,
Yeah.
or shall I get the punchy one? Punchy. But that
I
might
guess.
be non-weapon.
I think you need the extra health.
All right.
Yeah, go for it.
There we go.
Nice.
We've got
Extra
5
hearts.
hearts. Looking good.
All right.
But
I love the UI in this. It's really good.
It's good, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of social media-y. Right, here we go. I'm worried about these next bad guys. Oh, another job. Yeah, why not? Defeat enemies quickly.
Okay, don't be near them when they
yeah,
explode.
when they blow
Okay.
up.
I plan on hit. Oh no, my hammer! Oh my hammer!
Oh no!
You've got a sword.
Oh, let me get this guy.
Yeah, get the guitar guy, but then stay clear of him.
Stay clear of him.
Okay,
now go.
Run, run,
oh.
Yeah, it's fine. I rolled out the way.
Okay, good. Now roll. Roll.
Oh no! Sorry, I
You
didn't
got to
roll
get
out
them
the
with
way.
range. I think. Can you, finish them off with ranged weapons
Yeah, or thrown.
Yep.
or thrown weapons? Yeah.
Your order has
Here's a
been
drone.
delivered.
What's
All
the
right.
drone
All
got?
right. Health, please.
A better cube.
Oh, big. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
sandwich.
does have some health. Give me that. Give me that
Eat
sandwich.
it.
Sandwich.
Nice.
Spikes
5
Club.
second rule.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. How
Oh,
many
little
enemies
car.
was it?
Room for the driving.
Yeah,
test.
it's the driving test before you're allowed to drive around the office in your little
Oh,
electric
in a
car.
little electric
Don't hit the
toy
car. You
car.
might be able to drive it.
All right.
I want to know. Roll.
Oh no, I hit the car again.
Roll.
It's fine.
Oh,
We're
okay,
good.
you're okay.
Can you get in? No, it's going to
No!
It's
explode.
gonna blow up.
Oh
Stop
man.
trying to get in the car. They are always going to blow up.
Okay.
Ooh.
Cubicle boxes or first crit against enemy will earn you a buck or two. Yeah, money.
Oh, money's
Sweet
money's
money.
please.
I'm not getting paid for this internship, so this is my only
Yeah.
means of income.
This is how you get paid by
Yeah.
mugging the joblins from
gotta respect the hustle.
dungeon. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, he's in a little car.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, we're in the break room now. We're
Yeah.
in the staff lounge.
Yeah, where people drive their tiny cars and play ping pong.
Oh, there's a skull on the ping pong table. Who left this here?
Probably
Here you
that
go, Andy.
entrepreneur. Yes, you can drive the little
Oh,
cars.
you can.
I love
Yeah.
it.
Sick
All right,
donuts.
donuts.
Woo!
This startup life
Okay.
is amazing.
Yeah,
Mike's
screw
giving
you,
me
Joblins.
ideas about bringing little drivable toy cars to
He's
work.
really
Yeah.
disrupting the
Yeah,
break room.
disrupting the space of online
He's
recruitment.
really disrupting.
Very
the space.
physically disrupting the space. All right,
What we
that
said
was a
about
lot
that
of fun.
Mike. He's a space disruptor.
Okay, what have I got? I've got some candles, which I stole from the entrepreneur. Probably don't need those. Bone club on the wall.
Splendid.
Spear,
Big thumbtack.
brush.
Oh, there you go. Electric
Yeah, I'll have
tablet
one
pen.
of those. All right, that'll do. Let's go. Oh, what's
Ooh.
that? It's a bone loaf.
Yes, that meat.
Did I eat it? Did I eat
No.
all that?
I can't believe you ate the whole thing. I don't know if you did.
It makes
just
me
got
go
the-
very
the
slow.
bone.
It's too heavy. Too heavy. I'm sticking with the tablet pen. Okay.
You only have 2 hearts, so be careful.
Traps.
Oh no.
There they are.
Ah.
You're hitting them with
oh,
your bare
oh, no.
hands.
No, I was hitting them with the tablet pen, but it broke immediately. Rubbish. No, leave me alone.
That's probably an inside joke from graphics designers about
Yeah,
how
about, like,
durable,
how durable those
tablet
things are.
pens are. I want to say.
Hit him with a big, the big bone.
Hit 'em with
There you go.
anything.
Oh my.
Oh, beautiful. One
oh
heart.
no, one health, one heart
health.
left.
And
Oh,
everyone's
no.
going to
Stay
explode
clear,
when you
stay
defeat
clear,
them.
Mike.
Okay.
FYI.
Stay clear, be careful.
I threw a
Yes,
traffic
nice,
cone.
nice.
Okay. You've got 2 left, but one of them is nearly dead.
Oh.
Watch out for this guy. Watch out. Okay, just
Hit
stay
him with the
clear.
traffic. Hit the
Keep
one that's.
poking him around the fire.
Yeah, good,
Yes,
good.
yes,
He's going to
okay.
explode. Yes, very nice.
Okay, one more.
Yes.
Yes.
Are you dead?
Okay.
How are you
Don't
No,
let him
dead?
get
not
close.
quite.
Don't let him get close.
Don't let him.
Don't let him get
I'm
close.
running away.
Run,
Roll.
run and throw. Throw and run.
Yes,
Threw it
no.
over his head.
No.
He's got
Jump in,
you.
no.
Oh my god.
Jump in, why? Jump in, stay
Drop
away.
in.
Jump in, no.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, there better be some
Yes.
health in this drone delivery.
Better be some avo
Sandwich,
toast in
please.
here.
Give me
Come
my
on.
job winch.
What?
Yes.
Traffic
A
lights.
traffic light. That's no good.
Move and attack fast. I mean, I'll take
Oh
it.
yes.
I
We
could do
need
with some health. Can I eat a cactus? Is it dangerous to eat a cactus?
I mean, not if you de-spike it.
Okay.
Go. Maybe there'll be food at the other end of this slide.
I hope so. Yeah, I really hope so. There is
What
a
do we got?
keyboard.
Ooh, what do we got?
And that's about it, really.
Oh no.
No.
It looks like a nice
Not even
keyboard.
a snack machine.
Yeah,
But
take the fun keyboard.
oh
No!
No.
No!
Oh, this dungeon.
Sword!
Sword.
Sword!
Sword.
Take the
Oh, no.
sword.
Oh,
I think
oh dear.
someone throwing coffee.
Oh, big hammer! Big hammer! Big hammer!
Where?
On the wall.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
there we go. That's what I need.
yeah. Get keyboard boy here.
Yes. Now watch out for the explosions. It was.
Surely
It
we've
was.
done enough explosions.
No,
It's
it's-
5 combats, right?
We've not had 5 combats. See?
Oh,
my
you're
God.
right,
Still going
you're
up.
You're right.
Like,
You're right.
well, half a heart. Half a heart.
Half a heart.
Throw stools at him.
Throw things.
Throw your stool at him.
Yeah, his head exploded.
Watch
Curse
out!
of post-mortem lifted. No! That was the last curse of post-mortem.
Oh, come on.
And you
I
ran
forgot.
right into it.
I
Oh,
forgot.
the last laugh indeed.
Oh, there I am dying.
Oh.
Oh dear. Our boss is going to be so angry. But what's he going to do? Fire us? We're not getting paid anyway. So...
Yeah, what are you going to do? Reduce my salary? Oh no, you've reduced my salary.
I'm paying you to be here now.
Oh, boo.
All right.
It was a brave effort, Mike.
Yeah, I think so. We did all right. All right, let's have another go at
mucking
this.
around, Mike.
I need to go and wreck up that cafetiere guy. I'm learning. I'm getting better at it. Definitely the ranged weapon stuff is, is useful.
Yeah, how is that going?
Oh my god, I've thrown over his head. Have a skull. In your skull.
Nice. Poetic irony.
Are we done with blowing up goblins now? Did they stop blowing up?
Yeah, they don't blow up anymore.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, we're back to normal jobbling behaviour. Bomb dropper.
Bomb dropper, yeah.
Yeah, let's have that one. Right. Finally, someone else will be exploding instead of me.
So it's all procedurally generated then? You
Yeah.
just get sort of random levels, random
Yeah, it's like a
perks.
roguelike
Fun.
dungeon crawler type thing.
Yeah, you dropped a bomb. Nice. Oh, you ping-ponged him with the with the bomb. Filing cabinet to the head.
Yes.
File this under H for head injury.
Yeah. I really like the way the keyboard's frisbee, so I'm going to grab one of those. Must be a shop, right?
Shop, yeah.
I can't afford anything.
Oh no, we're so poor.
But we can take that stapler. I love the stapler, it's amazing.
They can't stop me.
Oh, I've got to accept the job first, hold on.
Okay, what is it?
Defeat enemies
the job,
quickly.
go absolutely hog wild with the stapler because
Yes.
there you go.
Oh no.
Dropped a bomb though.
Yeah.
Kaboom.
Oh, I've run out of staples. They always run out so quickly. Right, hold on.
The cactus is called a potted suck, which
it's a succulent.
Yeah, I know, but it's just weird to see written down.
Okay, fine.
It looks odd.
Hang on, so I drop a bomb every time I roll? That's amazing. Why am I not just rolling it?
Do it, coward.
I mean, this is going to make life a lot easier.
Surely it's finite though. That's not going to happen forever.
I don't know.
It's a perk. It's a random perk, so you know.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, we found the best.
It's a good
perk.
one for sure.
Game over. The
Don't punch them with your bare
perk.
hands. Hit them with a bone club. Oh. Welcome to Bone Club, mate.
This guy's tough. Oops. So the bone clubs are good because their arc is a lot more like flat than like a stool. There you go. Oh no, it hit the chair. It still did some damage. So with the stool I have to get a bit further back. Oh, I did not defeat enemies quick enough.
So you get
I don't get anything. Do I?
Returning to base.
What?
You're fired.
Oh, a pink slip.
Jerks. Right, what have I got? Not a lot really.
Spear.
Frisbee.
On the table. Just give him a poke. Just give him a little poke.
Those bombs though, they're amazing.
Yeah, just be rolling. Always be rolling.
Always be
ADR.
rolling.
Around the office.
There doesn't seem to be any limit to the number of them that I can leave at once.
This is the best power-up of all time.
Yeah, it is. I feel like
I was going to be rolling anywhere, everywhere, anyway.
Yeah, I feel like I'm playing Bomberman now. Like if I leave one here and one here,
he's trapped.
Then he's trapped. Oh.
Oh, he got out.
Not
somehow.
trapped enough.
Just poke him with the
Yeah, poke him with the stick. When all else fails, poke him with a big stick.
Poke him with a big stick.
Shall I take the
Yes,
little
here's
ping-pong
this.
paddle?
That'll be the slide room, right? Downwards.
Yeah,
arrow.
with the down arrow on it.
Oh, cool.
Probably.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, next level. Oh,
no, he's in the little
the
car. Oh, there's a guitar
Where?
on the left-hand side.
Oh.
Ow,
Where the
ow.
yeah. Oh my gosh.
It's all getting a bit chaotic, to be honest.
Go and pick up the guitar.
Hey,
It's
roll,
behind.
roll,
It's next
roll.
to the car guy.
Roll. Always
Roll,
be
bomb
rolling.
roll.
More rolls.
I'm rolling.
Yes, good. Oh, half a heart, half a heart, half a heart.
Oh my god.
No.
And 0 heart. Oh, those little ones.
They're
Those
difficult.
little ones with their brooms.
All right, one more go. Frisbee. Bam. Frisbee. Oh, I threw it away.
All
Fine.
right, good. Speed run.
Yeah. I think I need to spend more time looking at the... Ooh. That wasn't good. I need to spend more time looking at the walls as well because they have, like, those other weapons on them that tend to be a bit better than the stuff you pick up from the
Yeah.
floor. I don't think I was really looking out for those.
There's a sword on the shelf.
Cool. Send that guy over there. Light some things on fire, like that guy said.
Ooh, nice.
There we go. Oh, he's taking cover. They've started to work stuff out. Like
they're adapting to your tactics. They're growing. Yeah, learning. Clever joblin.
Clever joblin. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Ooh, I can put a burning torch in my pocket, so I'll take a couple of them then.
Yeah, do it.
If I can set 30 things on. Oh my god!
No, it broke
I set the
immediately.
desk on fire.
The desk is on fire. You could maybe.
I don't know if that counts. Also, the
power bomb
torches break
someone through it.
immediately. That was not useful at all. Right.
They're all together. Yes. They're all bunched
Yeah,
up.
they're all bunched up.
Now do an AOE attack. One of your many.
Simply do a ground pound.
If I had an AOE
There's a mace.
attack, I
There's a
would
mace on the
definitely
shelf,
do
the bottom shelf.
Oh, I threw the cup. I
A
spent
mace
a lot of
like
time
your
running around
D&D
in circles.
character, Mike.
Okay. Hold on. Where is the mace? Oh.
It's on the bottom shelf of that.
There's a
No,
sword
the other
here.
one.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. Oh yeah. The other one's got a mace on it.
Got it. I'll get that as well. Ooh.
Swipe.
Hit.
Oh.
Oh my god, one heart.
Yeah. We're good.
Yes. Nice big sweep on that keyboard. And electrical
isn't it?
when it breaks.
Yeah. And I just need to beam this guy in the head with the mace, don't I?
Yeah, good.
Perfect. Right. Collect all the cash. I've got 24, which should be enough for some food. Are any of
Yeah.
these shops? I guess we
No,
don't
none
know
of them
if
are
they're
shops.
yet.
Oh, no.
Enemies.
It's fine, just wreck him up. And this guy's little.
He
He's got
should be
pencil.
no problem at all.
What's
should
he gonna
really?
be? He's
It's
got
ti-
pencil.
He's
He's
tiny
little.
with a pen. Is it bring your child to work day or something? Is
Yeah.
that what it is?
Bring your child to work to fight people with a pencil, Dave.
What's through here? Oh, more
Oh
baddies.
no. Coffee though.
Can I kick the coffee over onto that child?
Yeah, do it.
I wish I hadn't said that actually. That-
Half a heart, Mike.
Oh
This could
my
be
god. Stapler though.
Stapler, yes. Rapid fire.
Wait, I threw it.
No, you threw it. No.
You threw it. No.
Fine.
Yes,
Get him.
staples to the face.
Get him.
Crit. Oh, you critted him.
Okay.
Now crit him good.
Focus. How many staples?
Okay, I've got more.
Pow,
staples.
pow, 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 pow.
There you
Nice.
go. All right, money.
Yeah.
Give me money. All right, I definitely
Drink
must
that-
have
eat-
enough money. for
Drink and
some
eat that
help.
coffee.
Oh yeah.
Oh
no.
I'm just caffeinated now. I don't think it's helped me.
Okay.
Okay.
But you're faster.
Oh good. Yeah. That helps. Lightning fast.
Oh my god.
Yeah, actually, the speed is helping a lot. More coffee.
More coffee.
Yeah, throw the thing at him.
Never stop.
Oh no! Oh no! Trapped.
Oh no, he's in the
Oh,
fire.
he's in the fire. Yes.
Yes.
I'm getting credit for lighting him on fire
Yeah,
there, and he's
Joplin.
dropped a sandwich, which is now
Delicious.
deliciously toasted.
Like a panini.
And there's a store, so things are
Great.
looking up a bit.
Okay.
Should we gain an extra heart, and then, and we're not gonna have enough for a sandwich afterwards. This is difficult. Okay, let's get a heart because that's the most important thing at the moment is the actual health. The capacity for more health is less of an issue right
Yeah, save up.
Whoa, I'm caffeinated. Whoa. Wowee. Right. Okay, I'm absolutely flying, you guys.
Quick.
Before it
Smash
wears
more
off.
goblins while the coffee's in you.
Yeah.
Go. Smash him.
Oh my god, I just hacked
Oh my
him
god.
to bits. Absolutely hacked
Man,
him to
he
bits.
was not prepared for caffeinated Mike.
And I've got a bit more cash now, so I can go and buy something else, right?
You can't get the extra heart.
No, but I... Oh, that's...
This is the entrance.
Oh.
Sorry,
we're
I
back to the
got my
beginning.
map confused.
Coffee.
Yeah, I'm absolutely whizzing
Addled.
at the moment. Right. I could get the extra heart. Oh no, I can't afford that. But I could get the sandwich, right?
Yep.
Might as well just grab the sandwich. Okay. And I need that sword. Give me that as well. Oh, my caffeine's worn off. Okay. So what next? There's a question mark room up here. Oh.
Oh, it's gonna be a challenge.
There's
A
gonna
job
be
room.
lots of baddies.
Kill everyone quickly. That's good because you're caffeinated.
But can
So
I just
accept
No,
it
not
now?
anymore. No more caffeine.
Oh, it's wearing
just
off. Just
leave?
go. Yeah.
Or I
just
can-
leave.
Oh yeah, get caffeinated.
Drink that coffee.
And then do it.
Take the mace, get caffeinated,
Or you could just leave.
Could just leave.
or I could wreck him up for money.
Okay. Oh yeah. No, money is good.
Oh no, a car guy!
It's fine. He said, "Car's gonna explode. Car's gonna explode."
Fine.
It's gonna explode.
Fine.
Yes.
I'm good.
All right, good.
everyone's
Yeah,
dead.
that was
Good.
done.
Everyone's dead.
Done.
Right,
Oh, the
sweet
power
gift.
of coffee.
Caffeine
Yeah.
is the sweetest.
Oh, and a
Oh my god,
sandwich.
it's that
there you
guitar.
I want
And a guitar.
sandwich.
The
Skelecaster.
Skelecaster. That is an
Nice.
amazing name.
Yes.
All right, I've got. Wow. Oh my gosh, you actually
Love it.
play it.
Wow.
Do I want to buy anything from the shop before we head?
No,
further
head
into
down.
the depths?
Head down.
Further into
I mean,
the
you could
depths?
get an empty heart container for 40.
I think that might be useful. Give me that container. There we go. Oh, and it filled up the heart as well because I was full already. So that's quite cool. All right, that was definitely worth doing. Let's go.
It's like when you buy one of those recyclable cups from, your coffee shop of choice,
Yeah.
and they fill it with a free coffee for you.
Yeah, there you go. Anything else good on the walls? No.
You're gonna have to fight some people anyway, so.
Oh yeah, it's true. But I've got my Skelecaster, Andy.
Yeah,
which
Skelecaster.
is like fine, but not amazing.
Really?
It's AOE. Use it when they're all around you.
Oh, they're all on fire. If I just kite them through the fire.
Kite them through the fire
in the middle of the room, yeah.
Go on,
Fire
buddy.
will do the job for you.
Good old fire.
Always looking out for us.
Oh dear.
Okay, you've just got to get them on the other side, directly on the other side of the fire to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh no, that hit me in the face.
No! Oh, it's too distracting.
Okay. There we go.
Nice.
And one more for you.
One more.
Wham! Oh no, my Skelecaster broke. But I'm getting a treat. Oh my god.
Oh, a treat was an explosion.
Yeah, it's fine. There'll be a sandwich in here, I'm sure. Open.
You better hope. Oh, what is
it's that punching thing.
Okay,
And a
okay,
bunch
it's
of
a
Bitcoin,
skill.
from what I can tell. Ooh! Oh, I do actually get boxing gloves. That's good.
All right, head on down.
All right, let's try these boxing gloves out. All right.
Punch everyone. Yeah, it's all right.
They're okay, aren't they?
Okay, you have to get closer than I'd like.
Yeah. Getting stabbed quite a lot.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna use my
more
base.
than I'd like.
Drink the coffee and then see how it is with your
Yeah.
caffeinated
Oh,
punching
yeah.
hands.
Rapid fire
All right.
pugilism.
Yeah.
Okay, now
now
there's no
this
one
is
left to
gonna be
punch.
It's all right. There'll be someone to punch in here, I'm sure.
It's gonna be like JoJo. You're gonna be like, hurrah, 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 with your 10,000 arms.
Oh no, it's the
Oh,
entrepreneur.
not this guy. No, not interested.
I'm all caffeinated.
My
I need
curse
to
was a big
punch.
problem last time.
Entrepreneur. Do it.
Oh dear. This
Oh,
car
no,
guy.
I think it wore off.
Oh no, my caffeine.
Oh.
Right, fine. Back to the mace then.
Yeah, you need a little
No, that
bit
car's
of a
gonna
range.
explode.
Yeah. Ah. Okay.
Sword.
That yoga ball is going bug wild.
Yeah, it really is. Okay. Any snacks? Any delicious snacks? No.
No snacks, no sandwiches.
Ah.
So careful for the exploding car.
Careful of the car.
Don't
careful of
run
the car,
back
don't
to
go back to the car.
It's
Oh,
still.
right.
Don't get in the exploding car.
You just will not be told about the car.
But it was a car, you guys. All right, we're good. Better be something in here. Oh my god, it was exploded. Oh no.
The
it was
sus
a
cube.
trap.
It's a sus cube.
All right. Well, that was a look at Going Under. It's a fun, quite satisfying sort of melee combat game, which is out on September 24th. So coming very, very soon. Thank you for watching. Like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video. Brought to you by Outside Xbox.
Don't
and
get
sponsor
into
Going Under.
any exploding cars. That's my
Don't
advice.
get into exploding cars. Is the moral of the story. All right. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Bye.
Bye.